Well, let's see if we're up and running here. Yes, it looks like we are. There we go. Let's get this thing up on the go on the right screen. Good morning, fellow cats. Good morning to you. Bam. Good morning. Good morning. We got the bell ringing right now. It is almost 9:30, and we are seeing the total collapse of the market based on great news for the sales, retail sales. How do you like that? Total action happening here this morning. Total manipulation, in my opinion. December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023. And folks, all we see is a manipulation of the market across the board. S&P down, Dow down, Nasdaq futures down. I've shown you this before about the futures though, so don't be alarmed. It's no big deal. These futures are hogwash. The people that manipulate the futures do it on extremely low levels of volume. There's not any reason for you to really be afraid. Okay. Just relax. Don't worry. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. And everything is going to probably end up being green today, just like I said. We've seen this before. We saw it last week. We saw the exact same thing. New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ, as we see the ringer being rung right now. Everybody's clapping. The futures all down. And I point this out when you go up here to the futures, and I like to show people the volume level that's used on these futures just so you can be aware of the manipulation. Look at the volume, 149,000, folks. There will be billions of shares traded today on the market, and 149,000 has the futures down. Okay. All right. So this is why I point this out to you. Xavier, good morning. Heirloom Cedar, good morning. Good morning. People will have to search your channel. Might be slow at first. Okay, yo, yeah, good morning. I missed yesterday's action. Yeah, well, all you saw was more manipulation. And we've seen this before, folks. There should be nothing at all that surprises us about what we're seeing here. There should be nothing about this. I go back to July the 19th. All right, this was 10 days before earnings call. The price was at $10.13. Look at the manipulation. Down to 937, down to 926, down to 921, all the way down to 894 from 1013, and 2 days later on earnings 1170. So folks, do not be worried about this manipulation, daily manipulation down. And they did it in the exact same fashion. If you look at when the price was 1013, see the volume levels they use: 50 million, 41 million, 34 million, then down to 26 million, 38 million, 34 million, 45 million. There wasn't a lot of volume. It was, just steady shorting daily, borrowing, and shorting the stock down. And so now what I'm looking at here, when I see these NASDAQ futures and Dow futures, I don't worry about that because, like I said, I show everybody what's going on in the real market. When you see the NASDAQ down and the volume so low, it isn't something to be worried about. It's pure and simple manipulation. Shorts got caught off by this December retail sales beating with a strong cap to the end of the year, and they don't like it. They're just going to try to run the price down. It's as simple as that. Simple as that, people. No worries. It's just another great buying opportunity for us here to buy SoFi at a lower price. That's all it is, and can't be anything other. And again, I point these things out to you because they're important to understand. We are still right now 8 days away from SoFi's earnings call where they're going to announce profitability. And I want you to know as well that I also want to show you something else that I put on the board this morning. I typed that out on the SoFi message board so people would understand what's going on and wouldn't have any fears. And when I did that, I don't know how many people have responded to it yet, but here we are at 750. Yippee 2,300,000, exactly what we saw yesterday at this exact same time. And my expectation is the same resistance we saw when we got to 850 going up, we're going to see at 750 going down. Now, it did go up to like 856 and then it dropped down below and kept falling. They've been attacking it ever since then. But folks, the same thing with it dropping. When it gets down to 750, it'll drop slightly below that and then it'll turn and go right off of that. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I want to thank you all for being here with me. The Bearded Basset, good morning. Catfish, good morning. Bearded Basset. No chart on the screen. Yep, no chart yet. Not yet, but it will be here. I'm going to show it to you right here, right now. So I'm going to just go over here, click on this, and here we go. And I appreciate you letting me know that. I didn't have my display up there yet, but it's up there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. And now we go back to this. All right. So anyway, I want you to see right here, as I was just trying to show everybody, and apparently wasn't. Here we are going back to the last earnings call that came out. That would be on July the 31st. And I want you to take a look very closely at what happened prior to that. As I said, the price on July 19th, 11 days before earnings, was at 1013, people, 1013. Over the next 6 days, 6 days of downward movement on 41 million, 34 million, 26, 38, 34. Got it all the way down to 894 from 1013. And what do you know? 2 days later, it's at 1170 on 210 million. Now, the difference between then and now is that on this earnings call, we weren't going to be profitable. We weren't going to show GAAP profitability. So you saw a massive jump from 894 up to 1170, a 30% jump, and we weren't even GAAP profitable. So what do you think is going to happen this time, folks? Where do you think we're going to see this go on earnings? We're going to see it get manipulated down. More institutions and ETFs will buy in at whatever they can get it to. 4% down today on. Is there any news? None. No news whatsoever. So 100% manipulation, right along with the entire manipulation of the market this morning, as far as I'm concerned. There is no reason for the price to be dropping. There's no reason for the market to be down 182 other than manipulation. I've told you all this before, and I've been right virtually every single time. When I've told you, don't worry tomorrow, don't be surprised if the market's up 300 points, and it is the next day. That's what usually happens on manipulation, folks. That's all it is, pure and simple manipulation. So just hang in there, buy some more. Whenever we get to this low here, just be prepared to buy some more. And I actually have a buy order in already on this stock this morning, and it just filled at $7.44 because I know the number 44 in a sense is the same sense I tell you to sell at 44 when it's running up, and then you'll get it back down to 31. I bought at 744 this morning. I just picked up another 500 shares. So I want to thank all of you very, very, very capable shorters who were able to get it to that price. I'm grateful to you for doing so. And now I'm going to watch it just continue to go up from that price on up. So I got 500 at 744. I now have 53,800 shares of this stock. And I'm very happy to report that because I'm going to make a ton of money come earnings day. All right. So all you can do here, folks, is just accumulate more and then wait for earnings. Okay. That's all you have to do. Accumulate more and wait for earnings because, folks, on earnings call, as I reported to you, I went over to the message board here on Sofi. I'll go over to conversations here and show you what I'm talking about. And still, I looked again at the 6-month chart this morning, and I don't see any deviation of that 200-day moving average. That thing just keeps going up, people. There's no deviation on it. So don't be fooled by the dailies, like I tell you. Let's see if my comment is still here. Yep. So I said, folks, this pre-earnings rundown is something none of us should be surprised by. Look back to July 19th. SoFi priced at 1013. Over the next 6 days, the price fell to 894 on July the 27th. 2 days before earnings. But when earnings released July 31st, the price was at 1170. Then I said this, there's only one real difference from then to now. On July 31st, SoFi wasn't announcing GAAP profitability. All right? That's a huge difference, folks. That's a very, very big difference, all right, between that last earnings call and this one here. Now, I want to ask each and every one of you, I see there are 44 people here with me. I would like to ask that you please hit the like button right now, and let's get this thing shared with as many people as we can, because I have many things to discuss with everyone that is important for each and every one of you to understand. Look at all these folks we got here. Fred, thank you for letting me know, Fred, that I didn't have my chart up. Bearded Bassett, good morning. No worries. I know you're concerned because we're looking for 10s and 11s. They're coming. They're in our very, very near future. As a matter of fact, 8 trading days left. 8 trading days. Heirloom Cedar, LOL, not wrong. Good morning, Catfish from Mickey Mocky Scott Salopets. Hello. Everybody, we will be seeing more of a pullback on Sofi. Yep, we could be. Ron, the uptrend will be epic once they let it go. Should be soon. I agree. 100%. Connor Roberts. This might be the most manipulated stock on the market right now. I've been saying that for weeks. Been saying that. I'm back, baby. Ruben Carlos. All right. Welcome back, Ruben. Anand. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It is. It is indeed. And we are going to see this market, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I believe it's going to be manhandled down this morning by the people caught off by the news about retail sales being higher than anyone expected. I think that really threw off the shorts, and they said to themselves, let's make a phone call. Let's all call each other. Let's help each other. Let's run the price down as low as we can, and then we'll go long on it, and then off we go off to the moon. So I could be wrong, of course, but I don't think so. I think we're going to see a double bottom here on SoFi. And as a matter of fact, right now I'm going to pick up some more shares. I've already picked up 500 at 744, and I'm going to pick up some more right here right now. So let me just get an order in here. I appreciate you guys being here with me this morning. Very grateful for your participating. And let's go ahead and hit reuse order right now. And we're going to just pick up 50 right here, review order, and place it. We're going to pick up 50 at $7.41 if we can. And it looks like we did. Yes, 50 at 741. Thank you very much, shorties. I'm very grateful to you for doing that. 50 at 741. And I also got 500 this morning at 744. All right. Now, we're going to stick with this. We're going to keep buying this. As long as they keep driving it down, we're going to buy it. We're going to buy it at the low today. Whatever the low price is, I'm going to accumulate it there. And that's what I always do, and that's what I've always done, especially on the day when the price hit $4.66. Review order. Let's do another one. Review order and place it right now. See if we can get it again. And we're going to buy it at $7.40, maybe 7. Yep, we did. 740. One more order for 50 shares. Very nice. Well, I didn't get the 739 they hit, but that's okay. Close enough at 740 and 741. So, yay, congratulations to anybody that happens to be buying along with me here. All right, Mickey Salaps, I haven't invested in SoFi yet. Do you think I should wait or I think you should. I think you don't wait until the 29th. Definitely don't wait until the 29th. You'll miss the boat then. This thing's going to be over $10 on the 29th, is my opinion. So what I would be doing is just nibbling like I'm doing right here, 50 shares at a time at 739, 740, 741. Because folks, we've already seen the first head fake right here on the stock this morning. I'll show you on the interactive chart. Let's go over here to the 1 day. Let me move this over here. So you can see we've seen the double dagger is what I call it, the double dagger. We've already seen it this morning, and that was where they try to give you the false impression that it's at the bottom, and then they take it to the next low. So that's what they just did here. They brought the price. Whoops, got it off the screen. Sorry about that. Move us back over here. There we go. So here's where they drop it down. They make you think there's a bottom's been hit. They pull it back up, and then they hit the double dagger right there. Boom. And let's get over here, and you can see, I don't know what they're showing me here. I'm hitting the 1 day chart, and I'm not even on today's chart. So we'll get on today's chart. Just give me a moment here. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here with me this morning. Make sure you do hit the like button so we get this shared with other people. And so here we are pulling in real tight here. And here is your double bottom. There's your drop. Boom. There's your first bottom there. Comes up, the head fake up, and then bam, the double dagger move. Okay. And that's it. That's the double dagger, the double bottom. It's all over but the crying. Now, this is interesting because they are not showing me right now the actual chart right here. They're showing the price up here on this chart at 772 Yahoo. So they're really with it this morning on their charts. There we go. Got it back up to 745 already. How nice is that? Just bought it at 740, 741, and at 744, and cha-ching. Nice. Very nice. All profitable buys right now, as you can see, and that's the way it's going to stay. All right. I want to thank you. Yeah, Mickey Mucky, if you watch me in action, then you can just follow what I do. Now, I want you all to know, folks, I am not a financial advisor. I am a person who knows how to study charts and volume. And one of the things that I most encourage when I look at this chart this morning is I want to look here again at the 6 month, because folks, I want you to be aware that nothing has changed about this 200-day moving average going up. It just continues to rise. Nothing's changed about the crossover of the 45 and 50 above my trend line there. Nothing. It just continues to rise, folks. No matter what they try, this price where it was here to here is rising. All right. The 200-day moving average is rising. Regardless of all the attack efforts, the daily price manipulation, the long term charts are rising. Okay. This is all you need to be concerned about. This is when people like Kathy Wood buy more, when they see that separation of the 200-day moving average from the trend line. And you should be just as encouraged by that. Okay. Don't get discouraged by the daily manipulation, people. Don't let it do it to you, because, like I said, this is something we should all actually expect. There's nothing new about it. There's nothing new at all about it. This has been repeated before. As I mentioned to those of you who just got on here, you can see what happened before. Before the earnings call, 9 days before, the price was at $10.13. And look how they manipulated it down, manipulated it down, manipulated it down, manipulated it to 894 from 1013. And then 2 days later, 1170 on 210 million shares. And that run up there to 1170 was not with gap profitability, people. That was just an earnings call where we missed the street target price by 20 something cents. That's right. Look at this. Here it is over here. We actually missed by 22 cents because we wrote off the Technesis debt. All right. We wrote that off, which was a great idea, because now on this next earnings call, that can't be held over us. That can't hang over us. Okay. That Technesis thing has been written off. It was a genius move by Anthony Noto, another very intelligent move that he made. Now, I want you to also know something, that every time that this price here has dropped into this price range, guess who's bought it besides Catfish Tyler? Every time it's dropped down into this price range, Anthony Noto steps in. So I would not be surprised at all to see him come in again today on this price. I would not, because this is where he likes to buy. All right. I'm just letting you know that. I could be wrong, but I've seen it before. So I would not be surprised at all to see Anthony Noto scoop up some more shares here at this price. Would not. All right, what do we got over here? Harry Toe, good morning, Catfish and everyone. Tim, another 1,000 shares at 744. Beautiful. From Crypto MTG, he can't step in this close to earnings. All right, he may not be able to step in this close to earnings, but I can tell you one thing: he's tempted to, because every time it's ever gone to this price, he's gotten more. He likes it there. He likes it right here where it is, and I like it right here where it is. I love this price. And you know what? There's one or two things you can do. You can get upset about SoFi when it gets manipulated down to a price like this, or you can just be grateful to the shorts that made it happen. Blessed, because we're blessed to be able to get this massive company with such great earnings and revenue and growth at this price. It's just amazing, and we should be grateful to the good Lord above and say, thank you, Lord. That's what we should do. That's what we should do. I'll stick with that. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now we've got 62 people here. Now here's what I want to show you guys, besides just this SoFi information that I've got to give to you this morning. I want you all to look here, because there's a lot of people here because they're a little bit worried maybe that they own the stock at a higher price and they're seeing it manipulated down. But folks, look what happened before the earnings call that came out on July the 31st. Look where the price was 9 days before that at 1013. Look how the price was manipulated down, manipulated down, manipulated down, manipulated down, manipulated down to 894 to see it go up 30% on earnings day. Okay? So, folks, this is nothing you should be surprised by whatsoever. And by the way, if you are enjoying what you're listening to here and you like what you're hearing, and this makes you feel a little bit more confident, then I hope you'll hit the like button and help me get this shared with more people, because they need to know about the manipulative tactics on this stock. And I'm going to show you right now even more manipulation over the past year on this stock, and a crazy history of nothing more than pure manipulation of this stock. And I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm going to bring this page up a little bit bigger here so you all can see this that are new to this channel. There's been many here before that have seen this before, but I like to show it to you new folks so that you can understand this. Okay, just let me move this mic a little bit. All right, so we're going back to last year, and it would have been actually the year prior. It would have been on October 31st. Okay, Halloween. Here you go. The share price of this stock was at $5.44. You could have bought 100 shares of SoFi on October 31st for $5.44 a share, and that would have cost you $544. Now, look what happened the next day when earnings came out. When earnings came out right here on the 1st, the price went up $1.03 to 15% gain, 15.9% gain, 647. If you would have shorted at 647, it would have only taken 8 days for the price to have been manipulated down to 494, and you would have made a 23% gain. From that point, if you only waited 6 days, the price would have gone back up to 613, a $1.19 gain, 19% gain. From there, if you would have waited about a month and a half, the price would have been driven down to 424, a $1.89 down, a 30% gain. If you had gone long at 424, you could have waited a month and 3 weeks and the price was at 824, a $4 gain, 48% up. I show you this to prove that this SoFi stock is one of the most heavily manipulated stocks I've ever seen. From February the 2nd, folks, if you would have waited till April the 26th, the price would have dropped. And if you had shorted here, you would have got it to 566 and made a $2.98 gain, 31% drop. From that price right there on 426, if you had gone long, you would have had to wait only 5 days and the price was at 654. You would have made another 13% gain. From 654, if you had shorted the stock, you would have waited from the 1st to only the 4th, 3 days, and the price would have dropped $1.95. You would have made a 29% gain, folks. Okay? Oh, man. Then from there, if you had gone long at 459 and you had waited just 6 days, you would have made a $1 profit and 18% gain. From there, if you had shorted at 560, you would have had to wait 5 days and the price would have been at 445. You would have made a 20.5% gain. If you had gone long at 445 on May the 15th, within less than a month, June the 14th, you would have been at 1023, made a $5.78 profit, and that would have been a 130.5% gain. Oh my God, people. From there on 614, if you waited only 9 days, the price would have been manipulated down $2.52 to 771, and you would have made a 24% gain. Folks, this is what the hedge funds have been doing. From 623, if you would have waited less than a month, 3 weeks later, price would have gone up to 1013, 242 gain, a 23% gain. And if from there you would have shorted it at 1013, it would have hit 2 days before the earnings call, 894, a drop of $1.19, an 11.74% gain. From there, if you would have waited just 2 days, the price would have gone from 894 to 1170, up freaking 23% gain. From 1170, if you would have shorted it by this date, 818, from that 1170 on 731. So 3 weeks later, price was at 789, a $3.81 drop, a 32% gain. And folks, from that date there, if you would have gone until 825, 1 week later, the price was back up to 826. You would have made a 4% gain. Folks, by the time all that was done, you would have made over a 493% gain. 493% gain, people, and your $544 would have been turned into $21,885. Now, if that kind of information that I just showed you there doesn't prove what I'm telling you about the manipulation of this stock, I don't know what does, folks. I don't know what could convince you. So I show you all this because I think it's very important to understand that this stock that we're looking at here, SoFi, stock symbol SOFI, is most certainly one of the most manipulated stocks that I've ever witnessed. And this makes it a day trader's dream come true. Just like this morning, me buying, let's just put it this way. This morning, you just saw me buy at $7.40 and 7.41. Look at the price now already at 748. If you had bought $1 million worth and then you sold it and you made 8 cents, do you know how much money you would have pocketed? So that's why these hedge funds and these manipulators, these market makers, are making massive amounts of money off of this stock. So I asked you if this kind of information I'm showing to you is valuable information, that you please hit the like button. Now I just realized something. I left my coffee. Yep, $80,000. That's right, 80,000 from Crypto MTG. Saved SAVE taking a beating still, huh? Paul, good morning to you, Paul. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Manny's Wade. Hello, Tyler. Waiting on earnings day. That's right. We're all buying here and we're going to make a ton of money on earnings day. That's right. He can't step in this close to earnings, I understand. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for hitting that like button, because the more people that we can get over here to this channel, the more people will see what I just showed, for example, the manipulation. And it doesn't take long to show and review it, but it's good for everybody to be reminded, because it's easy to get down and getting feeling discouraged when you see this kind of manipulation on the stock and when you see this kind of manipulation on the entire market. I say it's manipulation because I went to the finance homepage, try to see what was going on with the futures, why they're so down. Stocks open lower after retail sales data comes in hot. Does that make any sense to anybody whatsoever? Retail sales blew away expectations and stocks open lower. Well, that open lower, they're opening lower, people, because the shorts, once again, and the hedgies that are shorting the market are caught off by that. And they say, my God, we've got to work together to run the price down, just like they're doing with SoFi now before they all start accumulating more shares of it. And you can come over here and you can check this out. If there's any real fear in the market over the price of SoFi dropping, don't you think these institutions would be selling? Don't you think the 738 institutions would all be going, oh my God, we got to get out of this? No, they're not selling. They're accumulating more. They're buying more shares of SoFi stock on days like this, just like we are. They're dollar cost averaging down. They're not giving up their positions. None of them have sold. They're holding on to them. 680 long only, 26 short only. The ones that are making this move are the 32 long and short. Okay. Those are the ones that are manipulating on a daily basis on this stock, and they're trading it just like I am. All right. Yes. Good morning, Tyson Durfee. Good morning to you. Welcome. We're showing everybody that the stock market all being manipulated down this morning by shorts and hedge funds who got surprised because guess what? December retail sales beat. They were strong. December retail sales caught off the shorties and hedgies that are shorting the market. And they called each other and said, shit, we got to get this thing taken care of, guys. Let's run it down. Let's make Yahoo write a headline that the reason prices are falling in the market this morning is because retail sales data was better than expected. That's right. Yeah, that makes perfect sense for the whole market to crash because retail sales data was better than expected. Yeah, I'm buying that. I want to thank you all for being here and hitting the like button for me so we can get this channel shared with as many people as possible. As you can see, my thumbnail today, it is a struggle. It's a struggle. It's like pushing that big, huge boulder up a hill, and that big, huge boulder is nothing more than shorts. Okay, that's just a big round block of shorts that we're pushing up this SoFi hill, and we're going to push it up all day long. We're going to push it up all day long, and don't be surprised at all to see this whole market mysteriously turn around. mysteriously, once they've got it down here at 10 o'clock, watch it mysteriously all start to change. And then suddenly, without any rhyme or reason, turn around and start going back up again. Because Shorty is making a lot of money by getting these prices down here where they can and then buying out of their shorted positions. So they're selling it down, selling it down, selling it down, selling it down to buy out of their positions because they got caught off by this news about December retail sales beating to cap a strong 2023. All right. So that's what they're doing. I could be wrong about that, but I do not believe so. Okay. I don't think so. Now, what I want to remind everybody is I am not a financial advisor. I am someone who knows how to study charts. I know how to study the volume, and I also know how to understand manipulation when I see it. And folks, I can tell you right now, I think we're going to see a total turnaround of this market from now until the end of this week. And I saw this same exact maneuver last week. They tried it on us on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Look at the chart over the Nasdaq chart over the last week. I'm going to click on it right now so you can see what I'm talking about. We'll put it in here on the 5-day, and you can see what they did last week. Look what they did all the way till Thursday. They ran the price down all the way to here. On Thursday, it turned around, and Friday, the thing went up 250, 300 points. The Dow, the NASDAQ. So this is just what we keep seeing. And if I go to the 1-month chart here, take a look at what they did. We're going to go over here to this date right here so we can see where it was. It would have been on right about here. Yep, January the 12th. Let's go on here, 9th, 10th. Right here, here's where they started last week on the 10th. And right now you can see where we are. We're on the 17th. So it was 1 week ago exactly. Look at the big manipulation move a week ago. This is the same thing we're seeing now. The same exact thing. The market looked good. It dropped like a rock for no reason whatsoever, all totally manipulated, and then recovered right back off of it. And that's what we're going to see again today, folks, if you ask me. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. I absolutely do not believe so. All right, let's get over here. We got Casey Desselhouse, MRTY Robin Shorty's last ride. That's right. Will you stop trading SoFi once the algorithms give up? No, I'm never going to stop trading SoFi. I'll be trading SoFi until the day I die. That's what I'll be doing. And I'm not worried about what is going on here today in this market because I saw the exact same thing exactly 1 week ago. Is the same day 1 week ago. You can see right here when I look on this, today's the January the 17th. And if you look back here to January the 11th, they played the same game. They played the same game with everybody. And it's no game, actually. It's actually very sad that the manipulators are allowed to do this type of thing. And the SEC doesn't step in and try to stop it because it's pitiful that so many people get rigged and rooked out of the market by a drop like today because they don't understand that all it is pure and simple manipulation. They don't understand it. Just like last week, they did not understand on this same day last week that it was pure and simple manipulation. I told every one of you that it was when it was going on. And sure enough, the next day, the very next day, right back up. Right back up. So here we are. One more attempt by shorties to scare you one out of the market, and then overall to tell everyone the reason that the market is falling is because the retail sales beat expectations. All right, they beat. It says right here on the headline: December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023. Well, Shorty didn't want to hear that. Shorties out there said, oh my God, and we got to manipulate. We got to get this price down. We've got to get out of these positions. The market's going to continue to gain just like they did last week. It was the exact same maneuver, the exact same day, right? So don't be surprised. It's Wednesday, and it was Wednesday last week when they did the same thing. So I like to point this out to you so you guys don't, have a heart attack and don't freak out about the entire market dropping here because watch what's going to happen after they get it where they want it. Okay? After they get this where they want it, they'll all come in and they'll all run it right back up. Up there it is. They already got it where they wanted. I guess that was the number they wanted, whatever number it was. 14,719,999. Well, that's an inverted 666, the 999. Let's see if that was exactly the price. 14,706.23, the day's low. 14,706.23, and it's already gained almost 40 points off of that. What a surprise, everybody. What a total surprise to see that. The market down 1.34%. Watch where it is tomorrow, everybody. And watch where it is, by the way, even this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised at all, just like when they ran it down last Wednesday, 180 points. They made it drop last Wednesday, and it was green by the end of the day. Yep. I told everybody that it would be. I said, don't be surprised to see the market actually green today after this manipulation. And sure enough, the NASDAQ kept going up and up and up, was green by the end of the day, that day. So this is just one more repeat movie. We've seen this movie before. There's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to have fear. There's just manipulation here going on, folks. That's all it is. All right, now one thing I noticed, yeah, let's see here. Carl Seamark, definitely scared, but I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, good deal. There's no reason to be scared. That's why they do this, because they want to instill fear in everyone. They know that they can trigger everybody to be emotional. They know retail market is emotional, that they trade on fear, and they trade on greed, and they trade on these emotions. So they take advantage of them. They absolutely do take advantage, just like they did last Wednesday. So I just showed all of you that so that you'd understand that. Now, please just give me a minute. Let me go get me a hot cup of coffee because I forgot to bring one in here this morning. And I like to get my coffee in me. So let's get some coffee over here and I will be right back. And right now I'm going to put this screen up so you can all see who King Cat was yesterday. And it was actually right here. Bam. Trey Brown, who benefits for being the King Cat today because Trey Brown made a nice donation yesterday to my cause. And I want to thank you, Trey, for doing so. Be right back, everybody. Ah. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me, King Cat at the bottom. And now it's time to turn things back over to Catfish Tyler. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. And we love you, everybody. All right. Hey, look, I got my hat back on, man. Got to keep my head nice and warm in here. Put this back down here. I want to thank you all for being here. Look at the market. Mysteriously headed north now. No more 230 points down. Now it's already regained 50 points. No one can explain why. No one knows why the market had to drop 230 points this morning. But I got news for you. It had to be done. with those headlines. And look at the price of SoFi, back to 750 now. Holy cow, man. I wish they'd do this more often, give us this kind of big swings. Oh, that's right. They do it every single day, don't they? They do it every single day. Every single day, folks. And then regarding my SoFi message board posting this morning, you can see here, folks, this pre-earnings rundown is something none of us should be surprised by. Look back to July the 19th, and you can do it right here. Look back to July the 19th, and I show everybody to do this right here so they don't have fears. Price was $10.13. Somehow over the next day after day after day after day, they ran it down to $8.94. And then 2 days later, the price was at $11.70. That's right. $8.94 to $11.70, a 27% gain on earnings day, and we did not even announce GAAP profitability on that day. And look at that massive volume that came in to run the price up to $11.70. And the thing that was so surprising about that was we missed the street by 20 cents that day. So, folks, this is something you shouldn't be worried about. And the difference between then and now is that there's only one real difference from then to now, and that is on July 31st. When we hit 1170, SoFi was not announcing GAAP profitability on that date. So I just want you all to be aware of that. As you can see here, 5 likes of what I put up there this morning for everybody. And yep, that's right. And these people that are bashers on this board, oh, way bigger drop, won't regain any highs. Yep, obviously SoFi stock is being manipulated. There is no justification for this unless you take its debt into it. There is no debt. That's the funny thing. There's no debt. And by the way, there's no real fear and scare in the market when if you go to the home page here, and you can see there's no real fears in the market other than that being set by those that are manipulating it right now, because December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023, folks. And it says stocks open lower after retail sales data comes in hot. Does that make any sense to anyone whatsoever? No, it makes 0 sense. Zero. Nothing logical about it at all. And by the way, you should be taking a look now at the Dow, okay, which was just down about 90 points, all right, and even more in the pre-market and I guess I'll have to get over here, and hopefully I still have it on maybe this one here. Look at that. Dow futures down 204 and the NASDAQ futures down 259. They just changed it to 103, but it was down 204. The Dow futures down 204, and now look how much it's down, 48. See? Total manipulation, people, and now it's only down 39. So there you go. There's the perfect example of market manipulation, an attempt to scare people out of their shares and then turn around and run everything green. And it's just sad that it's allowed to occur in the marketplace. But this is part of the reason that so many people and retail investors get in the market and then get out for good, because they just get rooked. It's rigged. They get the understanding how rigged it is. And they lose a lot of money. And then they say, I'm never going back in there again. And believe me, this is to the hedge funds' desires. They don't want people, retailers in there. They like to be able to manipulate and control the market. They like it a lot. So just hang in there with us, folks. There's nothing to be fearful of except fear itself here. Trust me. This is all manipulation. And I want you to look here at this one. Let's go in here and see how they've done this today. We're going to do the 1-day chart here, not the 6-month. We're going to go to the 1 day. And let's see with what volume they've been able to manipulate the price down. We go to the summary page over here. And what do we find? Well, has it been a massive amount of volume? Yeah, 10 million shares they've already traded in 45 minutes. 10 million shares to try to manipulate the price down. But I got news for you, folks. When they do turn this thing loose, and we are now 8 days away from earning, and the difference is the last time they were able to run it down until 2 days before earning to 8.94. This time, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I think we've got the low today. I could be wrong, but I think the low was achieved today, the lowest it'll ever be and may ever see again. So I'll have my buy orders at $7.40 today to prove it in history if that's the lowest we've ever seen. And maybe, possibly, the lowest we ever will see, folks. Now let's take a look at a few other things that are going on in the market. What's BITF at today? Well, barely down. Let's go look at the Bitcoin price today. Looking good. It's actually up a tiny bit. No problems there. Let's go look at SoFi institutional ownership. We can see that it hasn't changed at all. So even on the last 2 days manipulation, and actually over this final past week, all of these institutions are still holding their shares. Why? Could it be? Could it just be possible that they know what's going to happen here on this next earnings call in 8 trading days from now? 8 trading days is all we've got left, folks. Look at the date right now. We've got 12 days, all right, of Christmas, basically. 12 days of Christmas. And what I mean by that is I do believe that the price is going to rise every single day this from now until the earnings call. I was wrong about it about 4 days ago, thinking that it was going to do that with only a couple of days of it being red. And I admit when I'm wrong, and I tell people I could be wrong. I tell you people that all the time. So should be a clear understanding that I don't sit here and say I know what I'm talking about and I know for sure and I absolutely guarantee. No, I always say no matter what it is that I'm speaking of, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That's my signature line, and I stick with it. And I could be wrong about manipulation today and the market manipulation today, but I don't think so. Okay. And what's kind of interesting about that is that it can be very visible that I wasn't wrong when you go here to the Dow and you see how much it's down now versus the pre-market Dow down 240 points. Okay. That was ridiculous. That was by pure manipulation. The NASDAQ was down 300 something in the pre-market, now only 180. Oh my gosh. Why? Now only down 179. Why is the NASDAQ only down 179 when it was down 300 points, all right, in the pre-market? Well, because they were manipulating it, folks. They manipulated the pre-market, and they just manipulated the price just now like they did last Wednesday. Exactly the same as they did last Wednesday. Just so you're aware of it. On a side note, I think we got some good things headed our way across the entire market because, as you saw with the Iowa caucuses, well, somebody that everybody said probably would be the front runner is the front runner, and in a very large way. As a matter of fact, my buddy Donald Trump happened to have had the highest percentage victory that's ever been recorded in the history of the Iowa caucus. That 53% was the highest that's ever been attained in the Iowa caucus in the history of it. And they had some very interesting polls that were put out. Let me go over here and see if I can find these. So just give me a second because I think this will be worth mentioning. Go over here. All right. And we're going to put Iowa, CAUCUS polls. And we're going to put down here was Biden victory in 2020 legitimate. Legitimate. All right, here's the polls, and they asked, did everybody think that the polls was accurate? Let me see if I can find this here. Maybe we can find it more on an image chart. Maybe we can find it on chart on images. Let's go over here. All right, look at this. These are some very interesting polls here. And I've got to find this. Here we go. Trump voters, did Biden win legitimately in 2020? 88% no. Oh, how do you like that? 7% yes, 88% no. Okay. All right. Going over here, and this is over here, it says and this is interesting. This was one day ago. They're trying to say CBS News is also trying to show over here one day ago. They've changed it. Did Biden win legitimately in 2020? Says the Republican caucus votes 65% no and 30% yes. Well, what's the difference here? 88% no and 7% yes. Don't understand that. I'm not really clear on that one. And this is so interesting. All of these polls just were outrageously in Donald Trump's major favor. Okay, and Iowa group supporting Trump want candidate who fights for them. 81% think Biden didn't win legitimately. 68%. Immigration voters, 60%. Immigration voters, 60%. So, folks, I just wanted you to see these interesting poll results. And it's interesting because even many of those that proponents of the Democratic Party are no longer supporting Joe Biden. They don't know what to do. The Democratic Party is in a state of chaos. Okay. All right, so I just want to show that to you. Forrestel, let's go over here to Carl Klossbaum, yet another position at 740. We'll buy more if it goes lower. I have the same boat. I bought at 730, 740, and 741 this morning. And I also bought some at 744. Forrest picked up more leaps. Good for you, Forrest. Vieco S, damn, we're going to see 6 again at this pace. No, we're not. Any particular reason for today's dip? Yeah, because institutions don't like buying into SoFi, which they're doing, and I've proven that to you who've looked at me here for days now. Institutions are accumulating. ETF fund managers are buying more SoFi, but they don't like to pay premium prices. They like to run it down first, and then they buy more. Been saying it since the start of January. After the 19th and all the options finish, it will rock it up. All right. All right. Well, folks, guess where we are now? We're on the doggone, we're 2 days away from the 19th. So there you go. And it will rock it up. I believe that too, 100%. I believe everything will rock it up. And the interesting thing that I'm going to answer your question, Vieco Dam, saying any particular reason for today's dip. Well, the interesting reason for the dip is December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023. And here is Yahoo saying a headline that makes zero logical sense. Stocks open lower after retail's sales data comes in hot. So retail sales beat expectations, and that's going to make the Dow and the S&P and the NASDAQ fall? Huh. How is that? How is that? How can Yahoo, with a straight face, put stocks open lower after retail data comes in hot? Folks, that guy's look on his face is the same look everyone has on their face except the market makers. They're the only ones that are not surprised by the drop in the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ because they're causing it right now. All right, just like they did last Wednesday. And if you don't know what I mean, come over here to the NASDAQ chart. Look what happened last Wednesday. 1 week ago, same day of the week, wham! Why? Well, it didn't make any sense then for that drop, and I told everybody, don't be surprised to see the market right back up more than it even lost on Wednesday. I said, don't be surprised tomorrow if it's right back up and even higher than it was today. Well, there was a week ago. You saw the same manipulation. And on that day, before the end of the day, the price had gone green. The NASDAQ went green. After the morning manipulation on January 10th and January the 11th, okay, and look where we are now. We are at January the 17th, all right? After this manipulation on the 10th and 11th, look where the price was by the end of the day on the 11th. See that? right back up. So, folks, don't be surprised to see the exact same thing happen today. Market manipulators running the price down, shaking out the tree, scaring out retail buyers, only to make the price mysteriously then go right back up, just like a week ago, exactly to the day a week ago. All right. So, folks, this is what you need to understand. These market manipulators, they it should be illegal. They should be locked up by the SEC, but instead they just turn their head and they allow for market manipulators to scare people out of the market, scare them out of their shares, cause them to lose tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then run the price right back up after they've done their damage. And that's what I'm calling today. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, because it doesn't make any sense for the market to be dropping right now on the news that sales and retail sales blew away expectations, right? It doesn't. It pure and simply doesn't make any sense. And I can tell you one thing, I'm damn sure glad that they ran this price down on Sofi today so I could buy it again at 740 and 741. I'm very grateful to them. I'm up on those positions, and I'm going to be up on every position I've bought. I'll be selling all of these over the 10s, the 11s, the 12s, the 13s, 14s, maybe up into the higher teens on, and we're just like I says here in my headline, 8 days of trading left. 8 days of trading left. And like Lee Armstrong said here just now, or after the 19th, all the options finish, it will rocket up. And I believe that too. I absolutely do believe it. I believe it. After all those options have been taken up, we're going to see the price start its run. And actually, I believe it has started this morning from $7.38 low. So I didn't take a picture with it with my camera. I wish I had, but I didn't. But I'll be all right with my buy order today showing $7.40 and my buy at 741 and my buy at this price. I bought 500 shares at 744 this morning. When I saw it being driven down, I thought, well, that could be the stop point. So I just went ahead and bought 500 at 744. And I says, well, now I'm just going to wait and see it go right back up. And sure enough, there it is at the number that I got it at. So I'm good on that buy, and I'm very good on my 740 and 741 buy. And I'm going to remain that way. All right. Let me just take a brief moment here. I want to thank you all for being here. And I'd like to ask that you please all consider hitting the like button right now, because the more likes we get on this channel, the more people get sent to this channel. You know, I've had over 250,000 people sent to my channel over the last 28 days because of you guys hitting the like button, and you gals. That's right. Because when you are hitting the like button and you're engaging with chat, I am very grateful to you for doing that. And that just benefits every one of us who are SoFi investors, because the more people get to hear what I'm telling you, the more people will be drawn to the channel, because that's the way the algorithms work. So I ask you now, we've got 60 something people here on the channel with me right now. Please hit the like button. Let's get more people over here to hear this important information that I'm sharing with everyone. Okay, let's do that. So hit that like button. For everyone that hits the like button, you'll be getting the heart. So there's a heart for you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate that one for whoever just put that like him. And here comes a heart for you. And I'm ready to put hearts up for everyone who will hit the like button right now. And I appreciate you doing so, because the more that hit it, well, the more people we get over here to this channel. It's as simple as that. And it's important. There's another one, and I appreciate you doing that, whoever just added that one. And I am going to go take a look, Tyson, at LQR in just a moment. So thank you for hitting that like button. Here's another heart. I appreciate it. There's another like. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want you to know, like I said, it's very simple and easy to see this right here. If you go over here to this, I want a heart. There you go. I got a heart for you. There you go. There you go, Pavilion Invest. You got the heart that you so rightly deserve. Every one of you gets the love that you deserve. I'm going to go over here now. I'm going to get on YouTube, because I want you guys to understand how important it is to hit this like button. All right. And we'll show you right now so you can understand it. All right, it's very important because that's how the algorithms work for YouTube and how more people get sent to my channel. All right, it's important. And I wanted to show you right now how my channel's been doing here since you guys have all been here with me helping it grow. And I'm very grateful to each and every single one of you. There's another like. Thank you very much. There's a heart for you. There's a heart for you. Bam. And there's another heart for you. 7. Everybody coming in with likes. I appreciate it. Kim, like. There's Kimchi. Thank you. So we're going to go over here to my YouTube Studio channel page. And the reason that you need to know, understand, and there's another like. All right, you guys. Thank you, guys and gals. That will help us get more people over here. Now, what I want to show you is right over here. Look right here. Current subscribers, folks. You remember a couple months back when I had a flip about 1,000 subscribers and I finally became monetized? Well, folks, look at that. 1,318 now. And now we're going to go over here to the analytics. I just want to show you this right here. When you come over here to my channel analytics, you can see in the last 28 days, 146 subscribers. My estimated revenue, $492. That's because of you people. Thank you so very, very much. Come over here and I click on see more. And then look right here, folks. This is where you really get into the data that makes people understand what's going on with my channel. See right here where it says impressions? These impressions, it says, are how many times your video thumbnails, that means my pictures, are shown to viewers. And this includes only impressions on YouTube, not on external sites or apps. Folks, look at this. 227,000 people have been sent my channel because of you folks hitting the like button. And there's some more likes coming in. So thank you. Thank you. You can see the importance that it has. 227,000, folks. And if you go back to the original days of my channel, you can see that I was only getting 300, 400 impressions, 495, 507 impressions, 191 impressions. But look at these impressions because of your hitting the like button, growing to 5,000, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, 9,000. They grow and grow. 11,000, 15,000 people. That's a lot of impressions. That's a lot of people. You deserve it. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Ron. Is that income monthly? That is correct. That is income monthly, Ron. That is. So I want to thank all of you that are hitting that like button. You can see here recently 13,000, 14,592. In one day, people, I'm affecting the possibility of 14,000 viewers who watch my channel possibly buying SoFi stock. So you guys and gals, thank you, because this benefits every single one of us on this channel. And look now, we've jumped from 37 up to 48 likes, just like that. So thank you, folks, for doing this. It's very, very important. I do appreciate it. All right. I want to thank you. And I want to thank you so very much. All right. So we're going to close this out now. And I just wanted you to see that right now you can just see that my views, 29,400 views, 7.6 thousand more hours, 4.9 thousand more hours than usual watched, right? 7.6 thousand hours, 4.9 thousand more than usual. See how fast it's growing? It's all because of people like you too. So I want to thank you all for doing that. Thank you very much. Now we're out of this page. We're going to go over back to Yahoo, and we're going to see that now mysteriously the Dow is not down 280 points like it was in the pre-market and the futures. The NASDAQ is not down 320 points like it was in the futures. It's only down 181. And don't be surprised, folks, if the same thing we saw last week happens this week, where the price was dropped by 180 point in the NASDAQ, and in the same day it was back up in green. Because all this is, folks, is market manipulators. Today's market news was good. The headlines, it should say stocks open higher after retail data comes in hot. It says here, December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023. And because of that, The NASDAQ's down to 179 points, people. I got news for you. There's only one way that that can happen, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. GL, I have a 8.5 call expiring 2/2. Should I just sell? I don't like to make anybody, uh, I don't want to give you guidance that can make you make a mistake. So I try to avoid, and as I always try to reiterate with everyone, I am not a financial advisor. All right. I do not have a degree in finance. All I did was happen to get lucky and got on the Wheel of Fortune back in the year 2000 and won a bunch of money, and I started investing with it. And I've just learned over all the years here, the 24 years I've been trading, I've learned from my mistakes. Okay. And I am not here to try to give you advice on what to do with your calls. But I am here to tell you one thing, folks, and many people have asked me, hey, Catfish, how come you don't trade options? Why don't you do, calls and puts? I've never done them. I'm confident in the way that I have my program, and I do not like to be locked into terms. There's nothing that makes me more nervous than being locked into a term, and that creates nothing more in me than anxiety. I can hold on to my shares of SoFi that I bought at $4.66, the 2,500 shares I bought there, and the 2,500 I bought at 467, and I can hold on to those shares as long as I want. And even the ones I'm buying now this morning that I bought at $7.40 and 41 cents, I can hold them as long as I want, and I don't have to get nervous. I don't have to get myself in a corner. I don't get backed up against the wall. I don't have a time crunch. And that creates anxiety in your life. You don't need that kind of thing. Stick with the program that I'm showing you. You buy low, you sell high, and that's all you need to know. You don't play the risky game of what I call the way the people that are doing options, in my opinion, folks, it's a simple way of gambling. Now, of course, any market investment is gambling if you're not studying charts and looking at volume and look at the fundamentals of the company that you're investing in. Okay. You should all know that. But if you make your studies and you do your due diligence and you look at things like a chart like this, and I'm going to show it to you right now. You look at this chart and you see this 45-day moving average and 50-day moving average on the 6-month chart yank off a 12-12 date and go right on up over the trend line, folks. Then you look at the 200-day, which is manipulated down below this lower trend line, and then bam, crosses over that trend line on December the 28th and never looks back. You don't worry. You just hang in there and hold on to your shares because the long-term charts do not lie. Regardless of the daily manipulation efforts, folks, the long-term charts here tell the story. They tell the story. They tell the pathway of this stock. They look just like the stocks charts when you look at this chart here. They look very similar to these charts over here, just like here. Look at this revenue, annual revenue growth, up, up, and up. That's exactly what the 200-day moving average line looks like on SoFi from this very date, 12/11. From that date on, nothing has happened to the 200-day moving average but up and up and up and up. And you can all see that very, very clearly, can't you? And this is just the beginning, folks. This jump of the 45 and 50-day moving average crossing that trend line is just the beginning. And you should expect nothing less than to see them attack the crap out of this stock after that happened, because that's fear in the shorts right there building. They get scared. They should be. They should be. I wouldn't want to be a shorter of this SoFi stock for anything. You couldn't make me touch this as a short position with a 20-foot pole, people. Not when I'm looking at these charts right here and I see the 45-day moving average cross over the 50-day moving average and never drop below it again. Regardless of what they've done over this last 10 days right here, folks, That 200-day moving average continues to climb even with this activity you're seeing daily, isn't it? Yeah, you can all see that very clearly. So don't worry about the daily manipulation effort, folks, because it isn't going to hold up. And as someone just commented here, options are going to expire on the 19th, folks. The 19th, right here. Options are going to expire on Friday. And then this thing is going to rocket, people. That's what was said here by our buddy up here, Lee Armstrong. And you can bet on that happening right here. Says, been saying it since the start of January. After the 19th, and all the options finish, it will rocket up. Yes, Carl. And Carl says, strong economy delays rate drops. Yes, Carl. Or the consumers are putting it on credit debit. Eventually, it will break. That's right. Lee Armstrong doesn't change SoFi's strategy though. That's right. They can excel in their either market. That's right. They can improve in either market. That is right. Tyson Durfee, check out LQR. Gonna go over and check it out in a moment. I want a heart. Yep. Like. Thank you very much. Good morning, friends. Hello, Susan, and welcome to the tank. Ron, is that income monthly? Yes. Yes, you deserve it. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Ron, for letting me know that. Pavilion Invest, as long as we rock it by September. Yep. GL, I have an 8.5 call expiring 2/2. Should I just sell? Uh, I don't know. That's going to be your call. You're the one that made that decision to do that. I can't give you any guidance on that. I'm sorry. I watched Dumb Money, the movie about GameStop. Okay. Yep. Lee Armstrong, any good? Question mark. I'm not sure. Was the movie any good? Tyson Durfee, was that movie any good? Wants to know. Dumb Money. Tyson Durfee, it was. Just gave me some insight on shorters. Do it. Big money. There you go. GL, hold your contracts until after earnings, Roberto says. All right. So there's a tip for you, GL. Hold your contracts until after earnings. Okay. Roberto, wait to see if SoFi gaps up after earnings, and it will, in my opinion, in a big way. Dan Wynn bleeding every day. SoFi, where is the bottom? Dan Wynn, the bottom was reached this morning when the price hit $7.38. That was it. It's over. I'm calling it. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Folks, we're now 8 days away from the earnings call. 8 days. 8 days. I agree with Roberto. Hold till earnings. You are down a lot on them or just bought them. All right. Are you down a lot on them or you just bought them? Bought on 111. All right. Just be cautious. Everybody, I don't know a dang thing about options trading. I don't. I'm an old 62-year-old fart who doesn't know anything about options trading. I've never done it because I like the solidity of what I'm doing. And that is simply the old school buy low, sell high. All right. And you guys have seen me do it that are here on this channel. You've seen me do it over and over and over, where I've bought on the lows and I've told you where I was going to sell on the highs, and I've sold on those highs. And those that are here with me on this channel know that to be absolutely true. That I've done that over, and I've done it over, and I've done it over and over and over again. I do not hold long except for my core position, which happens to be at this stage about 30,000 shares is my core position. I currently hold 53,000 shares, 53,800, now 53,900 shares is what I'm sitting on, 53.9. And I'm not going to be selling any of those shares unless some news comes out and makes this price spike up into the 11s, 12s, 13s, and 14s because that's where my sell orders are. Now, you might be asking, Catfish, why in the world would you have sell orders in such ridiculously high prices? Well, those numbers I just gave you aren't even close to as high as I have my sell orders in on this stock. I have my sell orders in all the way up to $37.48. That's right. Because I've seen what can happen when an announcement is made that people don't expect. I've seen what can happen. Now, it's very unlikely that anything's going to be made in an announcement form like that between now and the earnings call because sort of they're not allowed to do that right now. Within 30 days of an earnings call, they're not really allowed to do that, to make a big move or make a big announcement like that. because and I don't know why. To me, it seems ridiculous. But anyway, their hands are a little bit tied right now on what they can do in management to make the price rise because they are held by the accountability by the SEC, which has certain rules leading into our earnings call coming up. But I can tell you one thing, folks. In my opinion, you can't beat the price that we just bought it for this morning at $7.38. All right. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, those of you that are new to this channel that just came in here, I see we've got a lot of people that are coming in right now. I want to ask you to please hit the like button and let's get even more people over here to this channel because what I'm showing people is going to make you feel better about whether you should invest in SoFi or should be holding on to your positions or selling. So I'm going to go over here to this date right here, July 31st. But prior to that, look what happened here when the price was at $10.13 on July the 19th. 12 days before the earnings call, the price was at 1013 and suddenly we started seeing volume levels of 40 million, 34 million, 26, 38, 34, 45. And the whole time that that was happening, the volume was pushing the price down. It went from 1013 to 999 to 970 to 978 to 954 and dropped all the way down to 894, folks. You're talking about a 22% drop in SoFi's price. And 2 days later, it was at 1170, up 27%. On the earnings call, that strangely enough went up that much when we didn't even meet the street. We missed. We missed by 22 cents. And the price and the volume was the highest volume that this stock has ever seen in one day when we missed the street. The volume reached 210 million shares and the price went to 1170. And guess what? Everybody here on this channel that was with me can attest to this fact. We all sold at $11.66 that day because I knew it was being manipulated and I told everybody as such. On that day, July 31st, I told everyone we're going to sell this stock at 1166. And I sold almost half of what I was holding that day at 1166. Why? Well, because then I could buy it back and 90 days later at $6.41 a share, almost half what I sold it for. That's what I like to do, folks, and that's what you should be prepared for here on this next earnings call. Now, some people have said, hey, Catfish, how high do you think the price is going to go on this next earnings call? Well, based on the price that the rising from 894 to 1170, let's see how much that was without us being gap profitable or announcing gap profitability. 11.70 minus 894. 8.94 equals a $2.76 gain on a day when we missed by 22 cents. Okay? And that's why I told everybody that day, this looks like manipulation by hedge funds and market makers. We better sell at 1166 because it looked unreal that we had these great earnings calls and gone and beat the street, meet the street, and the price had been dropping after those earnings calls, and then to see it turn and run up so much on this one when we missed the street made me very suspicious of it. And that's why I said let's sell at 1166. And many of you did, and congratulations for doing that with me. All right. Now I want to let you know something else, folks. The reason that I'm so optimistic about this next earnings call and what's going to happen is because, as I just showed you, if the price can go from 894 2 days before the earnings call to 1170 without gap profitability, and 210 million shares are traded on that day, what do you think is going to happen on this next earnings call when Anthony Noto announces gap profitability and we see 500 million shares traded instead of 210 million? Now, why could that possibly be? Well, because for the first time in this company's existence, ETFs who have rules that don't let them buy into a stock or a company until they become profitable, those ETFs and those fund managers will finally be able to buy into this gold mine. All right. They will be able to they will no longer be restricted by their bylaws and rules, and they're going to be able to buy into SoFi. And folks, I'm going to get my camera out on my phone right here, because what I intend to do right now, possibly, is get a photograph of SoFi at a stock price the lowest it will ever be again. So I'm going to take a picture of it right now here at this time of day at $7.41. Now I need to refresh the page because it's not actually showing me the real time. So I want to make sure and get this. And I want to be able to get a picture of SoFi at the lowest price it ever was this year. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So I got a picture of $7.41 right there. And I already can see the low was at 738. So I'm going to basically be taking a series of photographs here to see if they can get to that low again. And I would love to capture that price at 738 again if they can get there. And as you can see, I got a big smile on my face because I have no worries or fears whatsoever that the price is going to stay here. And they can't even get it there again. They can't get it there again. So, folks, just feel even more confidence by the fact that they cannot even get the low back down to $7.38 here. And the new low is now $7.41, which at least I got a picture of that. And I did actually buy this morning at 740 as well. So I was kind of hoping to see him be able to push it down there again to that number. But as you can see, there's no way that's going to happen. All right. So even at the lunchtime low, I don't see it happening, but I'll have my camera ready just in case. And we'll give them a chance. We'll see what they can come up with. But I got news for you, folks. This is all history repeating itself. And when we saw this last rundown that we saw, and I want you to know something. Let me get rid of this right here and close this off the bottom of this. I'm going to ask all of you that are here now, because I see we've got another 15 or 20 people here with me right now. I go back to history to try to determine the future. And I went back in history to an earnings call that came out on July the 31st. And what I see is 10 days before that, the price had hit $10.13. And what I see is, like the 10 days ago when they started running SoFi down, they ran the price down, 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 down. They ran the price down to $8.94 from $10.13, which is the same activity we're seeing right now. But once it got to that $8.94, folks, on July the 27th, and let's go see what day July the 27th was, just for kicks and grins. Let's go see what July the 27th was. Let's go see. July the 27th. What do you know? That was on a Thursday, everybody. That was on a Thursday. Okay? And where are we today? Wednesday the 17th. All right? So just be aware, all right? I'm showing you history that on that day, they got it to the lowest they could, and then it went up 27% on earnings day. I already just showed you it was up $2.76. And on this day, we were not announcing GAAP profitability, people. So if the stock price can be run down from 1013 to 894, and then from 894 jump to 1170 without being GAAP profitable, what do you think is going to happen this time? Of course, they're going to run it down and shake the tree and get as low as they can here before this earnings call, because they want to be able to capture these shares from people at the 738 price. And I see 1170 beyond that on earnings day. I have my sell orders in as high as $37, because once all these institutions are able to come in that heretofore have not been able to make entry, I expect to see the price leap beyond 1170, and I expect to see the volume way over what we saw back here in July, because on July, when the volume reached 210 million shares, That was institutions, hedge funds, market makers manipulating the price to this 1170. And the reason they did is because they wanted to shake out weak hands after that for the next 3 months, which they did. They stayed after SoFi. They stayed after them, borrowing on the average of 13 million shares a day. And it was easy to manipulate it because the volume was only 28 million, 37 million, 26 million, 27 million, 23 million, 22 million. When they were using and borrowing 13 million shares to short with each day, and the volume, that was half of the volume that was being churned out every day. So it was very, very easy when the volume was 17 million and 18 million and 19 million to manipulate it down when it was only 15 million, 16 million. And the shorters were borrowing 13 million a day to short it with, folks. It was so easy for them to keep making the price fall and fall and fall and fall and fall all the way down to November the 24th when the price hit $6.41. November 21st, there it was. So, folks, they ran it up to 1170 and they made a fortune as they manipulated it down on very low volume to a price of 641. They made a fortune off of this stock. And they're trying to do the same thing now, people. They're trying to do the same thing now. That's what they've been trying to do. Well, you can see now there's no way it's going back to 738 again. The support is already there and too strong. And you can see now that the Dow is not going to end up red today after they had it down 320 points in the pre-market on Dow futures. Look at that Dow about to turn green today. And look at it just stair-stepping, 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 stair-stepping. It looks beautiful. It looks like exactly what SoFi is going to look like come earnings day. This is the kind of chart we're going to see on earnings day on SoFi, folks. And I'm going to take pure advantage of it when it happens. When this price runs up here and drops that much, I'm going to buy it there. I'm going to sell some of it there, probably 5,000 shares there. I'm going to buy 5,000 back when it's here. I'm going to sell 4,800 shares here and I'll buy back 4,800 there. I'm going to sell 5,000 shares here and I'm going to buy back 5,000 shares here. I'm going to sell 5,000 shares here and I'm going to buy them back on the little drop. I'm going to do it all day long. You guys are going to watch me on earnings day. You're going to watch me do it. Now we got 73 people, 74 folks here on my channel with me right now at this time. I'd like to ask you please to consider hitting the like button, because the more people we can get over here to see this information that I'm sharing with you, the more people might be inclined to buy into this stock. I go back over here to show you how important it is to hit the like button. And we're going to get over here. Dan, anybody? Let's see here. Where do we think the price will be on the 29th? I'm not answering that question again, Bilal. I answered that question for you yesterday. Sorry. You said it went in green yesterday, though. I also said I could be wrong. All right. Just like I say every single day, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That's what I say every day, every 7 days a week, 31 days a month, if there is 31, and 360 days a year. I say I could be wrong, right? All right, Dan, how confident are we? How confident are we on earning profit? I'm very confident on it because I can tell you right now, the CEO of this company, Anthony Noto, owns 7.2 million shares of this stock. And do you think that he would be reiterating over and over that we're going to be gap profitable, including the last fireside chat with Goldman Sachs, and then not be profitable? The guy would open himself to all kinds of liability if he was making a claim that SoFi was going to be gap profitable on the next earnings call and then not be that. And just think how much it would cost him if he owned 7.23 million shares of SoFi if there were not gap profitable. Okay. So that's how confident I am we will be turning the profit. Mickey Maki, past performance is not an indicator of future results. Not always, but there's a saying, Mickey Maki, that goes, history often repeats itself. And I don't think that saying would be as prominent as it is if it wasn't true. I'll just put it that way to you, okay? History does often repeat itself. And those who are ignorant of the past and the past experience are destined to see the future have the same result. Okay? So don't be stupid. Don't be foolish and neglect the past, because the past can often be an indicator of what the future has in store. Not 100% of the time, but most of the time. And that's why the saying is that history often repeats itself. Okay? There you go. Dan Wynn, anybody read the article from TipRank? Why you shouldn't buy into SoFi stock according to Deutsche Bank? Well, because they're a bank. But the KBW downgrade of SoFi 10, 11 days ago was a bank, people. They all hate Morgan Stanley on July the 13th owned $58 million worth of SoFi stock and downgraded us on July the 13th. And now, mysteriously, they hold over $70 million. That's right. On July the 13th, Morgan Stanley made the SoFi price drop from $9.54 the day before to $8.77 on their downgrade. And then they piled in and doubled their position on SoFi. Okay? So don't give a dang about what Deutsche Bank has to say, because they're a bank. Good Lord. Mickey Mock, it don't matter what SoFi is doing now. SoFi is just consolidating like a coiled spring, waiting to break out after earnings. That's exactly right, Roberto. I'm with you. All right. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. I appreciate it very much. Those of you that just helped out. Bought 400 more at 743. Nice. Cha-ching. Very good. You can see that's the bottom. According to the bank who doesn't want competition. That's right. Casey Dresselhouse, I'm broke. Bilal Khan. Bilal, where do you think the price will be on the 29th? I've already answered that question. Golly. Mickey Maki Salapets. I hope so, Roberto. Yep. Casey Dresselhouse, 11:39 sounds like a good number. Yep. Yes, indeed. Bilal Khan. Okay, I'm buying more. Yeah. Very good. Right now. Good. Casey, don't be taking my advice, Bilal. Casey Dresselhouse says, don't be taking my advice. Tyson Durfee, I'm not selling my 5,160 sites until it hits $16. Good for you. And don't even sell it all then. What you guys should do, do you think this will follow the Palantir path? I do, absolutely. And it has already. It's been following that path. On the day when I bought it at 466, I told everybody, man, this thing looks like it's going to do what PLTR. And I own Palantir too, PLTR. I own it. I own it. I own it from the $11 price range, PLTR. Run from $6 to 12 on profitability, then drops to 8 before going to 19. Yes. There you go, Jason. That's what you need to say. That's exactly what I believe. Tattoo Lady, Tattoo Chance Lucky. Like the video. Thank you. Thank you. Jason, yes, like this, please. Please like this. Folks, the more likes we get of the 72 people that are here, the more this channel gets shared with more and more people. And look now at the Dow Jones Industrial that was down 320 points in the pre-market futures, now down 11 points. And I told you the same thing was happening with the NASDAQ today that happened a week ago. For those of you that don't know what happened to the NASDAQ a week ago, I'm going to show you right now. Look what happened exactly 1 week ago to the day. Look at this manipulation on January the 11th. Started on January 10th. Look at the manipulation. Look how they ran it down. And look what happened on the same day. On the same day when it was down 180 points. I told everyone that day, don't be surprised to see the NASDAQ go green. And I had a lot of people saying, are you crazy, Catfish? The NASDAQ's down 180 points. How could it possibly go green today? Well, it did. This was last week, 1 week ago, January the 11th. Look at the price. It had dropped right here. Look where it was, 14,970. And the price fell to 14,820 something, okay? All right? And then the same exact day by that afternoon was back up to 14,957. How do you like that? It started out of the gate. It went up to 14,970. And look what the number here is. They're showing 14,96666 would have been the number they tried that day. 14,96666. And it was actually 6667. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. And I told everybody on that day, I said, don't worry, this morning's manipulation is all it is, market manipulation. And I've been telling everybody that was here on this channel today, don't worry, what you're seeing right now is nothing more than market manipulation. And now take a look at the Dow that was down 320 points in the futures. 320 points on the futures market. I don't even have it here. Here it is. And then they had it down at 103 points down. The NASDAQ down 259 in the futures. And then look where the Dow is now, about to go green. Look where the Dow is now, folks. What a coincidence. And I mentioned this to everybody this morning when I saw the Yahoo Finance News. This title doesn't make sense, this headline. December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023. That's the main headline. Stocks open lower after retail sales data comes in hot. Why? That's what I asked this morning early. Why would the futures be down so much, 103 on the Dow and 200 and something on the NASDAQ, when stocks open because retail data comes in strong? It didn't make any sense. And I've explained to everybody right then and there, the only reason it is because shorties and hedge market managers got caught off by that data. They were not expecting retail sales to be that strong. They were expecting everybody in the economy is in such a turmoil and everybody's making so little money now and don't have any savings and everything else and credit cards. They didn't expect it, folks. And so they were caught off by it. And they had to run the price down once they were caught off. That's the way they work, folks. That's just the way they work. And look at the Dow now down 7 points. 7 was down, scaring everybody out of it this morning. And suddenly it turns around and is going to turn green. Exactly like I predicted a week ago and the same thing I predicted today. And people just think I'm out of my mind when I say these things, but you can see now I wasn't. And I wasn't wrong. And I wasn't wrong about the NASDAQ either. You'll find that to be true too. You'll just see it all happen. You can sit around and watch it all day, just go up and up and up, mysteriously rising higher and higher and higher and higher all day long. What a surprise. What a surprise. And by the way, as does the NASDAQ, so will Sofi. I've told you this before, people. Yep. Here we go. A lot of people coming in here. I want to thank you for hitting the like button. Let's have a guess how high it will pop. If it pops, let's go up here. Tyson Duffy, don't forget to check out LQR. Okay, thank you. Yeah, let me get over there. I did do that. I said I was going to do it, and I didn't. LQR. Stop. Yahoo. All right. Okay. Why is it moving up so much? What's the news? LQR House announces an increase of its share buyback program to 5 million. Oh, yeah. See, here's another thing that Anthony Noto might have down the pike for SoFi is a share buyback. And I would love to see them do that. You can see what kind of results it could have. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this, but we're looking at the 6-month chart too. Ooh. No wonder they did it. That's a hideous looking chart right there. Whoa. Be careful, folks, on that. I've seen this before, folks. You can see spikes on share buyback news, but the bottom line is it doesn't change the fundamentals of the company. It does not change the statistics and the fundamentals and the analysis of the company, a share buyback. So be cautious, okay? Be cautious. That's all I can tell you. There's a reason that for the last 6 months, this price has gone from up here at $180. And by the way, there's no way that that's possible. 234 all the way down to this price here. That has to be because of share splitting. Okay. This company has split shares and split shares and split shares and split shares and split shares over and over. I love you. You look good. Yep. Have a great day. Have a good time with Maisie. Woohoo! Yeah, be very careful about this one, folks. That's all I can tell you. Now you can see that it's spiking right now and it's really going berserkly up, but I would be very, very cautious and I would be in and out of this stock if you buy any here now. I would be quickly in and I would be quickly out. I would not hold this more than an hour, okay? That's what I'm going to say about that one, and I'm done. All right? The fundamentals are there that have made it continue to fall for 6 months, and a share buyback isn't going to save them, folks. And the reason that I showed you just then that 240 a share price, and now it's down to $2 and something, that can only be done by split after split after split after split. And they do that all on the backs of us, the retail buyers. Okay. So just, yeah, I would, like I said, if you're in and out. Don't stay in that thing. That's what I would suggest. Meanwhile, we jump back over here to see the Dow just continuing to make its nice little up, down, little pullbacks, up, pull back, up, pull back, up, pull back, up, and it's going to go green before the day's over. It'll be green. You can see it's almost there right now, even. All of these markets just mysteriously starting to make gains again. What do you know? What a big surprise. Huh. Who would have ever guessed that? I don't know. I don't know who would have guessed it. Like looking right here at the Bitcoin, I'm keeping an eye on Bitcoin too because I like to. Want to stay over here and let's see how many institutional holders have sold under this manipulative move down. None. Not a single one. Still 738 from yesterday. So, and even the day before. So I want you all to be very, very aware of the fact that none of these institutions are selling their positions because they're not falling for the MM action either. And look at this NASDAQ, watch it continue to climb, and by the end of the day, probably be green, just like it was 1 week ago. Exactly 1 week ago, on this exact same day, they pulled the same stunt, and it turned out to be total manipulation. There it was on July the 11th, and today's the 17th. Look at it drop, 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 all the way down here to 14,805. They had it to 14,805 or something. And then look what happened the same day. Went right back up and turned green at the end of the day. So, folks, you got to understand what this is. This market manipulation today is the exact same manipulation we saw last week. And look at them manipulate it down. And I bet you it was virtually the same amount. Look where it was. It was at 14,970.53. And let's just go over here to the historical data to the 11th. Let's just go do this. Because I want to show you guys something, how history often repeats itself. All right. So we're going to go back here to the 11th. All right, here we are. And let's just go and see how much they made the price drop. And was that the date that I was looking at? Let's go over here. Hold on a second. Ah, darn it. Dooby-dooby-doo. Let's go back over here to the summary page chart. Make sure I don't give any misinformation here. I like to be very accurate with the information that I provide. So we're going to the 1 month chart. And we really want to do it on this right here. We make it very simplified. There we go. And then we go to the 1 month chart and we go right here. And it was July the 11th, 2024. They're showing the low that day of 14,829. But I actually want to go to July the 11th and see where it really went to. All right. So back here to, I keep saying July the 11th. It wasn't July the 11th, was it? No, it was January the 11th. January the 11th. They ran the price down from a high of 15,063. So get out the calculator. 15063.61 minus 14.8. 14,800.38 equals, they ran it down 263 points. They ran it down 263 points. Let's write that down. Down January 11th, ran it down 263 points. Well, what are they doing today to it? What are they manipulating it down today? Let's go over and take a look at it today. The price hit a high of 14,821.21, and that is today's date, right? The 17th. Yes, 14,821.21. 14,821.21 minus, and the low 14,706.23. 14,706.23 equals only down 114, folks. Only down 114 points today when they were able to run it down a week ago, 263 points. All right? And by the way, if you look at this January the 11th, once they ran it from 15,063.61, and I want to make sure I got the numbers right. We'll check the math. 15,063.61 minus the low 14,800. 14,800.38 equals, yes, 263.23 down. Like I said, folks, manipulation, 263 points they manipulated it down. But look here, after the low that they got it that morning, look where it closed at 14,970, folks. 14,970.19 minus the low of the day, 14,838. 14,800.38 equals up 169 points. All right? It went up 169 points after they bashed it down, people. Okay? That was 1 week ago. We're seeing a repeat of that now, aren't we? They're using the same game, the same tactic, the same maneuvers, scare, shake, fear, intimidation. Everyone's scared to death, and then they run the price right back up. Look at today's range. Where was the Dow? Let's take a look. The Dow's range was at 37,361.60. 37,361.60 minus to a low of 37,190.29 minus 37,190.29 equals down 171 points today, folks. Ran it down 171 points today, and look at it now, down 33 points. You see what I mean? And by the way, this little pullback right here, we've seen before. We saw it right here, even bigger pullback to right there before they ran it on up. So here we got the same type of manipulative pullback here at 11 o'clock going on, and it's going to continue to rise this afternoon. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I'm glad that you guys are here with me so I can show you how they manipulated this last week on the same day. 1 week ago today, they did it, and they're doing it again today. So don't be surprised when history, I say, often repeats itself. Here's a perfect example of how history is repeating itself today. The same manipulation, and all of this on finance news that should have made the market go up, but instead it was attacked down. That's right. Stocks, look at this headline. Stocks open lower after retail data comes in hot. December retail sales beat. December retail sales beat. The market should be going up, not down. The reason it's going down, or did go down briefly this morning, was pure and simple manipulation by hedge funds, shorters who were shorting this entire market because they are expecting the retail sales were going to be bad today. And they got caught with their pants down. So they had to start doing what they always do. You can rely on them to beat the price down by sell to one another, back and forth, back and forth. Doesn't matter how many millions of dollars it cost them to get the Dow down that far. They made it happen, and they are all cheering that they could get out of those shorted positions this morning when they had the market down, when the Dow was down 171 points. Goodness gracious. Dow down 171. NASDAQ down with 169. Well, now the NASDAQ's down only 140, and guess what? It's going right on up. You can easily see that. You can see the Dow. They're trying to, whoever's behind this manipulative effort today, they've been manipulating here, folks, for basically a whole week, really. Anyway, look at all these stocks in the market today. Look at everything over here. Red, 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 red. Red as can freaking be. All right. Meanwhile, look at them trying to run the Dow down. It was down 33.33, folks, and now 28. It just jumped from 33.33 to 28 down. And it's going to go green today. The Dow will be green even after they ran it down, manipulated it down, 171 points down this morning, now only down 28. What a surprise. And see that? This, like I said, this drop here was similar, and this one wasn't even as big of a drop, and it's already turned and it's going back up. So don't you be surprised one single bit at everybody to see the market's green today by the end of the day. Just like I called last week. I called it last week when they pulled this same game. I called it last week and said, this is all manipulation. Don't worry. The market will be possibly green by the end of the day. I had a flood of people telling me, are you crazy, Catfish? There's no way. The NASDAQ is down 180 points. How could it easily go green? How could it possibly go? Hey, look at that. I'm going to get a picture here. Dadgummit, where's my camera? Where's my phone? There it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Shorty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Goodness gracious, there it is. The lowest the price could ever be recorded right now. I just caught it. I just caught it again. Thank you, Shorts. You did it. Woohoo! Awesome. And I'm going to get everybody's comments that are on here right now on this page. This is going to go on Catfish's Wall of Fame. Fan-freaking-tastic, everybody. Everybody that's here right now commenting, I want you to please hit the like button. Let's get more people over here. Let's get a picture of how many likes there were on my screen and how many viewers. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for hitting that like button, because the more of you that hit the like button, let's go. That's right. Woohoo! Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm so grateful. Can you believe me celebrating so much for catching the lowest price that this stock will ever possibly be ever again? And I just caught it on this camera right now, and the time and the chart and everything. God bless America, and God bless the shorts for giving us that price one more time, and I can take a picture of it. And look at it now. I'm going to keep taking pictures as it rises. God bless you, shorting pieces of turds. And I'm just using some of my buddy, Hurricane Lopez. That's one of his favorite terms, and I like it, so I'll use it too. But I give credit where credit is due. So look at that. I captured the low of the day. Wow, how cool is that? And meanwhile, now I can put this down and I can buy some more. So let me buy a little bit more here. Let's pick up some more. Let's get at least 50 shares here. Review order of my last time. They want me to sign in. Review order. Here we go. Signed in now. Let's put in a limit order at 738 and see if I can get the lowest price so I can hang it on my wall. Limit 738. Well, I'll do 100 shares there. Review order and place it. So I got a limit order of 738 now. We'll see if we get lucky and pick it up. Oh, my tablet's about to run out of charge here. I'm going to have to get it plugged in. Get it plugged in. We don't want it running out of charge right now. Woohoo! Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, I just love these shorters in their desperation. I love them, love them, love them. I'm very grateful to them. Very, very grateful to them. Very, very, very grateful. All right. Let's see if we can get lucky and get ourselves 100 shares here at $7.38. Man, I would love to have that hang on my wall. Come on, baby. Right. And I'm just going to go ahead and put a market share in an order at 739 because that's the lowest I will have gotten. Right here. Let's do 50. Bam, 50 at 739. And yes, we did get that. So that's good. We got 50 at 739. I'll take it. 1 penny away from the low of the day will work for me. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 50 at 739. And I got a 100 share order sitting at 738. I would love to see that fill. I would be so happy. And I'm going to put in another order at 738, but I'm going to try instead of 100 because they may never get me that many shares. I'm going to try and just get it here at 738. We'll try 10 shares. Review order and place it. 10 shares at 738. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. I guess they just don't have the mustard to get it there and hold it there. But God bless them for letting me get it at 739. 1 penny away from today's low. I'll take it, folks. I'll absolutely take it. And by the way, you should probably be paying attention to what is happening across the entire market because right now the S&P looks great. The Dow looks like it could possibly go green. The NASDAQ has continued to go up and up and up, and it should. Because the only reason it was down was because it was manipulated down, everybody, this morning. They got caught off guard by that retail sales news. They were all expecting it to be dismal. And all the shorters and hedge fund and market makers that were expecting the retail sales to come out and report bad, they got caught off guard. So they come at everything and they sell to one another down. And they got it manipulated down and had it down so much this morning as I just showed everybody. And look at that. They were able to get the Dow down 171 points, and now it's only down, what, 28? 21 points. 150-point recovery? Of course that was going to happen because they were the reasons it got down as low as it did in the first place. Market makers, just like last week, folks, that I just showed everybody. And if you like what you're seeing here, please hit that like button and let's get as many likes as we can and get as many people over here on this channel as we can. Because as I showed people this morning, take a look at how many people are getting referred to my channel now. Look at how many people are getting referred. If you click on this, it's incredible that I've been going for referrals of YouTube referring people to my channel has climbed. And you can see here, this is called impressions. How many times my videos were shown to people on YouTube? And you can see way back when that my impressions were as low as 191 a day or 300 a day or 400 a day, okay? Now look what we're getting here because of all the likes that you people are getting in. We're getting 11,000 a day, 15,000, 12,000, 10,000, 13,000, 14,000 in one day. Folks, these big numbers here total up to 227,000 people who've been looking at my channel in the last 28 days. You're talking about 250,000 people who are getting referred to my channel because of you people hitting the like button. All right. And those 227,000 folks, if they all came in on Sofi because of what I shared with them, they're only helping us all out. So make sure you hit the like button, folks. Please make sure you hit the like button because it's that important to this channel's success, and not only to this channel's success, but it's also that important to the success of every one of us, because it only behooves each and every one of us to have more and more people coming to this channel to learn the things that I'm showing to you today. If you're learning something from what I'm showing you, hit the like button, all right? And I'll hit a heart for every one of you that hits the like button. I'm going to put a heart on for you. My wife isn't here, so I can tell you that I'm ready to get a heart on the screen for you if you will hit the like button, right? But my wife is here. I have to refrain from saying such things. But when she's not here, I can say, folks, I will put a heart on for you if you will hit the like button, okay? And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm putting a heart on for you. I got a heart on for you, whoever that was. There, I got a heart on for you. And I'm going to put a heart on for everybody right now on this screen. You all see me. Yeah, there's another heart on. I'm getting more and more heart ons for each and every one of you. Thank you very much. I saw another one just now, so there's another heart on for you. And I got a heart on you, baby, got a heart on you. Hey, right? I got a heart on you, got a heart on you, babe. All right. Thank you very much for being here and joining in on the fun. And we do have a lot of fun on this channel. The folks that are here with me, we get some good laughs. We get some good times. We have a lot of fun. We absolutely do. Let's get back over here. Hey, what do you know? Yeah, I saw it 7:38 now. Just bought some at 7:39. There you go, Dan. What time on earnings day do we think it'll peak? We have no idea of knowing, but it'll probably be in the morning right after the open. This thing's going to run like a rocket ship. All right? It's going to run and it'll probably be right out of the open. And you better have your sell orders like I do, as high as up to 30 something bucks. That's right. Out of all the 53,000 shares that I'm sitting on right now, I have sell orders in already on all those, all the way up to $37.49, because I don't know how high it'll go. Actually, they're at $37.48 is where I have them up to. But look at this. Look at the Dow right now, folks. Look at it. It's about to go green. It was down 0.3%. It was down 171 points. It was manipulated down just like the whole market was manipulated down this morning on this great retail news. And they manipulated it down, everybody. And I want to thank you. Look at that. All right, we're down 23% year to date. What are you talking about, Dan? What are you talking about? I bought this stock at $4.45. How the hell can it be down 23% from $4? I don't understand. You're not making sense to me. You're not making sense to me. I'm sorry. I don't understand you. I don't understand what you're saying or what you're trying to tell everybody, because I can look over here at the summary page and I see the 52-week range. 445 was the low. Okay. And if I go to the 1 year chart, I can see the price a year ago, my friend, was at $5.67. Dan, where are you getting this information? Why are you trying to tell people that we're all down 23% year to date, Dan, when I can prove and show everybody that 1 year ago, January 16th, the price was at $5.67, Dan? Ay, God. You can lead people to water, but you can't make them drink, people. Next, Pavilion, you'll put a heart on the screen. Thank you. Yes, that's right. I put a heart on there for you right then. If you hit the like button, everybody that did, I just put a heart on for you. That's right. Casey Dresselhouse, he's saying year to date, it's down that much. Year to date, it's down that much. Okay. Well, I said, I'm looking at the 1 year chart, folks. I'm looking at the 1 year chart. I'm not looking at year to date. I look at the 1 year chart and I see that everyone that shorted it here is losing money. Everyone that shorted it here is now losing money. Everyone that shorted it here is losing money. The ones that shorted it here are losing. The ones that shorted here are losing. The ones that shorted here are losing. Here are losing. Losers, losers, losers. All right? All losing money. And if you go back even further, it gets even worse for them, because the price was down to $4.45 where many of them shorted it, because they believed David Chiapanzi's downgrade to $2.50, and they shorted it when the price was at $4.45. And many of them are still holding those shorted positions, praying to God that somehow the price will fall to there. Yep. I see what you mean, Dan. I see what you mean. Well, let me show you something else here, Dan, and all you guys that are here with me right now. You worry about, you say we're down 29%. Well, let me show you this. The average manipulation of this stock price over the last year and a half has been 25.48%. And all of you that are here with me right now, some of you are very new to this channel, and I'm going to show you some information here that could blow your mind. Look right here. This is I'm going to show this to you guys one more time. On October 31st, a year and 3 months ago, 4 months ago, the price was $5.44 a share. The next day, it went to $6.47, up 15%. Just 8 days later, it was back down to $4.94, down 23%. Just a few days later, on 11/15, 16 days later, it was back up 19%. Folks, this is the most manipulated stock in the market today. A month and a half later, the price had gone from a high of $6.13 down to $4.24, down 30%. Then from there, on the 28th of December to the 2nd of February, so you're just over a month and a week, the price went from $4.24 to $8.24, up $4, up 48%, people. From there, if you shorted it at $8.24, you could have got bought out at $5.66, and you could have made a 31% gain. From there, if you went long on $4.26, you would have only had to wait 5 days for the price to go up 13%. From there, if you shorted it at $6.54, you would have only had to wait 3 days for the price to drop 29%, folks, down to $4.59. Okay? From there, if you would have just waited from 5.4 until 5.10, 6 days, you would have made an 18% gain and gone up $1.01. If you shorted it at 5.60 and you sold on David Chiavarini's downgrade on May the 15th, you would have made a $1.15 gain and been up 20%. If from there you had gone long at $4.45, in less than 30 days, you would have made a $5.78 gain. You would have gone up 130.5%. From there, if you had shorted it on 6/14, and by 6/23, 9 days later, you would have made a gain here of 24% because the price went from 10.23 down to 7.71. Folks, do you get the picture? When you put up a statistic like that and you say this thing is down, whatever is down, yep, those numbers make sure very good insights. Yes, folks, this stock is so heavily manipulated that had you purchased just 100 shares of Sofi at $5.44, and if you had sold at every high and went short, bought back at every low and went long, sold at the next high and went short, bought back at the low and went long, over this time period, folks, you would have ended up making a gain of, guess how much? 493%. 493% gain, folks. A 493% gain, and that was only as of August the 20, whatever it was, August the 25th. That's how much you would have made. They've continued doing this manipulation even since then. But that $544 that you would have invested to buy 100 shares would have been worth, after that time period, $21,885 for a $500 investment. If you had gone long, gone short, gone long, gone short, gone long, gone short, your $500 investment would have turned into $21,885. Well, guess what? Think about the fact that hedge fund managers and market manipulators aren't buying $500 worth or 100 shares. They're buying 100,000 shares. And think what that kind of money turns into. All right. Just be realizing the reason hedge funds and market makers work this stock so hard is because they make a fortune doing it. Cha-ching. Okay. There you go. Just showed it to you. And there you go. You can understand. Now you can understand. Yep. All right, so let's get back over here. Oh my God, look at that, folks. We got a new low, and I just missed it. Dadgummit, I want a picture of that. There it is. Bam, I got it. Oh, come on, let me get it one more time. Give me that 737 price, you pieces of turds. Come on, you can do it one more time. One more time. One more time. Let me get it. Let me get that price right there. You can do it. Ah, shucks. I got to stop this. I got to get over to this chart. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. I missed it. Ah, man, that stinks. There it is, 737. Come on, you pieces of junk. Get it there one more time. 737. I'm ready to snap a picture right now. I'm ready, ready, ready to do it. Let me get that picture one more time. Come on, you pieces of junk. Come on, you got it. You got the muscle. You got it. Do it, do it, do it. 737. Come on, you. Ah, doggone it, man. I wish I would have been more alert to that. Doggone, I'm showing you all these numbers and I missed an opportunity to get a photo. I missed a photo op. Dang. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Well, at least I filled. At least I had my order filled there at 737, folks. I'll have that to post on my wall. Come on, you pieces of junk. One more time. 737. I'm waiting on it. One more effort you can make. At least just one more effort here at 11:20 a.m. Come on. Let me get this picture. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, it's done. That was valiant of you guys. That was very, very, I commend you. I applaud you for doing that, but it's all over now. And I freaking missed it. Darn. Oh, I use Schwab. I do too. I have to use them sometimes too. I hate their platform. I hate the fact that you have to reload in every single order every time you want to place a reorder. You can't just hit reorder and do it like it was back in the days on Ameritrade, that's for sure. Ah, man, I missed it. Golly. Weak ass shorts can't even get it there again. Can't even get it there again. Ah, darn it. Well, I'm going to keep my camera out here just in case they manage to pull it off one more time. We'll see if they can do it. Doggone it, man. Missed it. Ah, missed it, missed it, missed it, missed it. One more chance, you shorts, to get it there. Come on. Take it down to 737. One more time. Dang. And I tried to refresh the page because I wanted to show the red chart instead of the green 1 week I had on there. And I missed it. I missed it. Dang. Got some at 738. Nice. Each day hits a new low from the previous day. Keeps dropping. When we see a day when that doesn't happen, I will buy more. I got you, Dan. Well, you better be buying some here today because I'm taking pictures of the lowest this stock price is ever going to be, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, come on, Shorty. You got more in you than this. Come on, 737, one more time. You can pull it off. Let me get a picture of it. I did at least fill an order there that I had for 100 shares. And I put in another one at 20, so I probably got those too. There we go. Here we go, right here. I'm going to take a picture right there. Come on, take a picture right here. Let's get it one time. I'm just snapping pictures one after the other, hoping I can catch it. Take a picture right here. Come on, baby. Give me that 737 one more time. Just do it right now. Let me get a picture to match my buy order. Let me get it. You guys can do it. I have faith in you. I have belief in you. Oh, come on. Come on now. Come on, pull it off somehow or another. Dump 400,000 shares like you've done in the past. Just go ahead and do it, man. Just do it. There we go. You're almost there. I'm pulling for the shorts here, folks. Yes, I am. I want to see their strength get it to 737 just one more time for Catfish to get a picture of it. Here it comes. I'm taking pictures one after the other here just so I can catch it, if it happens to happen in a flash of a second. Come on, you measly, spineless, shortened worms. Hit me one more time, aka, yeah. Brittany. Oh, come on, you spineless junk worms. Come on, one more time. Give me that 737. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm waiting. I'm willing. I'm capable. You guys can do it. I know you can. Here it is. Come on, hit it. Oh, gosh, dog it. Come on, hit that price one more time for me. One more time. Hit it. Tap it. Drill it. Nail it. One more time, shorty. Oh, gosh, it's pitiful they can't do it. Come on, there. I'm just taking picture after picture here, folks, hoping I get lucky and catch it for a fraction of a millisecond. Dang it, I was upgrading my chart and I missed it when it got there. Dogs. Here we go, folks. One more time at it. There you go. You can do it right now. Give it to me. 737. Come on, do it. I want to frame a picture of the lowest price if I ever went to. I want to frame a picture of the lowest price it hit. Oh, come on, shorty. Come on, shorty. Let's go. Muster it up. Get some muscle, man. Make it happen. This is going to be the lunchtime low I'm going to take a picture of here, folks. Oh, goodness gracious. Come on. Oh, come on. One more time. I'm ready. I'm snapping pictures at 7:38. And I am ready to take this to the bank. This buy that I just had at 7:37. Come on, people. One more time right now. I'm ready. You can do it. Come on, get it there. 1 penny away. Oh. Oh, I won't sing yet. I won't be singing yet. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I should not be singing. I shouldn't be singing. Don't sing. That's right. Thanks for reminding me. Thank you, Roberto. Yeah, I can't sing. We cannot sing, or we're never going to see the price hit 737. All right, we have to be confident in their ability and wishful thinking. Come on, you pieces of junk. One more time is all I'm asking for. 737. Is that too much to ask? You guys have been capable of pulling the price all the way down to 738, and you hit 737. And is it just one more attempt to get that price? And I guess I'm just asking too much of you. Doggone it. Look at that. Come on. 19 million shares traded already, people. 19 million, and we still got 4 hours left of trading. The rest of this afternoon is going to be profit-making volume coming in, so this is the only chance to get that 737, shorty. You better do it now, because your time is running out. Your time is running out. Doggone it. One more time. Just one more time. Move farther away. Why do I want to move farther away? I don't want to move farther away. I want this picture. 737. Come on. It just doesn't look like it. They have it. They don't have the ability, everybody. I appreciate it. Give it up, shorty. I know it, man. Thank you guys for pulling with me. Thank you for pulling for me. Here we go. Here it comes right now. I'm going to snap pictures until it hits right now. Come on, shorty. Give it up, shorty. Pitiful. Oh, man, they can't pull it off. Come on. One more time. I'm snapping. I'm snapping another one. I'm snapping another one. Dang. Here it is fun, folks. We're having fun on this channel, at least while we do this kind of stuff, and we try to see if we can capture the lowest price that we'll ever see again on Sofi. Right now. Come on. Give it to me. There it is. I got it, folks. I got 737. Woohoo! Way to go, Shorty. And I'm ready for 736 if you've got that. I'm not going to put a buy order in here because I already own this stock from $4.66. So I really don't have a reason and incentive to buy it. I've already bought it at 737 too. But I'm going to catch this picture, folks. What do you know? We got it. 737. They did it for me. And now I'll have a picture to match my buy order at 737. So that's fan-frickin-tastic, everybody. Golly, how cool is that? Let's see if they can muster a 736 too. I guess at this stage of the game, I see it toggling 737, 738. So let me get another order in right now to buy at 736 just in case they pull it off. Reuse order, change order 7.36, review order. We're going to do 50 there, 736, and place it. We'll see if we can get 736 too. I don't think they're going to do it, folks. RIP, my order didn't go. Oh, no. Say hello to my little friend, 737. Well, I had an order there for 100 shares, and then I put another 20 in or 10 in because I didn't think it was going to fill at 100. I thought that was too many shares to get, and I do see that did fill. So I've got 110 shares more now, everybody. 110 more shares. And I bought at the low of the day, and that's all that matters to me because my name is Catfish and I have a reputation to uphold. That's right. So I got 110 at 737. How cool is that, everybody? Woo-hoo! All right. Now listen, folks. I can see that we've got 65 people here with me currently. I want to ask each and every one of you that's new to the channel here right now to please hit the like button. And the more likes we get, the more people come over to this channel. And the more people come over to this channel, the more people learn that this is a great stock to be owning right now. And this reason for this downgrade, look at the Dow, folks. Look at the Dow. I'm going to refresh this screen and look at the Dow, folks. Oh, man, I just actually saw on this screen here that I was looking at, the Dow was green. You can see that dot was green right there at the top of the 30 chart, the Dow 30 green. And I thought that it was. Well, if it was, they didn't let it stay there very long. Look at them attack it after it went green. And I told you it would go green, by the way, today. But you can see it right here on this chart. There it is. There's the dot green right there. Beautiful. And I called that. I told you that everything we saw this morning when the Dow was down 171 points was total manipulation, people. And you can see even now, this attack back down is the same amount as the drops we've seen previously. Right here where we saw the drop, right here where we saw the drop, right here where we saw the drop, right here where we see this drop. It's the same attack, and it'll probably still end up green by the end of the day, even after this drop attempt. What do you know? The Dow green, after they ran it down 171 points. Wow. Awesome. I knew it was going to happen, folks. I knew it was all manipulation, and I told every one of you that was here with me this morning that it was, that what you were seeing was nothing more than pure and simple manipulation, and I told you all that. And I was right. Apparently, it looks that way. Yep. You know what it says right here on my screen that in 40 seconds, you folks are going to be experiencing an ad that comes on. I'd like it if somebody can please tell me what the advertisement is that comes up here in about 35 seconds. Yes, Dan, say hello to my little friend 737. Mr. Monster says, rip, my order did not go. Oh, geez. Jason K. And this is another reason when you get down to these very lowest lows, they do it with very small amounts of shares sometimes, 10 or 5 or 1 share. So you can't put in a 500 share order when they get to that number or you won't fill. You got to do it in small increments, small chunks, and you can get them to fill that way. All right, just so you know, because I see Mr. Monster said his order didn't fill, and I'm sorry, but and we got here, Jason, to expect 100% gains are rare, especially when profitability is expected. Yep, my 737 didn't go either, but we'll keep trying. Tell it to pick me up at 737. Come on. Pick up at 737, and we only hit that for a brief bit, and it was just with small amounts of shares. That's why he didn't fill. That's why I put in a 10 share order there, because I wasn't sure if a 100 share order would fill at 737. So I had a 10 share order there just to make sure I could get that low of the day. And I did. Let's see here. I think mid 11s are definitely in play. I do too. Jason K. Thank you for reiterating what I'm calling for. And Jason says, I think we will see 14 by the end of the third quarter if SoFi continues to meet or pass expectations. I do too. Absolutely do. And I think we could go far higher than 11s on earnings day, because when you get all these ETFs that haven't been able to come in because we weren't profitable, when they can finally make entry, and then you've got pension funds that finally again can start buying in because we're profitable, and you've got longs coming in because we just blow away the numbers, and you've got the short hedge fund going long on it too, they're not going to try to fight this momentum and this volume that's going to come in on earnings day. They're going to do the same thing that they did on July the 31st, people. They're smart. They're smart people. They know there's no way they're going to be able to retain it or drop the price like they did on the earnings day back in May, on May the 1st. In case you don't know about this, people, on May the 1st, the price opened at 652 from 639 the day before when it closed. It opened when we beat the street, a triple beat on May the 1st, opened at 652, only went up to 654, and they used 120 million shares then to drive the price down. The next day they used another 107 million shares. The day after that they used 60 million and 100 million. They used 360 million shares over the next 4 days after that earnings call on May the 1st. And they beat the price down 27%. Only to see it go all the way up to 1170 after they had it beat down to 459. Well, everybody, you were looking for an opportunity to buy in. You just saw it. You just saw it with the possibility of buying it at the lowest price of the day. You just saw it. Congratulations if you bought in with Catfish Tyler just then. I'm very grateful for you being here on this channel with me, and everybody who's hit the like button. We've got 80 likes right now, and that definitely helps bring people over to this channel. I can guarantee you that, folks. I guarantee you. Average view duration. Hey, let's get more people in on this channel so they can see what I'm showing everybody. Get back over here and see what's going on with Bit Farms, BITF. I bought yesterday morning at the low, and I bought some more this morning at the low. Every morning they try the same thing with BITF, by the way. They're the same thing. Look at that drop right there. Bam. And I had an order in yesterday at 222, and they ran it down to 220 yesterday, and they hit the same number today, exact same number that they hit yesterday. So good for me. I got another 100 shares at $2.22 again today. Had a feeling they'd do it. And I'm waiting for Bitcoin here to really start to accelerate, folks, after everybody makes their way in with these new ETFs. Everybody's wanting to get in at lowers, just like they are with SoFi. They're doing the same thing, playing the same game. And now you can see the manipulators come in again once the volume, and by the way, look how low the volume is today. The average volume at 314 million, and today 113 million. No wonder it was so easy for them to manipulate the price down today, folks. Why? Because it was such low volume. And now look at the SoFi price springing off of 737, up 4 cents already. And folks, at this stage of the game, just so you know, because some people always ask, man, Catfish, how many shares do you have now? Well, today I started out with 53,300. I happened to buy 500 when it hit 744. So I got 500. Let's start off with the number 53,300. 53,300 plus 500 plus, and then I bought 50, 100, 50, and then 100. That'd be 250, 260, 260 plus. So now I got 54,060 shares. 54,060. Well, that means every penny that the price rises, I'm going to make $540.06. That's right. So what does that mean to me? Since the price hit 737 and now it's at 741, that's 4 cents up times 540. That's a $2,000 gain. I'll take it. Cha-ching. Yep. That's the way I look at it, folks. I know I'm down today a lot, but I look at the gains that I've made off all the shares that I'm holding at my DCA. Oh my goodness. And to me, when the price goes from $7.37 to $7.41, and that's a 4 cent rise, well, what that means and translates to me is 4 cents times 54,060. Let's go see what that is. 54,060 times 0.04 equals $2,162. That's my gain in the last 10 minutes. And just think what it's going to be on earnings day, folks. Just think how high this thing's going to be on earnings day. Holy smokes, folks. It's going to be awesome. So, folks, when you see this news come out on the finance home screen that retail sales were higher than expected in the month of December, and it says here, retail data comes in hot. December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023. And then you see the market, the Dow go down 171 points. You better realize that's nothing more than manipulation, people. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it was and all it will ever be. Manipulation. The NASDAQ was down 169 points, now only down 129, so it's gained 40 points already. The Dow was down 171 points, now only down 40, gained 130 points since the manipulation this morning, people. And that's all it was. Because what happened was when that news came out about the December retail sales beating, that's another sign of a strong economy starting to build. And that is what many, many shorts and hedge and MMs market makers were not planning for. They bought into the idea that the economy was going to have a collapse, and they've all been hitting into that idea. But in the meantime, what has happened to the NASDAQ over the last 6 months? I'll show you right now. All of those who shorted here, who thought that the collapse was coming, have been getting absolutely annihilated, screwed beyond anything they could have ever assumed would have happened. Because they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. They fell for the economy was going to collapse. And they shorted. They started shorting here. It was good for them during September. And here in August, when they started shorting on that news of an impending collapse, and they were doing great. Look how well they did. But then all of a sudden, that ended on October the 26th, folks. And up she's gone ever since. And look at that. And even this little correction right here is just being ascended even higher because they're caught off guard, folks. And it's my belief, and I could be wrong, but part of the reason I think that the NASDAQ and the markets have been doing so well lately is because everybody can see that soon a change is coming in the leadership of this country. That is why I think personally, and I'm not the only one that thinks that. Donald Trump believes that himself because I heard him state it. The only reason the market's been coming and rebounding lately is because they know what's coming down the pike. And that is we got ourselves a new person going to take over with someone with half a brain. Okay? Someone unlike the scarecrow. Someone who actually has brains. Okay? All right? That's where we're headed. And look at SoFi now, just going right on up this afternoon, and expect to see nothing less than a gain from now until the end of the day. I don't know how much it'll be up, But I can guarantee you, oh, I don't make any guarantees, first of all, because I'm not that kind of person. I don't make any promises or anything. I always tell everybody I could be wrong. Right. Everyone on this channel has heard me say it before. All right, let's get on up here. What are everybody saying? Rest of my order did not go through. Tell him to pick it up at 737. Mr. Monsters, change it now. Just make it a buy order at market at 740. All right. Just make it a market share buy or put a limit order in at 740. It's not going to go back to 737 again. I think mid 11s are definitely in play. Jason Casey, I think we'll see 14 by the third quarter. I think we can see 14 on earnings day. It won't stay there, but I think the spike on the energy from everybody realizing that ETFs who haven't been able to come in before and pension funds that have never been able to come in before and others who were afraid to come in until we turned a profit, they'll all be coming in, and I don't know how high it'll go. I have my orders in as high as $37.48. $37.48 because I don't want to limit how high it'll go on that kind of volume that's going to come in. And if we could get 240 million shares traded or whatever it was on July the 31st when we weren't even profitable yet, who knows how many shares will be traded? It could be double that. It could be over 500 million shares traded on that earnings day. It could even be closer to a billion. You don't know. Nobody knows. And nobody knows with that much momentum behind the move and that much volume coming in, how high it could possibly spike. It could be a Mullen event, like we saw with MULN, where they halted it 4 or 5 times on the run. We don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody can speculate. Nobody can even take a guess at how high it'll go. I mean, we can all take guesses, but I wouldn't limit myself and have buy orders in only to the max of $14. I can tell you that. I'd have my buy orders, sell orders. Like I said, my sell orders go up. And here's how my sell orders are placed, just so all of you folks know that are here with me. I sell at the number 8, at the number 12, at the number 20, at the number 30, at the number 48, at the number 55, at the number 65, at the number 76, at the number 87, at the number 93, at the number 98. I sell then at the next one, to the next 8, the next 12, the next 20, the next 30, the next 44, the next 48, the next 55, the next 65, the next 76, the next 87, the next 93. And then I go to the next number, and I do that all the way up to $37.48 is where my highest order is on SoFi right now. You might be going, Catfish, why would you have such ridiculously high numbers? What happens if on earnings day, they not only announce that they are going to be GAAP profitable, but what happens if they announce that they're going to make a merger with Apple? Because Apple wants in the fintech business, but doesn't want to go in on their own and take the time and money to build the infrastructure to make that happen. And we already know that Apple wants to go into fintech because of its popularity and its growth right now. We know Apple wants in, but as was stated by Bruce, I don't know if you know about Uncle Bruce on YouTube or not, but he mentioned another interesting thing. The highest number of shares that Apple is owned by Cohen, and Cohen is been issued $1.2 billion worth of money to invest in whatever stock he wants to. And many are of the belief, or some at least, including Uncle Bruce on YouTube, that he's buying right now SoFi shares with that $1.2 billion. He's buying just like he did GME, which he started buying, and he did secretly under the table. He was buying and buying and buying until now he is the world's largest privately independent person holding the highest percentage of shares of GME, because he did it all under the table. And I think he's doing the same thing with SoFi, or at least Uncle Bruce does, and I believe it's very possible. And you got somebody who's not just the highest share owner of GME shares privately, but also the highest share owner of Apple. Okay? So, folks, this all kind of comes together as a very good possibility that Apple will indeed use SoFi, or at least come to them with an offer to try to enter the fintech space through SoFi, who's already got everything in place and in order. There's something else going on that you need to pay attention to. and that is the fact that Galileo may possibly be purchased by JP Morgan. Now, I'm only picking up this information from someone who posted this on a YouTube video yesterday or day before about the possibility that Galileo is about to swing a deal with Apple. Okay. Now, again, this is just a rumor, but there's just so many things that are out there floating around about SoFi that could come to fruition. And I think, quite personally, that any one of these scenarios could come to pass. I just don't know when. And I think it could be that they cannot make any kind of announcement about these types of transfers and things going on uh, tr- uh, uh, because we're too close to the earnings call. But they certainly could do it on earnings day, couldn't they? They could. They could blow people's minds. And if an announcement like that was made, you better have your sell orders up in the $30 range, people. I'm telling you right now, you better have them there. Because what will happen is, on that massive surge of volume that comes in from new ETFs and hedge fund managers, pension funds, longs coming in on the great news of profitability, there can be so much volume coming in, the price could skyrocket. I presume that there's a possibility, can't guarantee this, but that there will be several stops and halts on SoFi's stock price on earnings day. Can't guarantee it. But one thing I can guarantee you is this: after they get the price run up to whatever number they have in mind, just like they did on July 31st when they had 1166, and I told everyone on that day, we're selling this stock at 1166, people. We're going to get out of it at 1166. And many of you did get out that day with me on the last earnings call. That I told you we were going to get out because I told you what? They were going to run it right back down. And that's exactly what they did. In fact, the price 3 days before the earnings call on July the 31st was a low of 894. And from that price, they ran it up to 1170 on earnings call, which we did not even beat the street. And we were 22 cents below estimates on that day. And I told you they were going to stop it at 1166, the run. And they tried to, but there was just too much momentum and power behind the move to stop it at 1166. But they sure did, when it got to that 1170, pull that thing right back down, didn't they? And they pulled it down far below the 894 of 3 days before earnings. They took it down to $6.41 on November 21st. $6.41, a dollar and a penny below, exactly $1 below where we are today. So, folks, this is why when we come to earnings day, none of us know how high the price could possibly go, so you better have those sell orders in like I do. And who cares if they don't fill up into the 30s? What if they do? And if they do, folks, I can assure you they won't stay there, because these market manipulators can not only, as we saw on the July the 31st, run it up to 1170 and then pull it back from there to 6 something. They can run it up to $25 or $30 on earnings day and pull it back to 15. But the cool part is, I will have sold at each one of those levels on earnings day that it hits, because I got my orders already in place, people. And you should too. The other advantage to us is to have those sell orders in, good till canceled plus extended, is because if we do that, then your shares cannot be borrowed by the shorts. If every single share owner of SoFi were to immediately take all of their shares and put in sell orders up in the 11s, 12s, 15s, 20, 25, 30, 40, they could not be borrowed by these shorts. And it would make it even tougher on them to borrow shares to work against us with, okay? Just saying that. Just saying it. Could be wrong, but I know I'm not on that one. I know for a fact that they cannot borrow your shares if you've already got sell orders in place on them. I know that for an absolute fact, everybody. I know it, know it, know it. Well, looking over here now at the NASDAQ, what's it doing? Well, it's not green like that, but boy, howdy, what do we see? A sheer desperation effort to try to keep it in the red. And even the Dow that they just had go green, I showed you on this picture, the Dow you can see right there was green. And it was green for probably 1 second because the powers that be, even though they had it down, the Dow was down 171 points earlier today, and it's already gained back 100 points to their dismay. And no one's dismayed by that. I'm sure not in any dismay by that. I told you it was manipulation this morning when I saw it, because I saw the headlines, and what they were saying was opposite of what the market was doing. They were saying the markets should be going up because the data that came in from the retail data comes in hot. And you see this look on this guy's face and him holding his hand to his head, kind of wondering why it's dropping, because he should be wondering why. It shouldn't be dropping. On this data that December retail sales beat to cap a strong 2023, the price should be rising. Logically, it should be going up, but it's only going down because, as I said, in my belief, and I could be wrong, but I think the only reason that it's dropping is because so many shorters of the market and hedge funds and market manipulators that were expecting to see this big drop and this collapse of the market and this economic downturn all were wrong. And so they had to today, when that news came out, they were on the horn, people. They were calling each other, going, we're going to run this market down like we did a week ago exactly. You might be wondering, what are you talking about, Catfish? Well, I'll show you on the chart. 1 week ago, exactly what they did. On the same type of good, positive news with the CPI data and the PPI or whatever it was being good, you can see what they did 1 week ago right here on this chart. Look what they did. The price was up here, and on January the 11th, they started attacking the price down, and they made the price fall 263 points. But by the end of the day, it had gone back up by the end of the day. See that? The same thing's going to happen today, possibly, people. This massive rundown and scare tactic and shake the tree and fear, 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 the sky is falling is all just a bunch of BS, people, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I do not think so. Let's see here. Dan Wynn, don't underestimate the other guy's greed. That's right. That's true. Very true. Yep. Jason K. EQY 950. If we have a miss and poor earnings in the second or third quarter, why would we have poor earnings? That's the question you need to be asking yourself. Why? We've never had poor earnings. Never, ever, ever have we had poor earnings. It's never happened. And they've only been increasing and increasing and increasing. The only reason we had poor earnings on the last one is because we wrote off Technesis. That's the only reason. We beat the EPS for the last 9 quarters in a row until the last earnings call. And the only reason we didn't beat that day was because we wrote off Technesis. Which, by the way, was a genius idea by Sofi to do that on that last earnings call, because on this next earnings call, that can't be held over our head anymore. That can't be a red flag for the shorters to use. It's gone. Bye-bye. Right? It was a genius move for them to do that. All right. Jason says end of year, $18. That's a good comeback, Jason K. That's more like it. Dan Wynn, Boeing is green. That helps. All right. Good to know that. Bilal Khan, thank you. Yes. That's basically the fourth time I've explained to you and everybody why you should have your sell orders in on SoFi way up in those big, big numbers, because there's no way of knowing how high it'll go. But it won't stay there. They're going to run it back down. They absolutely will. And just like they're trying to do the Dow right now, folks, I want you to be aware of the number they're shooting for. 666 is what they're shooting for right there. This number that they just got to now is to try to show their prominence and capability to take it from green down to 666. All right? That's all they're trying right here, and I'm showing it to you now so you can see the number that they ran it after it just turned green. Right? 666, people. What do you know? What a big surprise. What a big surprise to see him do that. What manipulation, folks. And by the way, yesterday afternoon, this chart that we're looking at, we saw the exact same thing. We saw it try to drop it at lunchtime. It came up a little, another drop before the end of lunch, and then boom, the dang thing went off. Don't be surprised to see the same thing today, a double bottom at the lunchtime low, and then off it goes. Back up and possibly green. I could be wrong. We'll all find out soon. I sure wasn't wrong about Sofi buying it at $7.37, though. I can tell you that much. And you guys that came along with me weren't wrong either. Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to come into the lunchtime low time and see what they can try to manipulate the price on low volume during lunchtime. We'll see that effort made. But I am very, very, very pleased to see what's going on with BITF right now. And folks, buying it this morning again at $2.22 was a good move, it looks like. What's Bitcoin doing right now? What is it doing? Down 1.74%, and BITF turns and goes north. What do you know? What a surprise. All right, good deal. Well, here's your double bottom on the Dow Jones. It was down 170 points. It was down earlier today, and now it's only down 73. What a surprise. What a big fat effing surprise. Okay? And not for me, because I told every single one of you what was going on with it. And I told you the hows and the whys. Okay? Now, I could be wrong as to why that it ran down, but I don't think so, because it's obviously come back 100 points already from what they had the low of. But they're still trying. They're still desperately trying here to make you think that the December retail sales beating and being so hot was a reason for the market to fall today. God bless them for trying that. That's all I can say. God bless them for trying so hard. And they're the ones that know what's going on. They're the ones that were the reason it fell to 170 down, the Dow was this morning, and why it's now only down 70. They know why. They know what's going on. And these people here at SoFi, the reason they ran it down, they know why as well. And not a single institutional owner has given up one share. All right. There's still 738, just like there were yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. There's still 738 long institutions, because they're not going to cut loose of their shares on manipulative efforts. They're not going to. In fact, my presumption would be, and I bet you I'm right, that today all they've done when the price hit 737 was accumulate more to lower their dollar cost average. Wouldn't surprise me to see that one single bit, folks. Now, I want to ask you guys and gals and everybody who's here with me right now, I want to thank you for being here. Let's go on up here. What do we got? What are people saying? Some people are going to FOMO next week. That's right. Yep. Yep. Connor Roberts, I think it's all right. Here we got to get it all the way up here. Ah. Lots of stuff I've been missing. Yep, Bilal Khan, thank you. Jason K, by the way, this is my first time seeing your channel. I don't know your expectations, but I like your energy. Thank you, Jason K. I've always got a lot of good positive energy here, and I'm a believer, and everybody knows that, and that's why they come to my channel and why they've subscribed. That's why I have so many viewers here. Jason K, I am an auto worker that averages 70 hours a week. I don't get to sit and watch YouTube very often. Okay, I'm with you, man. Well, thank you for your hard, diligent work doing that. JPM licking their chops, making a bid for us. LOL. Yep, JP Morgan. Yep. What is your average? My dollar cost average right now is probably around $6.80. Yep. But I started buying when the price was at $4.66, and I bought 2,500 shares there and 2,500 at 467. So that helps with my dollar cost average. Now, I have been buying when it was up in the $8 range, so I did buy some shares in there. So that kind of brought my dollar cost average up. But I'm not worried about those buys in the eights because I know where this is going come earnings day, people. Dang, Baylor, Dan Whaler says, Baller, let's see, Zapdos, 988 average. Okay. And every one of you, including Maria Fatima Almeida, has a dollar cost average down lower because they've been buying on these dips. She was over $10 and something. I don't know where she is now, but want to let you know that smart of you to be lowering your dollar cost average. Connor Roberts, I think it's truly impossible for people that get in right now and long this stock to lose money. I just don't see how the market just can't respond positively super soon. I agree, Connor, absolutely, with you 100% behind that. Jason K, haha, I've thought about this several times and it always comes back to how much do you think the big banks think SoFi is worth? I'm thinking it would take a $30 billion offer. I agree. I think that's about in line. That's about where I would be. As a matter of fact, there was a time when the price had been beaten all the way down in the fours that someone came out with an article saying that JP Morgan should buy them for around 30 billion. I saw that article. Connor Roberts, I feel like with the minimum it would take 30 billion. Noto is too smart, would take a lot to buy him out. That's for sure. I agree with you 100%. What would the stock do if Noto was indicted for fraud and manipulation charges? SoFi would drop to $2. Wow, Jason, you turned tell me on one breath that you like my energy and positive, and then you throw out a statement like that. Well, there's no fraud, man. He has to turn in forms every time he buys the stock when they run it down. And that's all done through Fintel. If you want to go look at all of his buys when he put in his forms, you can look at them. So they're all in the history books. There's no way to commit fraud when Fintel's involved. It's the SEC watching out and making sure that that doesn't happen. So that's kind of a funny statement, but whatever. You can throw out anything you want on this channel. Nobody's going to condemn you and say you're crazy and out of your mind. Most of the people on this channel tell me I'm out of my mind. They're the ones telling me I'm the one who's crazy. And but most of the time they found out later on, gosh dang, he wasn't crazy. Yeah, it was a day like this a week ago when I was telling everybody when the price was driven down to $8.18 and I started buying the crap out of it and I bought it at 8.19, 8.20, 21, 8.23, 25, 27. I bought it at 8.30, 8.31, 32, 8.40s. I bought it and had all my sell orders in below the prices it was running in. I had my buy orders in. Every time they would get the price to go up a penny, I would put in a buy order 2 cents below that. And it went all the way up to 8.50 that day from 8.18. And then when it got there, they drove it back down to 8.43 where all my orders filled. And then it went back to 8.50 and I loaded my orders again and it went back down to 8.43 and all my orders filled. And then it went back up to 8.50 for the third time. And I had my orders coming in 2 cents below. And for the third time, all of my orders filled. And what I told everybody on that day was don't you worry. Every one of these shares I've purchased today from 8.13 to 8.50, 8.47, three times, I told them I will sell these shares at 8.65. The next morning, cha-ching, I sold them all at 865, just like I promised everybody I was going to do. That's right. And everybody heard me say that I was going to put my sell order in, good till canceled and plus extended at $8.65. And I told every single one of them, you that were here that day, you better do the same thing. And sure enough, the next morning in pre-market at 8:30 in the pre-market, the price hit 865 and they sold. So there you go, folks. And I was called crazy. People just thought I was crazy that day too. They just like, Catfish, there's just no way, man. Well, there was a way and it happened. All right, so let's get on over here back to what people are saying. Let's see. 30 bucks. Let's see, Jason, what would the stock do if Noto was indicted for fraud manipulation? People are going to FOMO next week, says Mr. Monsters. I absolutely believe that too. People are going to FOMO next week. I absolutely believe that. Let's get over here. Let's see. I mean that. Let's see. People are going to FOMO. So never ever say never. But I think Noto is one of the best in the biz. That's right. I agree. Jason Connor Roberts. I mean that could happen, but I feel like that's a crazy statement. Yep. Why are we so down? Retail sales were good right now. I know it. That's why we're so down, because retail sales were so good. They caught off all these market makers and hedge fund managers that were shorting the market. So they've got to get out of these positions right now, and they're using their typical manipulative efforts to run the price down today. The price has actually risen. They had the Dow down earlier this morning, down 171, and now it's only down 100. And then when it went green just now, they manipulated it again. It was green just a little bit ago. I showed everybody on this chart right here. If you look at the top, it was actually green. The Dow had gone green, and now they've run it back into the red. The Dow had gone green today, and I called that it was going to, and it did. So there you go. It was down 171 points, and I said the dang thing could end up green. And it sure enough went green, and then they tacked it back down, and now they've got it down another 100 points. They're attacking it again right now. Because right here, the market was green. If you don't believe what I'm saying, look at the previous close. It was at 37,361. What was this price right here? What was this price right here at 1138? The price was at 37,371. It was 10 points green when the market manipulators decided to come at it again and run it down another 100 points again now. See, it's all just a game. It's all just manipulation, folks. The market is so heavily manipulated right now, but the SEC will try to tell everybody that that's not allowed. Market manipulation isn't allowed. News can come out that the economy's doing good. News can break that the retail sales of December blew away what people's expectations were. But even then, the market can be manipulated down 171 points, and the SEC will never bat an eye. Oh, well, that's just the way it is. I don't know why. Can't explain it. Funny that they made it just fall back 100 points, and now it's at 95 down only, because just there again, they just buy right on in. 26612. 37,26666 is what you're probably going to see here next on the dang thing, because that's the games that they like to play. Look where it is right now. Let's see if I'm right. Now it's only down 37,259. So whoop-de-doo. Yep. The NASDAQ was down 169 points earlier, now down only 101. And meanwhile, the lunchtime low we're going to get to write down. It looks like today on SoFi's price will be the lunchtime low. We're going to get the sheet out and get ready to write it down. But the interesting thing about it is no institutions are selling SoFi. I don't know why not. Down 4% and no institutions are selling. Do. Today's date, 1/17, January the 17th. Lunchtime low, 739. I'll just put it in a 7.3 now, and we'll see what they do. We'll see what they pull off. Do. Woo! All right. Let's get back over here and see what the Dow's doing now. see if they can keep manipulating it down anymore or not, or if it's hit the bottom again for them and they decide now it's time for them to accumulate more. A double shake of the tree today. A double shake out of the tree today on good retail sales for the month of December, and they decide to manipulate the prices down. That's what we got here. All right, let's go see. Retail sales will be down Q1 2024. All right, nice prediction, Mr. Monsters. Lag report. Okay. Connor Roberts. Let's go up here and see what he just said. I just missed it. Man, there's a lot of things coming in. Thank you, Jason. That mate. Connor Roberts. Shorts didn't borrow many shares the last 3 days. I believe that they doubled down hard. We are down because SoFi is not a profitable company yet. This allows more retail to manipulate. Once institutions come in, it will stabilize the swings. That's very true. Dang it. There's a good side to all of those coming in on this next earnings call, and that is the price is going to run up like a son of a gun, and we're going to make a ton of money that day, all of us. But the downside to it is that it's going to make the stock less manipulatable, and then I won't be able to make as much money on these massive swings of the price. That's the only downside to it. You gotta accept it though, I guess. If that's what all you got to complain about, that's not much to complain about, is it, everybody? Yep. Thank you, Jason. That makes sense. Ask yourself this, Jason K says, what price do institutions want to buy in at? The lowest possible price. How do you get there? Short and FUD. That's right. You call up someone like Mr. Chiavarini and you say, please downgrade the price to $2.50 when the price is at around $4.60 at the time. And you get the price to fall all the way from, I'm sorry, it was at $6.50 at the time. They get the price to fall all the way down to $4.45, and then they pile in. And then 1 month later, the price is at $10.23, up 130%. That's exactly how they manipulate and exactly how they do. And that's what they're doing now. Just be prepared. That's what they're doing now, folks. They're accumulating more shares of SoFi during this manipulative KBW downgrade where they warned the price could fall as much as 20%. KBW, a bank, downgraded us. KBW, an analyst from KBW, a bank, an ETF fund. Their symbol is KBWB. Let's go look at their symbol, KBWB. And why do you think KBW, KB Invesco, KBW Bank, why do you think they would downgrade SoFi? I'll show you why. Because a year ago, KBW's price was all the way up here. And if you go to the 5-year max, KBW's price was at 71 bucks. And now it's at 47, people. That's why KBW would downgrade our stock, because their price has been cut in half almost. Right? KBW downgrades SoFi. That's the company right there. And the reason they did is because we are stealing away their customers from them. There you go, everybody. Now you know. Connor Roberts, yeah, we just got to get in with them. Yep, we just got to get in with them. Jason K, I'm in for at least 5 years, so good luck to all. There you go. My stock portfolio is getting hammered. I know it. Mine is too right now, but it will all be hammer time come earnings day. Trey Brown, Tyler, you are the best. Thank you, Trey Brown. You know, Trey, you got yourself here as King Cat for your donation yesterday. See that? King Cat, Trey Brown says Catfish will be back in 5 minutes. And that's because of your grateful donation to me yesterday. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very, very much for doing so. And that's how he got made the King Cat, everybody. All right. So look at this double manipulation day on the market. Boy, howdy, are they totally screwing people over in today's marketplace. Tomorrow, again, don't be surprised to see everything just like a week ago go up the next day 300 points and hit new highs. That's what happened a week ago. In case you guys aren't aware of this, I'll show you now. Go to the NASDAQ and the 1 month chart. And you can see right here, this is the that's the Dow Jones. We don't want that one. We want the NASDAQ 1 month. Let's go over here to the NASDAQ 1 month. There we go. Here we are, NASDAQ 1 month chart. Look what they did 1 week ago to the day. The day was January the 10th. They started attacking January the 11th, and they ran the price down 276 points. 263 points on January 11th. 263 points. They had this thing down. And by the end of the day that day, the price was already back up to where it started. On the same day, folks, on the same exact day, they manipulated the thing down 263.23 points, only to have it green by the end of the day. 1 week ago today. How do you like that? Well, Shorty, I see you're trying again to get the lunchtime low down below the 737 where I've already purchased it, but that doesn't look like you're having any success at all. Volume is at 22,322,000, so we're going to see about the same amount of volume as we saw yesterday, which was almost 40 million again yesterday. And I've always told you guys, when they get up to 40 million, it gets very hard for them to contain this stock when the volume each day is 40 million. When it was back 2 months ago at 17 million a day and 19 million a day, 22 million a day, they had it easy to run it around then because they had so few shares being traded each day, and they were borrowing on an average 13 million shares a day. But it's getting tough on them now, folks. Getting tough. And wait do you see what starts happening here, folks. Wait do you just see what starts happening here across the market once all the manipulation is over this afternoon and the longs realize they've got the lowest they could. They'll all start piling in again. They'll all start piling in again, folks. And you can see not a one institution has sold a position today. Not one of them. They're not going to either, folks, because they know where this thing is going. And look at the institutional ownership at 38.91. Folks, on the day of the earnings call, my presumption is that institutional ownership will go up to 45% and maybe as high as 50% and maybe even higher on earnings day. I don't know how many ETFs will come in that haven't been able to get in before because they weren't profitable yet. See, a lot of ETFs, as I said before, cannot come in on a stock until they become profitable. They can't buy into a company until that company's profitable. And they'll be pouring in come that day when they announce profitability. They will come in. Many pensions will start making entry into the Sofi stock on earnings day when they announce profitability. There's going to be a lot of people coming in that day that could never get in before. And that's what's going to be the demise of all of these shorters, even here and now. And I think today is a good day for them to make exit at 737. And I think many of them did. I think they can see the writing on the wall. We're now 8 days away from the earnings call, folks. Now, I know if you go back in history and you go back to the historical data, you can see that the last time before the July the 31st earnings call, they came at it all the way up until 2 days before. 2 days before the call came out of the earnings call. They came at it and ran the price from 1013 all the way down to 894. So they stayed piling in, driving it down all the way to 894 before it went to 1170, folks. So could they still do the same thing now? Sure, anything's possible. They could keep coming after it every single day trying to drive it down. But this time the difference is we're going to be showing profitability on earnings, and it wasn't that way before. It was easier for them to keep running it down because we weren't going to yet be profitable. This is a different story, folks. This is a horse of a different color. Thank you, Trey Bound. I appreciate it. My go-to for SoFi. Thank you. My plan, Ron Shapiro, my plan is to wait until tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. in the morning. If the market's up, I'm buying a boatload, okay? I revised that. There you go. Where do you think this will go come earnings? F. Colin wanting to know where I think we're going come earnings. Well, I'll tell you. because of the fact of what I just got through saying, that so many ETFs who've never been able to come in before will now be able to come in on earnings day. And so many pension funds that have been just waiting for their opportunity to come in on SoFi will start coming in on earnings day. And all the FOMO that's going to be going on, those people that are longs that are going to be fearing of missing the boat will come in, that the price could go way beyond $10. And I have my sell orders in at the $9.12. Write these numbers down, people. Okay. And I'm actually going to write these numbers down, and then I'm going to show them to everybody on a piece of paper so I don't have to answer this question again about how high I think the price will go on earnings. Okay. So I'm going to write these numbers down so you can see where you should be. And you can write them down too, or just take a picture. All right. So from where we are right now, I will be selling this stock when it gets, and by the way, by earnings day, we might be up in the eights, or we might even be up in the nines. Okay. Maybe even in the tens before then, because we saw that happen last time. They got it up to $10.13 8 days before the earnings call came out. And then they ran it down to $8.94 from there over the next 6 days. But here's what I'm going to write. Let's just say on earnings day, the price in the morning is $7.38. Okay, let's just pretend that. All right. Well, let's change that. Let's say the price on earnings day when we open up in the morning is at $8. Okay. Here are the numbers where I'm going to sell. All right, and I'm going to put buy where I'm going to buy back in after I sell. All right. Now, these numbers where I'm going to put buy back in might not be achieved because there might just be so much volume that it just keeps pushing up and I don't get these pullbacks. But from the history of watching this stock for so long, these are the numbers that it usually pulls back from. So these sell numbers are numbers it usually pulls back from. Okay. So let's say it starts out at $8. I'm going to sell. This is SoFi, buy, sell. And actually, we're going to put sell and buy over here. All right. So if it starts out at $8, I'm going to be selling at $8.08. Now, folks, I'm not going to sell all 53,000 of my shares. I'm going to be selling 100 at a time at these numbers. So I'm going to sell at 808, and I expect to possibly buy back at 801. And maybe, as possible, I can buy it back at 798. It might go to 797, but I'm not going to get greedy. So I'll put 798 because they like to, from when it breaks over a number, they like to get it back to that 797, or if it breaks over 9, they want to pull it back down to 897. It's very common, okay? So after I sell at 808 and I buy back at 798 to 801, then I'm going to be selling the next time it's going to run past 808, and I'm going to sell it at $8.12. And then I'm going to buy it back at 808. And I might get it even as low as 801. Now, once I buy it back there and it goes back on up and it goes past 812, the next number I'm going to sell at is 820. It usually hits 821 from 813. It'll usually go up to 821, but I'm not going to be greedy, so I'm going to sell at 820, and then I'll buy it back at 814. And I might even get it down as low as 811. And even 809, believe it or not, but I'm just going to put it at 811. Now, after it bounces off of that, it's going to go past 820, and I'm going to sell it at 830. Then I'm going to buy it back at 821. Anywhere from 821 to 824. We'll put 824 to 821. All right, now once it comes off that 824 and goes on up past 830, my next sell order is going to be at 844. I'll sell it at 844 and I'll buy it back at 839. After I get it there, it's going to go up past 844 and I'm going to sell it 100 shares at $8.48. Because once it hits 849 or 850, they're going to yank it back down. They don't want it to break over 850. And when they do, after I sell it at 848, I'll probably be able to buy it back at $8.39 again. Maybe only 841. So I'll put 841. And it might only go to 843. Okay. Once it gets over 848, I'm going to sell it at $8.55. Then I'm going to buy it back at $8.49. Maybe only 851. Then when it goes past 855 again, I'm going to sell it at $8.66. And I'm actually going to put my order in at 865. I believe it'll hit 866, but it might be like the same thing we saw this morning when they drove it down to 837. It was only there for a fraction and then gone. So I'm going to sell it at 865, which I sold it about 4 days ago in the pre-market. All right. And then I'm going to buy it back at 861. And maybe as low as 856. Okay. Then after it comes back up over 866, I'm going to sell it at $8.76 because at 877 they're going to attack it. And after I sell it at 876, I'm probably going to buy it back at somewhere around $8.67 because they're going to try from the 77 to pull it back to the 66. They do it over and over and over on this stock. I've seen it thousands of times that the price hits 77 and they pull it back to the 66 again. So I'll buy it at 867. I don't need to be greedy. Then after it goes to 876, I'm going to be selling it the next time when it passes 877. It'll go to 888. You can be sure of it. I'll sell it at 887. And then I will buy it back at 877. And I'm going to put 878. Okay? I hope you're writing this down with me. Then after I see it go back down to 878, it'll come up past 888 and I will sell it at 892. When I sell it at 892, they'll pull it back to 888 where I'll buy it again. And then after I get it there and it goes over 892, I will be selling it at $8.98. I don't care about the 99 because when it gets there, they're going to yank it back to 893. So I'll buy it back at 8.93. And they may even take it down to 891. And they may even be able to get it to 888 again. They do it many times. They can even get it over 9 to 908 and get it back down to 888. They love that 88 number so much. All right. Now, after I buy it back at 893 or 891, and I've sold it at 898 and buy it back there, then the next time it's going to go over 9, and then I'm going to put in my order in at 908. 908. All right, to sell. And folks, from that number, these numbers that I'm going to show you right here and right now, I will repeat these exact numbers all the way up, like I have now, to $35. All right. So these are my sell numbers, and those are my buys right there. You can see them right there. There's my sell numbers. There are my buys. You can take a picture of that screen if you want to. Back it up a little bit so you can see. And folks, all I'm going to do is repeat those same sell numbers and buy numbers all the way through the 9s, all the way through the 10s, all the way through the 11s, through the 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, and believe it or not, all the way up to $37. And folks, I already have these orders in place to sell. I have them in. All right. And they start with even smaller increments. I start with 50 until we get up to 10. I'm doing 50 share increments until we get up to $10. And then I'm going to start selling 100 share increments all the way up to $37.48. That's how I have it. That's where my plans are. And oh my God, look at the price now. Lunchtime low is over 739 is history. The buys we made at 737, cha-ching, cha-ching. And as a matter of fact, my buy I made, my first buy today when they dropped it to 744, will soon be profitable because I bought 500 shares there. All right. So where do you think this will go to earnings? Like I said, FCON all the way up. My sell orders up to $37.48. Okay. Solo King, I would be more worried if December retail was not high. Yep. Actually, if here's the deal, if December retails would have been low, the daggum market would have probably gone up higher without any manipulation today, because that would have been more in line with what the shorters expected. But when they saw that daggum thing turn out to be so positive, they were screwed, and they said, we got to run this price down and get out of these shorted positions, guys and gals. We're going to be totally left in the dust if we don't. And they did that. That's what they did. All right. Mr. Marshall looks like it might pick up 7. Solo King, I was over 10 now and I'm at 932, Chief. The market is nuts. If retail was low, then we would be going into recession. And high means that inflation is sticky. Yep. But I tell you, inflation does not bother this SoFi stock. I've gone back and shown people many times that all during 2021, 22, 23, when the Fed was raising rates, SoFi just kept going up and up and up. Their revenues, their earnings, their customer acquisition, everything just kept going up all during those rate hikes. So I don't worry about rate hikes at all. Okay? It's never ever affected SoFi in a negative way, not once. So, okay, I would be more worried if December retail was not ha 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 ha. That negative response was to Connor saying it would be impossible to lose money with SoFi. Nothing's impossible. I've never lost money with SoFi. I've had daily down when I'm down on the stock, but I've never lost money on it. Never, not once, not one time. There were some days back about 8 months ago when I would be down $5,000, $7,000, $8,000 in a day. Especially on Fridays, because Fridays were killing me for a while there. Jason, I got a one stock portfolio, and guess what stock it is? I know. Solo King, Eric Hoffman, sorry, just got on now, so I apologize if this was already talked about. What is everyone's prediction on share price come earnings once they announce profitability? Well, you just heard me explain that. All right. I don't know how high it could go. Nobody knows how high it could go because there will be a lot of ETFs who've never had a chance to come in before that'll come in. There will be pension funds that never were allowed to come in before that will be able to come in. There will be longs that will be fear of missing out that will be coming in. There will be shorts and hedge funds that are shorting the position that will decide to go long that morning and not fight the wave of volume that's going to come in. And they'll run it all up. And we don't know how damn high it could go. That's why my sell orders go all the way up into the 30s on it, because I don't know how high it'll go. Nobody has a crystal ball, and nobody can guarantee how high it'll go. No one. So I'm not going to take any chances. I've got my sell orders in as high as I think it could possibly go, which is around $37. Okay. And say some people might say I'm completely out of my mind, but what happens that day if it gets there and my orders are selling and you're still trying to load yours in to sell then? Mine will already all be in place. And by the way, at every single number that I just showed you, at every single number that I just showed you, every single number that I just showed you, I will make a profit no matter what. I'll sell and make money at every one of those numbers. When I sell at 808, I'll be making almost double my buy-in at 466. When I sell at 812, again, I'll nearly double. When I sell at 820, I'll nearly double. When I sell at 830, when I sell at 844, when I sell at 848, when I sell at 855 and 865 and 876 and 887, and at 887, I'll be very close to doubling. When I get to 892, I'm even closer. When I sell at 898, then I am virtually on the double point from buying at 466, right? When I sell at 908, when I sell at 912, when I sell at 920, 930, 944, 948, when I sell at 955, 965, 976, 987, 992, 998, when I sell at 1008, when I sell at 1012, when I sell at 1020, when I sell at 1030, and I keep repeating this over and over into the 11s, the 12s, the 13s, the 14s. I don't know how high it's going to go, people, so I have my orders in place, and I have them in reason for a reason, so the shorts can't borrow them. They cannot borrow them. And look at this price. I just went green on every share that I bought today. As soon as we pass over 744, I will be green on every single share price that I bought today. And buying at $7.37 and now being at $7.44 means with all the shares that I currently own, which are right now, I own 54,060 shares. Folks, 54,060 times 10 cents times 0.10, I'll be up when we get to 744, equals $5,406 I've made since this morning buying at 737, right? When we get to 747, that's how much I'll be up, is the way I look at it. Even though I'm down on the day right now, that's how much I've gained from buying at those lows. Makes sense to everybody? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it makes perfect sense. And what a day in this market across the board. Everything red, red, red on great economic news. What do you know? Shorties don't know what to do. Shorts have no idea. Stock market today, U.S. stocks fall as rate cut bets get a reality check. Now they've got another reason, folks. They spun the wheel and they came up with rate cut bets is why. Has nothing to do with the retail sales anymore. They spun the wheel and they got a new reason. I just love these Yahoo board headline writers. They're reactionary. They can't predict anything about the future. All they tell you is what's happened in the past, people, and why. What a joke. All right, let's get back over here. Mr. Monster's $1 to $2 pop a day, I think. Yes, that's right. Yep, day one. That's right, Mr. Monsters. But FOMC meeting might be a day or two after which could stop the rally. Okay, whatever. Then we'll see. We'll all see. Who knows? That's right, Mr. Monsters. BOB Armenia is going to 6 again. Bye, bye, bye. Well, Bob, okay, you can believe whatever you want, but I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to give you right now 1 minute to explain, Bob, why the price is going to $6. And if you don't explain why in less than 1 minute, well, I'll give you 2 minutes. Time now is 1:01. I'll give you till 1:05 to write up your reason that you think the price is going to go to 6 again. And when you do explain that, I'll let you stay in the tank with all of us other cats. But if you don't have a way to explain how it's going to get there, that sounds like to me you're a shorter, shorting the stock and trying to scare people out of their shares now, and you will be left out of the tank forever. You will be kicked out. So you now have 3 more minutes to explain, Bob Armenia, why SoFi could possibly go to $6. And if I don't see an explanation as to why, when I'm showing people charts like this that show them the 6-month chart and nothing happening but the 200-day moving average going higher and higher and higher, and the 45 and 50-day moving average making a massive move to the upside and crossing over my trend line just now. If you can't explain why it's going to $6, your comment will be removed and you will be removed from this channel. And I know it probably doesn't mean anything to you, but everybody likes to watch me kick out people who make statements that don't make sense and don't try to justify why. So you now have 2 more minutes to explain, Bob Armenia, why and how the price would get to $6. All right? That's how much time you got. And if you don't come up with a reason that it's going to go to $6, you're going to be kicked out of the tank forever. Goodbye. It'll be nice knowing you. And all of us will laugh at you like we've done everybody who comes here and tries to downgrade the stock. And that's what you just did. You just turned into a David Chiapanti type of analyst who said the stock price is worth $2.50 but couldn't back up as to why. So if you don't have a reason, Bob, for saying that, you better come up with one, because you now have a minute and 20 seconds to come up with a reason why SoFi price will drop to $6. If I don't see a response from you, you are gone, and everybody will be glad to see you go. Trust me, they will all cheer in happiness, and they'll all be laughing, and they'll all be cheering as I kick you out of the tank. Bilal, who thinks this will go lower before earnings? Bilal Khan, how long after earnings do you believe there will be a backdrop? What does that mean? Due to swing traders, yes. Why do we have to sell at certain prices when we can just track the price on the day and sell when we see fit? Because at every price I'm going to sell at, I'm going to buy it lower again that day, and then it's going to go higher on up, and then I'm going to sell at those numbers, and it'll drop back, and then I'll buy there again, and I'll make more and more money. If you don't want to make a lot of money with me that day, don't do what I'm doing. And you cannot do what I'm going to do unless you have a minimum of $25,000 in your account. You can only keep buying as it goes up and then sell when it gets to the top and it starts to fall. That's all you can do. You cannot do what I'm going to do on earnings day, buying in, selling here, buying here, selling here, buying here, selling here, buying here. You can't do that unless you have over 25,000 total value in your account. Okay. All right. Blanca, why sell progressively instead of selling larger proportions high? I just explained that to you. Oh, okay. Raphael or Catfish, do you think it will get to the 845 or so before earnings? I don't know how high it's going to go before earnings. The last time it went to $10.13 before the earnings call on July the 31st. So I don't know how high it'll go. Most will not sell under their average. That's right. So you don't think it'll go to 10? Yeah. Man, all these numbers that I just said here, all these numbers have been repeated on my sell orders all the way up to $35. Man, I'm going to stop answering this guy, Bilal Khan. 37, that's right. From the Crypto GM, can't lose what you don't sell. That's right, exactly, Crypto MTG. That's right. JP Morgan price is how high it could go. Yeah, JP Morgan price is how high it could go. That's exactly right. It could. That's right. J-Rod, my buy order wouldn't go through at 737 earlier. That's because you might have had too many shares in there. Like I said, when you put buy orders in of 1,000 shares or 500 shares, they don't fill. That's one of the reasons that I put in such small increments, because I want to make sure I fill them, right? So, because when the manipulators are manipulating, a lot of times they're only doing it with 5 or 10 shares or 1 share back and forth to each other. They use very, very small amounts of shares to do this with. So if you're putting in a massive buy order there, you're not going to get it. Break them up into small chunks and you'll get those numbers that I just filled at. Okay? Bilal Khan, set 37. Can't you lose what you don't sell? The prices earlier. Yeah, Bob, LOL, that's right. He's gone. Apple, explain yourself. LOL, damn, hanging in there. Stay strong. Vacation added time to Puerto Rico. Yeah, all right. Added just came up to Puerto Rico. Vacation ad just came up to Puerto Rico. So, Tyler, tell Bob what door he has won. You won the exit door, Bob. You didn't give me a response. And so, guess what, Bobby? You're out of here, Bobby. Adios, amigos. It was nice knowing you. First, we're going to remove the message. Bam. And then we go up to Bobby and we kick him out of the tank for good. You guys all watch him. Put user in timeout. Hide user on this channel. Here we go. I'm going to pull this channel over here so you can all watch it take place. If I can get the doggone thing to come over here. I'm trying like heck to get it to come over here. Boom. There it is. I yanked it over onto this screen. And there's Bobby up here, folks. You can see him on the chat board. Let's get over here where we can move it up here. And we'll show you Bobby. Bob. Bob right there. Put user report no. Put user in timeout no. Hide user on this board. Adios, Bobby. Bob Armenia. Get on back to Armenia where you came from. And you're out of here. Adios. And everybody says to you, see you later. They're all waving goodbye to you too. And they're all looking at you. Yep, he gone. Roberto, explain yourself, LOL. That's right. Damn, hang in there. Stay strong, Mopar for Life says. Yeah, buddy. Vacation ad just came up to Puerto Rico. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that, Roberto. I like to know what ads are on my channel. So, Tyler, tell Bob what door he has won. Yeah, he won door number exit. Door number 4. And he's on the floor. Everybody's waving bye to you, Bobby. See you later, Bobby. Robert, and look at that, Roberto. Unfortunately, Bob, he was just bobbing on the surface for a little bit. He's bobbing there, and then we, poof, kicked him out. Yep. Tell Bob what door he's won. From the crypto MTG, I've had 33 share buy order at 737. So J-Rod, I'm right there with you on waiting for it to accept. Yeah. Well, guys, that's not going to happen anymore. Just bow down to the pressure of the longs that is just going to keep piling in on this stock all day and get some at market share now, because whatever you get it at, it's going to be over 10, 11, 12, or even higher on earnings day. So you can't lose. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep, from the crypto MTG, you just got to wave goodbye, Bobby. Mine was only 59 shares from the crypt. Oh, geez. Sofi has killed my soul in 2024. I was told that the stocks can be up and down, but I was 900 pounds in the green just before Crimbo, but now I'm 900 in the red, devastating. 900 in the red. If I was to tell you how much I was in the red today, you'd crap your pants, J-Rod. Or I mean, Johnny Leslie. If I was to tell you, and I guess we'll just do the math for you here so you can see. Let's get this back over here on this screen. Let's just, that's right. Look at Roberto. Bob didn't catch a nibble. That's right. Dan says, smell you later. Folks, he's out of here. He got kicked out. He's down there on the ground. Look, I can see him. He's in a little puddle of water down there splashing around. Bobby, sorry, Bob. Yep, Bob go the weasel. Oh, I love you people here on this channel with me. I really do. We do have some fun. Johnny Leslie, I can only imagine, my friend. Yeah. Johnny, here, I'll make it more of real. You can relate. I've got 54,060 shares. All right. 54,060 times. And what are we down today? How much is the stock down today? 3.95% times 3.95%. Yeah, I'm down $2,135 right now. Okay, Johnny. So just, I know what you mean. It's painful to be down 900, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to how much I'm down today. All right. So don't worry. We'll all be fine. We're all going to come back. And by the way, I'm not like others on this channel that come on and go, oh my God, I've lost $2,000 today. No, I never lose. I'm just down. It's on paper, people. It's pure and simply on paper. Don't worry. We're not down. And by the way, look at the Dow right now, how much they've manipulated it down to. down 1113, 113, down 113 after they just made it go green, 10 points. They ran it down this morning, 270 points, had it go up to green, and now manipulate it down to 113, everybody. Okay? Does that help you understand? I hope so. That's a number they have in mind, the manipulators of the marketplace, and I prove it to you again. From Crypto, let's see, done. Smell you later. I love it. Johnny, you got to believe in what you're buying. Can't live in the past. That's right. That's perfect. From Crypto Manage TG. It'll get there. That's right. Dan one. Bob, go the weasel. Bob, go the weasel. Johnny Leslie, I can only imagine, my friend. Johnny, I'm pretty new to this and seen repute immediately. So just learning the hard way, troops. Yep, that's okay. You know what? Folks, here's the thing you all need to keep in mind about this, about trading in the market today. You will learn 10 times more from your losses and your defeats than you will ever learn from your gains and victories. It's as simple as that. And I want to explain one other thing to you that I've shared with people here in the past. The only reason we're going to have so much elation, joy, happiness, celebration, toast, drinking, chugging beer, wine, celebrating, popping champagne corks on earnings day, the only reason that we'll have the ability to have that much joy and success and profitability is because of the shorts that ran the price down to where we could buy it at the lower prices. So we're not going to have anything to measure our successes with, and if we don't have our failures, everybody. I've explained this before. If you were to get up every single day of your life and get up on the right side of the bed and everything was perfect, you had an absolutely wonderful night's sleep, you got up, you felt great, you went and had a great breakfast and you took your exercise and you're feeling 100%, and then you get to the day, you go to work and you got a bonus and you got a raise and you made more money and you got more of a break at lunchtime and you had a fabulous lunch, you had a absolutely trafficless drive home from work where there was nobody in your way to delay you at all, and you made it perfectly home for a beautiful glass of wine and a steak dinner, prime rib, lobster tail, whatever. And then you went that evening and you went to and saw a great movie and you had a great time, and you went that night and you had a beautiful sexual experience with your partner in bed, and then you went and dozed off for another great night's sleep, and you woke up the next day and you repeated the same thing that day and the following day and the following day and the following day, you wouldn't even know how happy you were, because happy is a relevant statement. You have to have something to compare those happy days to the sad days, or you would not know that you were having a happy day at all. It's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, people. There has to be a yin and a yang. There has to be a negative to be a positive. There has to be the bad to realize the good. Okay? Right? Dan Wynn says he's down 3,000. Yep. Catfish, what is your current average price, if you don't mind my sharing? I have 53,000. If you have 53,000 shares. Well, the last time I looked at it, my average cost was around $6.60 something cents. I think now it's probably somewhere around 678. I haven't looked at it, but it's around there. Right? Let's see. Have we hit bottom yet? Oh, we hit bottom already. Yep. Yep. I see people saying could run down to $5 to $6. Hope they're wrong. LOL. I trust you, Catfish. Just following you much as I can, but I'm not day trading, so can hold on for the long haul. I understand you, Johnny Leslie. Yep. That's perfectly fine. You better have your sell orders here coming up on earnings day at those numbers that I said, right? From Monday, the stock will go up. Have no fear. Right. Friday, all those things expire. 19th options expire, folks. Rocket ship after that. Lee Armstrong reiterates what you need to understand. Options will expire on Friday. And after that, she's off to the moon, people. Off to the freaking moon. Yes. Yep. Bilal Khan, pressure. John Leslie Tyler, the philosopher. Yep. John Leslie. Yep. It's absolutely true what I'm saying to you, folks. Now, I want to refresh this screen because I see I've got a delay here of a little bit. So I want to refresh this screen. And listen, I'm not trying to be necessarily philosophical. I'm just telling you the way it is, people. And that is, you will not know, and you will not know how to experience gains and happiness and joy and prosperity and good health and all of the good things in life if you do not have the hurdles and the obstacles and the bumps in the road and the trials and tribulations. Those are the things that make you appreciate the good and the happiness and the joy and the success, the failures. And as I already just said a little bit ago, you will learn far more. The failures in your life get embedded into your mind and they just get buried in there and they're just like totally make you more resolved, those failures, and give you more strength than the successes. Sure, we all like to see the happiness and the joy and the wonderful and the celebrate and then the times that we sell on the highs here and we make a ton of money on those days and it's great and it's happy. But folks, those happy and joyful days and occurrences can only be experienced if you have a relative sadness and down day to relate it to, folks. It's just as simple as that. Yep. Thank you very much, Johnny Leslie. I appreciate that, you saying that. Yep. I appreciate it very, very much. Here's some heart for you, man. Love that comment. Thank you. And it's part of the reason that I have as many people on this channel that come over every day and that listen to what I have to say because, it's things like that give you energy. Yeah, I see that, Dan, down 3,000 today. I understand it. I'm with you. I'm in the same boat. But on the same turn of events, I'm also up from where I bought at $7.37. So can't complain about that either. I don't. I'm not going to. That's not the kind of person I am. I see the Nasdaq now today. I see the Dow back down after they turned it major negative and then made it go green and then they ran it back to totally negative. They're just playing with people, folks. They're playing with you. They're playing with the market. They're just playing with your heads. All right, that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing today. It's a big old freaking shakeout, and tomorrow the market will be right back up just like they did a week ago. I show you here on the NASDAQ chart. I've shown everybody, and I'm going to get back over here to Sofi because one thing I like to do just to remind people of this in case they're not aware of it is how much Sofi's price has risen over the last year from $4.45 to $7.41. That's a major gain, people. That's a major gain from $4.45 to $7.42. And 445 was on May the 15th, people. And here we are 9 months later, and the price is 741. Give me a minute here. I'm going to be right back, folks. I want to go take care of some business, and I'll be back. All right. Okay, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me here, King Cat. It's time to get it turned back over to Catfish Tyler, and I'm going to get on my way. And we'll see you guys later. Thank you for being here, and we're glad that you showed up to hang out with me and Catfish Tyler. Now, back to Catfish Tyler, and I'm going to get on out of here and dig up some more bottom information. Bye-bye, everybody. See you later. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Thank you for being here, everybody, with me. We got lots to talk about on this channel that'll keep you motivated, keep you happy, keep you smiling, a smiling face. And look at that price at $7.43. Folks, it's time to start singing. There you go. Look at all these people. Today on paper, I'm down around 16,000 between Tesla and Sofi. Stay positive. That's right. Diamond Hands, Brew Tank says. That's right, Brew Tank. Man, I'm ready for our all-nighter we're going to have here soon. I'm ready, baby. I'm going to be psyched. Just devastating. I bought more shares on Friday at $8.96. Now down again. Heartbreaking stuff. Hopefully more positive in the next coming weeks. I wish I had waited and bought this week. Every day's a school day. Yep, that's exactly right. We get schooled. We get schooled every single day. And one thing you can be certain of is that I have never guaranteed anybody anything about this stock. I've told you how manipulated it is. I've shown you how high the swings are up and down. One day down 40%, 5 days later up 30%, then a month later down 20%, a month after that up 130%, after that down 20%. I mean, it's just crazy. So you got to be prepared for that if you get in on this. And like my mug here shows you, folks, and I like to show this off. Many people have seen this before, but I'll show you right now. Here's what I have on this mug, because you got to have a pair of these if you're going to be in on this stock, all right? You cannot be swinging some tiny little nads, okay? Bottom line is you got to have some big old cojones to get in on this thing and stay with it, right? You got to be able to handle this. You got to be able to handle this volatility. You got to expect this type of volatility, right? And take advantage of the volatility, all right? I mean, you guys all saw I sold this stock here about 4 or 5 days back at $8.65 in the pre-market. And look where I'm buying it back now, $7.37 this morning. Holy smokes, people. You can't ask for anything more than that. You just can't. All right. Then when Johnny Leslie, just devastating. I bought more shares on Friday, $8.96. I heard that. Yep. In Clark, since June, this has been over 9, 5 times, and under 8, 5 times, including now. Ho hum. I just bought 5,000 more, 115,000 now at 8.15 myself, but haven't lost a penny. Absolutely. That's exactly right. He hasn't lost a penny, folks. Nice buy. Yes. Dan Wynn, I've been buying on the way down since the new year, so it was over $9. And folks, this is absolutely true what you're being told right here by N. Clark. And I've shown you this, folks, on this sheet of paper that I showed you guys earlier. All right. You've all seen it many, many times. I've shown you the highs, the lows, the highs, the lows, the highs, the lows, the highs, the lows. Manipulation 101 with the stock, folks. Total manipulation. Just like the whole market's being manipulated today. The entire market is being manipulated today as we speak. Every bit of it. It's total manipulation. You can see how much it's been manipulated even here during the last month. Look how much they manipulated this down here on January the 5th, where it was, all the way back up here, manipulated down there, all the way back, manipulated down to here, and it'll come back again. It will, because it's all manipulation that makes these things occur, folks. Every bit of it is market manipulation. All right, just be aware of it. Don't be afraid. Embrace it. Take advantage of it. Understand it and use it to your advantage, people. All right, what we're doing today when we bought at $7.37 was making good use of a manipulated effort to drive this stock even further down before this earnings call that's coming down the pike. And look at the volume today. We just hit 25 million shares. And look at the size of these buys coming in, folks, that are coming in on this stock. And I want to go over to the interactive chart here. Let's get it in this on this chart. Let's get it on the 1-day chart. The 1-day chart, not that one, which is a beautiful looking chart on those 200-day moving average and the 45 and 50-day. But we're going to move now to the 1-day chart. That's where we are right now, 1-day chart. And why we're going in on this chart right now is so that you can see how awesome this move has been that we're starting to see take place right now. Let's get in here tight and let's look at this move. Look at the 45-day moving average crossing over the 50-day, and right now that's the 200-day moving average. This is a 45-day moving average crossing over the 50-day moving average, the gold one, the 10-day moving average going over. And folks, that's a triple upside crossover right there on today's chart, starting at 130 exactly. There it is, folks. And look what it's doing right now. Look what it's doing right now. Look at the 45-day gaping away from the 50. Look at the 10-day just cross over the 50-day just there. Folks, this thing's fixing to explode to the upside starting right now. It looks to me like. I could be wrong, but I sure don't think so. Not from looking at that chart right there, people. I'm just, I hope next Q results positive. Otherwise, we're going to see below 6. Folks, they are going to be positive. They've all been positive, and they've been promising us. Even the CEO, who owns 7.23 million shares of SoFi stock, the SoFi CEO, who owns 7.23 million, do you think he would have been telling everybody they were going to be gap positive, they were going to be profitable with that many shares in his pocket? Do you think he would tell everybody something that wasn't true and risk losing millions and millions and millions of dollars? No, he wouldn't do that. He's too smart to make a false claim that the price was going to be, that SoFi was going to be profitable when he owns that many millions of shares. He would be insane to do that, folks. Don't worry. We're going to be profitable on this next earnings report. There's no question about it. He would not make a proclamation that they were going to be profitable as late as the last SoFi. They had that, what do they call it? Couch thing or whatever they call it, fireside chat, okay? And they reiterated they would be gap profitable on that fireside chat that was about a month ago. So they are going to be, and don't worry about it because they will be. Right on, people. That's one of the only things that I can practically assure you 100% of about this stock. And by the way, look over here at these massive candlesticks coming in right now. Look what's happening with the price, and look what's going on with the candlesticks, and look at the crossover right there. Let's go see if they're showing that here. Hey, look at this. And the funny thing is, folks, Yahoo is showing price crosses moving average as a bearish pattern. Oh my God, they are truly nothing more than a great bunch of Yahoos on this channel right here. Yahoos, talk about Yahoos. Price crosses moving average, and that's to the upside, and they're trying to tell everyone that is a bearish pattern. Folks, you can't make this stuff up. You absolutely cannot make this stuff. When I go over and show you the price is all moving up over the 200-day average, and folks, that is far from bearish, okay? That is bullistic. Bullistic, okay? I like that term, ballistic. That's what it is, because that's what's happening here. Look at this price right now and watch it continue to go up here the rest of the afternoon. They ran it down as far as they could today, folks. Congratulations to those that bought with me at 737, 738, 739, 740. Congratulations to all of you. Cheers. Congratulations. Very wise of you. Yes. Yep. I hope, Balakan, are you familiar with the Blink charging? Yes, I know all about Blink. I used to own Plug Power. I owned Blink. I know all about them. And I know that everybody's going to be walking away from these electric vehicles because, folks, even over in Europe, they're walking away and they're stepping back from electric vehicles production. They're cutting back. I also know that all the rental car companies are backing away from electric car. Okay. You guys need to understand this if you don't know about it already, that the word has come out and the truth is being told about these electric vehicles that people don't like hearing. And the one thing is that their kilowatt hour per hour is atrocious compared to gasoline engines, especially if you're talking about trucks, people. There is absolutely no way they can compete with gasoline engines in cost efficiency. Electric vehicles are costing people twice as much as gasoline vehicles in some areas because they've been hiking the prices of these kilowatt hours, and the electric companies are raising rates. In Florida, they're raising the electric rates on people in Florida about every 3 to 6 months, and they've just gone up astronomically. And these people who bought all these electric cars don't want a damn thing to do with them. And as a matter of fact, look at the video on YouTube about somebody who bought one of those Hyundai Ioniq or whatever they're called, electric cars. Come to find out that the replacement battery was something like $65,000 for a replacement battery. You can buy the car brand new for $39,000, and the replacement battery was 60 something thousand with tax, $62,000 for a replacement battery. And the insurance company wrote the car off. Yeah. And that's happened now more than once. And also with these car fires that are going on with these batteries and these vehicles exploding and catching on fire. Folks, the fire companies that come out to try to put out an electric car that's caught on fire cannot do it with the tank that they've got full of water. They've got to get themselves to a fire hydrant to be able to put out one of these electric car fires. And the risk of danger and injury to these firefighters is hugely higher. And there's more that you need to know about electric cars. Insurance rates are going through the freaking roof on these electric cars. And there's they're starting to have problems, and this is highly under the radar. People don't know about this, but I'm going to tell all of you now about electric vehicles. The Hummer, the new electric Hummer, weighs almost 3 times as much as a regular Hummer on the road because of the battery. And all these big electric trucks and these electric vehicles that are running into cars and pedestrian and people, regular traffic and regular cars, are killing people by the hundreds and hundreds because these things weigh so much. The gross vehicle weight is like a tank rolling down the road at 75 or 80 miles an hour. And when they make impact with another vehicle, they're killing all the people in the cars because they weigh so much and they have so much inertia. Folks, this is something you all need to be aware of. And I'm telling you right now, these electric vehicles and the whole agenda of the green. This is all a big ploy, and people are starting to realize it. People who bought these electric cars, and folks, they're passing all of these mandates and rules that they're going to be zero carbon emission in some of these states like California and other places. And how are they going to do that with the electric grids already experiencing brownouts where they're how are you going to charge your car if you don't have any electricity because of a brownout in your neighborhood? How are you going to get to work the next day? Folks, this is absolutely insane what's going on with these electric cars. And many of the things about them are starting to get exposed thanks to people on these YouTube channels. Go and find out for yourself. Don't believe what I'm telling you. Look into what's going on with the insurance rates going sky high. Look at the fact that they're taking away some of these incentives to be buying electric cars. The dealers are, and the United States government. Folks, this is all going to become more and more visible as more and more of these people die from these accidents. The insurance companies are raising the rates on these electric. And if you own an electric truck and they've been killing people, because then these accidents would normally be minimal impact, minimal damage, but people are dying because of the weight and behind these vehicles. Right. This is true. Yep. How's that make any sense? Feels like you can never get ahead with SoFi stock. James Brady. this constant downward movement of SoFi is killing me. Didn't expect to be running down like this. Well, you didn't look at the history of this stock because it does it every time. You haven't been paying attention to Catfish Tyler showing you on this chart how much the price has possibly fallen time after time after time. I can tell you one other time when the price fell, all right, in 7 weeks, from the price fell from $8.24 in 5 days to 566. Okay, all right, a 31% drop in 5 days. Okay, there was another price from May the 1st when the price was at 654, and 5 or 6 days later the price was at 459, down 29%. Okay, and I've shown everybody on this sheet of paper right here so they can understand the manipulation of this stock and how heavily manipulated it is and how much it swings in price in just 10 days, 20 days. One time on May the 5th, the price had run all the way down to 445, and then within 1 month it was at 1023. All right, okay. This is the kind of swings that this stock experiences. And from that day on June the 14th, only 9 days later, it went from $10.23 to $7.71. So how can you be surprised or have any element of surprise whatsoever when I've been on this channel preaching to everybody for weeks and weeks and weeks that this is one of the most highly manipulated stocks on the market today? If you're caught off guard by this, then you pure and simply have not been paying attention to what I've been telling everybody. And this is the reason I love this stock as much as I do, is because it is so easily manipulatable. And when it's that easily manipulatable, it's that easy for us to make tons and tons of money on it. You know, the day that it ran, I'm going to go back up over these charts here, and I'm going to show you guys something here so you guys can understand what I'm talking about. Going way back, way back, way back, way back. We're going all the way back here. All right. All right. We're going to go all the way back here to April of last year. April of last year. All right. When the price was right here at May the 1st. Okay. I bought this stock when they ran the price down to 546 from a high of 654. Okay. They ran it down $1.03 on 125 million shares, folks. They ran it down, and then they ran it down from 654's high. The next day, not only did they use 125 million that day to run it down $1.03 off the high and close at 547, folks. You're talking about $1.07 from the high that day. They used 125 million shares because that's what they do to this stock over and over, people. The next day they used another 115 million, then 64 million, then 59 million. That totaled up to 360 million shares to run the price from 654 all the way down to 459. Okay? All right, well, I bought it because I thought then, man, the damage was done. It was totally manipulated down. And I called all the guys at my round table and said, let's buy SoFi. All right, and we bought it on this day right here in the 460 range, I think it was. And then they started making it go back up, and it went all the way up here. And then they called on May 15th. They called on the help of a downgrader who put a target price on our stock on SoFi of $2.50. And on that day, the price fell from a previous day's 522 high to 445. Well, then from that day forth, folks, on 103 million shares, they manipulated the price down on his target price. The price went in 30 days from 445, which could easily happen right now until the earnings call, all the way up to $10.23. The very next day, June the 15th, 3 analysts came out and downgraded the stock price. They were Oppenheimer, Piper Sandler, and who was the other one? Oppenheimer and Bank of America. 3 of them came out and downgraded SoFi's price because they were getting slaughtered, people. They were absolutely getting annihilated. And then after that downgrade came, look, they used 107 million shares the next day to shove the price down to 850. then 49 million to get it to 820, then 37 million, and then they drove it all the way down to 771 from 1023 people in 1 week's time. No big deal, because after that, folks, I told everybody, first of all, when it was down here at the fours, I told everybody it got up here to 1013. I said, we're going to sell this at 1013 again. And we did. We sold it again at 1013, and we weren't crying in our tears. Okay. We were elated that day because we sold it at the high of the day again. We sold it nearly at the high of the day here. We were up 130% from buying it here at 445. We were up 130% and sold it at 1013. Well, we didn't get the very high that day, but we got close enough because we were able to buy it back 6 days later at 771. And then within just one more month, the price was at 1013, where we sold it again. Cha-frickin-ching, everybody. So if you're not taking advantage of the most manipulated stock in the market today, that's just your own fault, people. Because after we sold it at 1013, we waited 6 days and it was at 894, where we piled in and bought another 5,000 shares at 895 and 894. And then 2 days later, the price we sold at 1166. And I told everybody on that day, we're going to sell this thing at 1166. And we did. And we made another boatload of money. Folks, part of the reason that I've gone from 38,000 that I won on the Wheel of Fortune to over $750,000 is because of these types of swing trades that I've been able to get in and out of over and over with this stock. Because 3 days later, we bought the thing back at 972 and then sold it 2 days after that at 1010. Holy smokes, people. This is just a dream come true. Then we got 12 days later, the price was at 789, where we piled in on it again, and we were able to sell it after that at 789 at $9.18 right there. And we sold it at 913 on that day. It went to 918, so what? It went a little over what we were expecting. We sold it at 913 because we were able to buy it back after that all the way down here at $7.14. Wow, $2 drop, folks. 201 it dropped. And then from there, we were able to sell it at 866 and even 873, only to buy it back at 873, and we could buy it back at $6.68. After buying it there, we sold it at 848. We bought it back after that at 672. We sold it when it got all the way up here, and it kept running up and sold it at 1013 again on December 20th. Folks, we're just killing it. You're talking about a 40% gain. This is a dream stock, this stock. Quit complaining about it being run up and down and manipulated and start making money off of it like I've been doing and everyone that's here with me. All right? James, it's constant downward movement. It's not constant downward. It's just about 14-day down, and then they're going to turn it around, and it won't be constant. It'll run right back up 30% on earnings day. It usually runs up before earnings except quarter three. Yep. I was watching you when you said it would run up before earnings. You sometimes change after the fact. I know it is manipulated, but it's just going straight down. No, James Brady, it's not going straight down. It has been going down over the last 2 weeks because earnings is going to be profitable, and all these hedge funds know it. So they're manipulating it down like they've done so many times in the past that I'm showing you right now. But every time they've manipulated it down, and usually with the help of downgrades that they make phone calls about, every time it's dropped on those downgrades, it's always turned around and made an excellent gain after they ran it down a few days after the downgrade. Every single time. Even here, after it hit 1016 and we sold at 1013 on that day, on December the 20th, when we sold it at 1013, we were able to buy it back that same day at 923. All right. You're talking about an 80-cent drop on that day on 75 million shares, total manipulation. And then after that, the price hit 1049 where we sold it again. And you guys know I sold it that day at 1049. I actually sold it at 1048 because that's where I put my sell orders in. You saw on this piece of paper, my number's not 49, it's 48. And I've got here right here sell on this piece of paper right here. And I'll show it to you now because of that. And I know about it. And I take advantage of it. What does my sell order say on this right here? Right over here. What does it say? Look closely. You can see the number right there. It says sell at 848. And then it says buy back at 841 to 843 after selling at 848. It says sell at 855 and buy it back at 849. It says sell at 865, buy it back at 861 to 856. Sell at 876, buy it back at 867. Sell it at 887, buy it back at 878. Sell it at 892, buy it back at 888. Sell it at 898, buy it back at 893 to 891. Sell it at 908 and repeat again all the way up to 10. Repeat that to 11, to a 12, to 13, to 14, to 15. Keep repeating it. Just keep putting your sell orders in. Keep putting your buy orders in at those numbers when it pulls back. All right? And I'm not trying to be hard on anybody. I'm just showing you the facts, folks. This is one of the most manipulated stocks I've ever seen, and we have to either take advantage of it and not be discouraged by it, but take advantage of it. And that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing for the last year on this stock. And you guys that have been here with me over the full year have watched and witnessed and seen me do it every time. You have. Yep, but I'll run 738 right now. Okay, good. Excellent. Well, that didn't last for long. Well, they can't get it down below that anymore, folks, and they're certainly not going to get it down into the 650 range. If they could have done that, they would have done it today on the back of the Dow down 205 and the NASDAQ down 181. They would have driven it on down if they could have. They can't. They can't get it any lower. They cannot get anywhere close to 445, where many of them are still holding their shorted positions. And I don't know what they expect is going to happen between now and then. They're not going to get it back to 445, people. And a lot of them are still holding shorted positions from there because why? Because they made so much money on Sofi shorting it when it was in the $25 range, all the way, shorting it all the way down to 445. But let me show you something that's a problem for these shorters, folks. When you get over here on this 1 year chart, this gets to be a problem for them here. Let's just do the 2 year chart. This is where they ran into problems and where they're in problems now, and why they're even hammering it down today is because they started shorting it very heavily. If you look at this chart, you can see that the real heavy shorting started here when it hit this price. Look at how many red candlesticks are at the bottom as of 11/8/2021. Look at all the red candlesticks that drove the price from here at this $22.70. And they shorted the crap out of it to get it to hit 15. They made it fall $7, folks, in just a matter of days. In like 9 days, it fell 7. Well, when it gets back up to this number, in 9 days, it'll jump from 15 all the way up to 22, too, people, because there's a big gap there now. Just be aware of that, okay? So then they said, well, let's short it here. And so they came in, and you can see these red candlesticks all at the bottom. Look how heavy they are. And they were shorting it from when they started shorting it here in the $22 range. When they piled in more when it hit 15, that made their dollar cost average on their short positions go from 22 to about $18 when they came in heavy at 15. And when they kept seeing it falling and they kept shorting it when it got down to 10, look at all these red candlesticks. Well, that made them short so heavy in the $10 range in 9 and 8. When it got through there, their dollar cost average of their short positions had gone from 18 down to $13 and maybe even 12. But then when the price continued to drop and they started shorting it here as it started to make a recovery, and they started heavily shorting, look at all the red candlesticks there, and they drove the price down to 440 something. Then they had their dollar cost average drop from the 12s all the way down to the $9 and $8 range. And that's the problem they've got now, everybody, because they have their dollar cost average down here and they kept shorting it even when it got down here below 4 into May. All right, when they got it into May and Chivarini Day and they shorted it at 445, their dollar cost average went from 11 all the way down and then to 9 here. Then it went down into $8 range. Okay, so all these shorters who've made all this money as it dropped all the way from 22 down to here, they still have made a ton of money, but they're still holding these shorted positions from down here in the 460s because they have made so much money and they want them to go back to that number. That's why they use these downgrades to get it to say it's going to $6 and $6.50. Folks, it's not going there. They use the downgrades just simply to try to cover some of those shorter positions, and that's what they're doing today even. They're covering those positions now at 737. They covered some of those shorter positions down here in the 440 ranges and the 460s. They've been covering them today. I honestly believe that. And I believe they've been covering those for the last 2 weeks. Even as the price has been dropping during this last 10 days, they've been covering some of those shorter positions. And if you look at Hurricane Lopez, you'll see that he can see that and is showing that they're borrowing less and less shares per day now, and they've been returning more. So, folks, just hold on for this wild ride that's coming our way, because it's coming, folks. It's coming, all right. It's definitely coming. You just need to hang on. You need to be strong. You need to have a pair of kahunas. You can't be wimping out on us now. You got to hang in there. You got to trust what I'm telling you. And you're going to see right here on the NASDAQ, they're aiming for 14,766, folks. That's what they're going for. And watch what happens when it reaches 14,766. There it is. Watch what happens after it gets to that number. 14,766, you just saw it. I proved it to you. Here it is again, 14,766, and they're going to try and get here, I guarantee you, 76666. And they didn't make it. And it already bounced off of that, and now it's going to go north. So I'm glad I could show that to you like I showed you yesterday, the same game they played when they got it down to the 666. I showed it to you, and I showed what happened afterwards. The thing went right on up. And so they just did it again just now. You just witnessed it. 14,766 is all they're trying to do, people. 14,766 is what they're trying to get show up on this screen. And they're going to keep trying until they get 14,76666. If they don't get that number, and they just settle with what they already did. They're done. They got it. They're close enough at 14,766. They don't care. Oh, well, we did that. We got the 66. We didn't pull off the 6666 like we wanted to, but we dang sure got it down to 14,766, and I just showed it to you when they did it. So we'll give them the golf clap. 14,769 now. What a mystery that it got to 66 and then turned around and started going back up. How many times have I shown this to you folks on this channel? How many times have I pointed out this to you folks on this channel that this is the manipulation effort and the numbers that they try to get to and attain? So don't be surprised again. They're trying ultimately to get the price to hit 14,76666. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed this. I think it was just the day before yesterday. They got it down to 14,764.09. And there it is. There they're trying for it. 14,76666. They're trying with all their might, and unfortunately, they didn't get it again. They didn't get it again. And now look at it. 14,76866. 14,769. 14,774. Do you see? See, they all know it's over now. A $4 jump because they all know what everybody was trying right there, and it became so obvious, and now the longs are coming in. I called it out to your attention. I wanted to bring it to your attention like I always do on this channel. I always show it to you, folks. When they get to the numbers, I point them out to you, and now look at it up $11 from just 2 minutes ago. and they'll try and stop it at 14,777. And that's why I showed you here on my piece of paper, I've got my order in at 876 to sell, because as soon as it hits 877, they'll pull it back. And they just do that just then. When it got to 14,777, you saw what they tried, and they're doing it. They're doing it. Now it's going to go just a little bit back, and then it's going to continue its climb. And the next number it's going to hit is 14,888, where I would be selling at 14,87. All right, 14,788 is the next number you're going to see where they try to stop it. 14,788. Watch them try, and you'll see what I mean. But you can sure as crap see that when it got to that 777, they pulled it back. And interestingly enough, on this sheet here, it says when I sell at the 76 number, I'll buy it back at 67. So let's see right now, when it just hit 777, if they pull it back to 14,767, where I would fill it again. Let's just see. Let's see if they're able to do that. See if Catfish knows what he's talking about. So you just saw, I told you, almost every time when they get it to 77, they want to pull it back to the 66 again. And that's why I say, when I sell, I'm going to buy it back at 67, maybe 69. But they're going to aim for it right now. They're going to try to get down to 14 from the 777. They're going to try to pull it back to 769 or 7666 again. And you'll see what I'm talking about right here, right now. They're trying it. They're trying like heck to drop it off that 14,777. So this is what I'm going to be doing on earnings day, people. I'll be monitoring these numbers, and I'll be selling at these numbers that I'm telling you about, and I'll buy back lower, and then on up it goes past it again. You can just see I would have been able to buy after selling at 14,777. I would have been able to buy back just then at 14,773, and even the 772s. There it is. They're not done yet. Look at that, 77213, people. I'm glad I can show you this, guys, so you can see it. It makes me very happy when I can show you how well I have these guys figured out on their manipulative efforts. And I just pointed out to you guys on this channel here time and time again. And I'm glad I can show it to you so you can become educated and you can learn and you can profit from these things that we're showing and experiencing. So I just showed you it at 14,777, and you can easily see now that they're trying from that number to run it back, and we're gonna see how low they get it. And I have on my sheet 67. So let's see if they get it back down to 14,767 right now. And if not, I would also fill it from 77 at 69. So I'd be putting in a small order here at 14,769, and then a larger order in at 14,767. 14,767, because they're aiming for 14,766. But they didn't get there, so now it's going to turn and it's go north, and it'll continue its climb. And the next number I would sell after it passes 14,777 this time would be 14,787. Because when it gets to 14,788, they're going to pull it back again, okay? Oh, so funny to see the numbers they're trying here. 14,771.05. Now 770. We're almost at my 769 I can fill at. There it is, folks. 14,769, and who called it? Look at that. I would have just filled some at the 69 after selling at 77, and I might even get the other ones at 767. There they are. Watch. I would have a buy order in on mine, and there it is. I just would have filled just then. After the 77 sell, I would have filled right there at 767. See that? And then it turns and it starts heading north. So this is absolute proof of what I'm showing you on this piece of paper right here, folks. You can see, I'll show it to you here so you can see what I'm talking about, that I would have told you just then, right here, that I would have sold at 876, folks, not 877, and then I would have bought it back, it says over here, at 867 after selling at 876. Buy back at 867. And I just would have done that just now on the NASDAQ if I was buying at thousands of dollars. See? Now you know. I hope that answers your question for you, Bilal. Now you know, Bilal, why I have these increments that I sell at, because I can buy back cheaper all day long and as it continues to ascend and go up. So now you can see it. I just proved it to you right there. I showed it to you clear as a bell, clear as day, exactly what I'm talking about. And it's great because they actually illustrated it for each and every one of you just then. You can see not only do I have these guys figured out, but it's proof of the fact that I've got them figured out. And now watch the price after filling a sell order at 14.77, which was actually 14.776. After selling at 14.776, I bought it back at 14.767. And that's the number that I told you that I would, and I sure would have. And now look at it ascending again. And this time, folks, it's going to go over 14.777. And the next place I would be selling it at is 14.787, because I can assure you when it gets to 14.788, they're going to do the same thing they did from 77 down to 67. They're going to take it from 88 down to 77. All right? Watch and see. We'll see if I'm right. Once again, you can all bear witness to what I'm telling you right now, here and now. And I'm glad you can all see it. It makes me feel good when I'm right, and then you guys get to witness it, and you guys get to see it, and then some of you can go, God dog it, man, he called that right to the number. And I did. I called it right to the number, folks. That's because I've just been watching these people for now for 24 years. I've been watching these people manipulate the market. And I know the numbers that they love to run down from and to, and then back up to where we sell, and then back down from that number. And folks, you'll see here this afternoon, as you just keep watching, be patient, you're going to see this price now go back over 14.777. And you're going to witness what I'm telling you. This time it will go over 14.777 in a minute, and it's going to go up to 14.788, where I would sell it at 14.787. So watch what I'm saying and see if I'm right. You guys just still here and watching. Yep, J-Rod, 2 hours ago, Sofi launches small business financing marketplace within the Sofi product experience. Yeah, baby. Yep, there you go, Mr. Monster. Still waiting on 737 to sell to buy. All right, you can do that. There, you're a penny away, and it looks like you're almost just got it again. I don't know if it hit it just then. I saw 738, but doggone it, they're trying to help you out there. They're trying to help you. Yep, J-Rod, 2 hours ago. Look at that. J-Rod comes out, and we're going to pin this message right here. Very important. Thank you for posting that, J-Rod. We're going to pin this message. Message has now been pinned up at the top. J-Rod says 2 hours ago, Sofi launches small business financing marketplace within the Within the Sofi product experience. Beautiful. Yep. Dan Wynn says trust the process. That's right. From the crypto MTG, waiting in the 737 boat as well. It touched it recently, but still no fill. Thinking of switching the buy order to 738, but I don't think so. All right, good. The Kitty Hut, me too. 1,000s at 737. Switch your orders, people. Don't put in 1,000 share order. Learn from Catfish Tyler. Break them up into small orders of 20 shares or 50 shares. They won't fill at 1,000 shares. That's too big of an order to fill there at 737, because the manipulators are only using 5 and 10 shares at a time to manipulate it down. Don't put in those massive sell buy orders at that amount. Break it up. Go in right now and change your buy order from 1,000 at 737 to 50 at 737. Put in 50 more at 737, 50 more at 737, and you'll start seeing them fill if it gets to 737. Don't try 1,000. I tried that before. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I wasn't able to fill. I had to drop my order to 100 shares and then the other one to just 10 shares. And I got the one for 10 to fill while my 100 just sat there and sat there and sat there. So, folks, I'm telling you, do as I suggest. please break up those big buy orders at that number to small increments, and maybe you'll get it. As a matter of fact, it doesn't hurt to go ahead and try to pick it up at 738 right here, folks. It doesn't hurt to try. It doesn't hurt, right? But then again, be patient. You know, this is a game of patience. And I want you to realize what time it is. It's 2:12 right now. So at 2:13, expect them to go for that 737 number. And I've even got a buy order in at 736 right here. It's going to be 2:13, people. 2:13. Expect it now. Expect it now if you're going to get it. Change your buy orders from those big amounts to small increments. Change them and put in more than one for the same amount, and you'll start filling them, people, okay? And you might as well not even mess around with it, because what difference does 1 penny make? Just go ahead and put in a small order for 738, since you see it's toggling right now at 738.39. It won't make that big of a difference to you in the long run, okay? It won't. Just go ahead, and I'm telling you, these little 738 buy orders and sells that are being put in are people that are working for the short hedge fund companies that are told just put in 2 shares, put in 2, put in 5 for sale at those numbers, put in small amounts, because those orders get filled easier than big chunks. So they're putting in a very small amount of sell orders so they get filled. You guys have seen me use the same opposite psychology when I'm trying to get the price to go up. I put in sell orders of 1 share at a time at these prices above the current price, because it's easier for them to fill that 1 share order. All right. So when you see me trying to use my shares to go up and put sell prices in, you see me put them in 1 share at a time, because it's easier to achieve those numbers. And that's the same way that the shorters act when they're trying to run it down. They'll put in sell orders just 1 at a time, 1 at a time. They'll put in 1 at 737 now to try to get to that number, to make it easier to get to that number, just for having said they got to that number. But they'll use 1 share at a time to do it with. That's why you guys are not filling. That's why. There you go. Got 100 at 738. That's the ticket right there, folks. This is what I'm telling you is true. And I want you to look at something right now on the Sofi interactive chart, on the 1-day chart. Look at the massive candlestick that just came in. And I want to look at it right now to see, was it a massive 1 candlestick on a buy or sell? And it was a buy. Look at that massive green candlestick right here on this screen, folks, that just came in. Look at right there. Right there. That is a freaking 2.12 million shares at 212, folks. Look at that candlestick right there. 2.12 million shares at 212, right before 213, people. Be ye aware that that is a massive buy-in right there. And don't be surprised at all to see this price start to escalate from here, because that's a huge buy right there at 212, everybody. Bilal Khan, 738. Good. And you better be glad you did, because someone just bought with you. They bought 2.12 million shares at 212 this afternoon. 2.12 million shares, folks, bought. Look at that candlestick. Look how huge that candlestick is right there. Who do you think would buy 2 million shares of SoFi stock just then? And why? Why? There's 737, folks. There you go. Like I said, if you break it up and you've got small amounts of shares, you might be able to pick it up here. And hopefully you just did at 737. Hopefully you got 10 or 20 or 50 shares there. I'd be happy for you if you did. I would be very happy if you paid attention to what I said and you filled that order just then. Very happy. God, dogs, look at that massive buy-in there at 212, everybody. 2.12 million shares. And you can see these big red candlesticks down here at the bottom that they've tried to be manipulating with. And they're coming in very sporadically now. All right, let's get down here a little bit bigger on this screen so you can see what they've been doing and how they've been working it. Let's get down here. See right here? At what time was it here? At this time right here. What did they do? It was at 1:37. And they dumped 232,000 shares. Then they come over here to 1:46 and they dumped 140,000 shares. But someone came in at 149 and bought 200,000 shares when the price was at 738.5. And then they come over here and they tried to dump 199,000 shares to make the price fall from 739.5 to 738. Look at that, folks. These people dumped 200,000 shares and the price fell a penny and a half. Then they come over here to 207. They dump 172,000 shares. But folks, on the heels of that, someone came over and bought 212 million shares at 712, folks. Bam, got it at 837. All right, very good, Mr. Monsters. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations to you all. Fan-frickin-tastic. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is climbing very nicely here. That looks good. I like to see that. Let's look at the 4-hour chart on Bitcoin. Nice. Bam, and up she goes. Good deal. I'll take it. Holy smokes, folks. Look at this entire market being completely manipulated down after they ran the Dow down 176 points, got it to go back up green right there for a fraction of a second, and then they ran it back down another 170 points right now. What a game they're playing with, people. And look at the number now at 14,777 again on the NASDAQ, and I called that, and now it broke over that, and I called that too. And watch this NASDAQ go up to 14,788 right now. And when it does, you're going to see them stop it there. You're going to see them stop it at 14,788, and they're going to try to pull it back down to this number here once they get it to 788. Watch and see if Catfish is right or not. I was right about them getting to 777 and taking it back down to 767. I sure was. So let's see if I'm right about this again right here. All right. 14,779 will quickly go to 14,780. I do believe. We'll see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Let's just see. Anyway, have any SoFi institutions sold today and got scared? No. No, they did not. They're still holding tightly to their shares, just like you should be holding yours right now. And you can see here on this chart, look at that massive, massive candlestick right there. Look at that. And the volume just jumped from 27 million to 29 million, just like that on that buy right there. Absolutely fantastic to see people buying 2 million shares of the stock at 737 or 738. Good for them. Good for them. Especially knowing that it was 213 that they were going to try to attack it down. And that's why they bought there, because they know what the numbers are and the time is and how it all plays out. They're smart buyers. Well, congratulations to everyone that just bought for the low of the day like I did. Congratulations very, very much to you. I have still a 100 share order in at 736 if these measly slime bag shorters can get it there. But I don't think so. And I'm looking at the NASDAQ now, and it's at 14,780. So say goodbye to the 14,766 and say hello to 14,787 that's going to come into play. And as soon as it hits 787, I would be a seller at that number because I'll be able to buy it back at this number again after it gets to 787. Let's see if I'm right, everybody. Let's see if Catfish Tyler's right or not. There's 14,783 now. 14,785 will probably happen right now because they start running it up over at $1 at a time. There's 785 coming into play right now in 3, 2, 1, 0. There it is. Here comes 786. Look at that. Here's 14,788.08, and Catfish would sell right here at this number. That's where I'd sell. And the reason why is because I might be able to pull it back at 14,781 or 2 afterwards. Let's see if I'm right. I could be wrong, and if I am, who cares? Because my next number is going to sell at 14,793. It's 14,793, and then I'll be able to buy it back at 14,788. You're basically getting able to see exactly what I'm going to be doing on earnings day, these numbers that I'll be selling at and where I'll be buying back. And I just showed you. I showed you I would sell at 14,777, which is the 77, and I would buy back at 1467, and I would have if you just saw it. And here comes 14,793, and I would be selling at 93. Okay, so if the price was 793, I would sell there and hopefully buy back at 788 after that. Now, if the price keeps running, I don't care, but I'm buying at these numbers that I know they usually work it down from. So you just saw 793. Now you can see them pulling it back to 792 and probably down to 791. And from 793, I would not be surprised at all, because if you look at my sheet here, it says that I'm going to sell at 92 and buy back here at 88. So I would have just sold there, and let's see if I can buy back at 788 right now. All right. You guys know these numbers. I had them written down for you. There's this 14,793. And as I said, 93 is a number to sell. Now we're going higher. And now we're going to see me sell at 14,798. I'll sell at 14,798 and hopefully get a pullback to 14,793 or 791 from 798. So let's see if I'm right. Let's just see if I'm right. Here comes 14,798, people. There it is. I would have just filled there. Now let's see if it continues on up. If it does, I don't care. I don't care if it does. But I think it's going to fall back to 14,793 where I can fill again there. Let's just see if I'm right. Oh, there's the 88 again. All right, let's see if I'm right. Folks, these numbers I'm showing you now, I'm so happy to see this is happening, because I can illustrate for you exactly the technique I'm going to use on earnings day and how I'm going to sell at these high numbers and buy back below. So let's just see if they can pull it back now from 14,798 or if it just continues to climb. And if it does, the next number I would be selling at is 15,807. I will sell at 15,807 because when it hits 807, most likely I'll be able to buy it back at 15,798. Okay, so let's just see if I'm right. And even now, as it breaks over 14.8, you can still usually buy it back at 14,797. So let's see if I'm right. There it is, just barely broke over 14.8, and watch them try to take it back to 14,797. Let's see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Okay? And I'd like to be wrong, actually, because then I'd like to just see the NASDAQ keep climbing here. But there'll be the pullbacks on the NASDAQ just like there are on SoFi, folks. Where are we now? 739. Good going, everybody that bought that at 737. Congratulations to you. And look at this. Here we go. 14,799 now. Let's see if they can get it down to 14,798 where I have a buy order. And I don't really have one there, but I'm just showing you when it's in the $8 range and it gets to 807, they'll pull it back and I might be able to buy it at 801 or as low as even 797. So now it continues its climb. The next number I would be selling at here would be 14,807. And then, because I know they like to take it back from 14,808. So let's see if it hits 14,808 right now, and then they try to take it back from that number. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if Catfish Tyler is right. Bilal Khan wants to know what the price was when they bought the 2.2 million. All right, and look at that, 14,803.88, people. How do you like that? Watch it pull back off that 88 number. 14,803.12. You see that? Sell it at 88, buy it back at 12. All right, let's go see where it was when they bought that, made that massive buy-in. The price when they made that buy-in was $7.39. $7.39, I do believe. We can get in on the interactive chart and see when it was. Right there, 738.5 was where the price was when they bought 2.12 million shares. Love seeing that, people. Gotta love seeing that. Now let's watch the NASDAQ if Catfish Tyler's right or if he's wrong. If they take it now to 14,807 is where I would be selling. And we'll see if they take it now back down to 14,798. Here's where I'll have a buy order. If this was, let's just say it was 798. If it goes over the 8, then I'm going to buy back at 798. Let's see if they do it right now and I can get 798. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah, there we're almost there. There it is, folks. Cha-ching. See, it went over $8 and I would have bought back at $7.97. Right there. Bam. And they even got it down to $14,796.98. But folks, then watch it turn and go back up over 14 and it'll be over 14.8 again now. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. No, I don't think so, folks. I do not believe so one single teeny tiny bit. Oh, fun to see this, folks. Very fun. Let's go right here. 8 a.m. But damn, I got it at 8:37. Monster 7:37. Yep. Bam, got it. Yeah, I know what you meant. 7:37. What price was it when they hit? I told you that. $10, I believe. Duck Kings. It can't have been 2 p.m. today. Yes, Duck Kings. I hope it rises to $10 in the near future. I'll be waiting a while. Who knows what this stock will do? A lot of bad noise out there. Hopefully it's the opposite to the moon. It's going to the moon, baby. And look at it now, break right back over. And you guys are getting to witness how I'm going to do this on earnings day. But take off the 14 and just pretend like this is $8 here, okay? And I've already said to you folks, once it breaks over $8, I'll get a chance to buy it back at $7.97, and you just saw it just then. You saw it break over 8 and then back to $7.97 just then, and then back over 8 again it goes, and I'm going to sell it here. Forget about the 14. If this is, just pretend this is SoFi's share price at $8.51 now. I'm going to sell it at 808. And actually, my number's not 808 because I know how much they love that number to immediately attack at. So I'm going to sell it at 14,807. All right. Well, take the 14 off. I'm going to sell it at 807. Okay. Because then I think they'll pull it back from 807 down to 801 or even 797. Let's see if I'm right. We're getting ready to go on up here now to $8.07 where I'm going to sell it. And let's just see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. And you can already see I was right when I told you to sell it at 14,777. And then it went back to 14,767. And I had that number on my sheet at sell at 7.7, buy back at 6.7. And I would have just done that on this. And here we go to 14,807 right now, everybody. And you're getting to see how I'm going to do it. There it is. You just sold at 14,807. And look at that, 14,808. Let's see if it drops back now from this number, 14,808, like I think it will. Now, I could be wrong, but there's the pullback right there. So see, I told you I would be selling at this number right here at 808 because they're going to pull it back from 808, possibly down to 801 or 802, where I'll get to fill it again. So let's just see if I'm right now, using this as a number to be a comparison, if I'm right or if I'm wrong. All right. And by the way, if I'm wrong, the next number I'm going to sell at is 812 here, because when they get to 813, I can assure you 99 times out of 100, they'll pull it back from there. So we got no pullback there at 809. And I'm glad to see that because the NASDAQ continues to climb now. But let's see if it'll be pulled back now at 813. I will have my sell order in, though. And look at that. From the 807 that I sold, there's the pullback. You guys are getting it now, right? You're seeing what I'm telling you. It's working on the NASDAQ just like it's working on SoFi. So here we go. Let's see if it now breaks over 808 and goes all the way to 813. And there it is, back over 808 now. And watch it go on up and possibly hit and stop at 14,813. All right? And not possibly, it's going to. My sell order to on earnings day is going to be at 812. Okay, 812. I don't care about that 13-cent thing. I don't. I'm going to sell it at 812, and then even if it hits 813, it doesn't matter. They're going to pull it back, either one of those. Okay, either one of them. So here we go. Let's see if Catfish Tyler's right. This is very cool that I'm able to show you this, because the same thing happens with these NASDAQ, and the same numbers are generated, and the same attacks from those numbers are generated that you're going to see on Sofi, even though we're not in the 14,000 range. So there we are, 14,807. I filled at that number, and then on earnings day, I'm going to be looking for it to go from there up to 14,813. So let's see if now, let's see if now it will continue its ascent up to 813, and I will sell at 812 on earnings day, because I expect to be able to pull it back after selling at 812 back down to 809. Okay, maybe even 808 again. But we're going to see if I'm right. Everybody gets to watch it and see and witness exactly how I'm going to be trading this stock on earnings day. All right. So there you can see how much resistance there is at 808. It's very obvious they don't want to let it try to break over that price. You can see them trying to pull it back now. And let's see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Let's see if I would have had a chance if it was at 808 to buy back at 801. Okay, or maybe even as low as 797, 14,797. Let's see. So there it comes back down now, off of that 14,807 where I sold it. Look at that, 14,803. And by the way, on earnings day, when I sell at 807, I'm going to see it drop down, and whatever it gets to, I'm just going to fill a market share order there. If it doesn't go any lower to my number I expect. But look right here, folks. Look what I have on this sheet of paper here. If I sold it, as I said, at 808, what does it say the buyback number was going to be? I'll show you right here. And look at it now at 14,802. Look right here what the buyback number says. After I sell it at 808, it says sell at 808 right there. Sell 808, buy back at 801 to 798. So let's go see what happens right now if I would be right in so assuming that. Let's see if I'm right. If it does go back from the 808 down to 801, here we are, and we're at 14,803 now. And even if it didn't get there, I did sell at 14,807. And as soon as I see it get dropped down to that 802, which it was just at, I would have bought it again. Okay? I would have bought it. Now it's turned it already and it's going north again. So the next number it's going to go to is going to be 14,812. You're getting to witness what I'm telling you right now. My average is 620. The 2 p.m. buy, Ron, the 2 million buy, Ron, that confirmed the bottom. But if you have money, yes, but I'm going to have a big wake and the bake spliff on the morning of the 29th. I hear you what I'm talking about. And look at this thing now after they pulled it down from 808 down to 802, which I told you they might do. Then bam, it's off to the races. And now the next place we're going to sell on earnings day is 812. 812, okay? Watch what happens here when it gets to 813. Now, I'm going to say 812 because I think that's where it's going to go to. But isn't this fun that you guys are being able to see what I'm going to do on earnings day using the NASDAQ right now? Already, I've proven to you when it was starting its rise at when it got to 14,777, I told you I would sell at 77 cents and it would pull back to 67. And that's exactly what it did. It went to 14,777 down to 14,767, where I would have bought again. And then it went all the way up to 14,793, and I sold there and would have bought back at 14,788. And then it went from there on over $8, and I said you'd buy it back at 14,797. And sure enough, that's exactly what it did. It went down to 14 after it broke over 14,803. It went down to 14,796.5. And then now you can see it hit 14,807, and they pulled it back down from that number where I would have sold at 807. They pulled it back down to 802, where I would have bought again on earnings day. And now you're going to see this thing go up to 812, and I would sell it at 812 and buy it back at about this number right here. Let's go see if I'm right, if it's going to go to 812 now. And it's very cool that they're doing this, because you can see, and you can see for your own two eyes, that what Catfish is telling you is true, folks. That these numbers that I have marked down on this sheet of paper, they're just not hypothetical, pulled out of my ass numbers, all right? These numbers are because I've witnessed this happen time and time again. So watch it right now break over 14,810 in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. 14,810 is going to be destroyed, and it's going to go up to 14,812, maybe 14,813. And there, like I said, at 8 on earnings day, I have a sell order in at 812. And there's a reason why, because I expect after it hits 812, I'll be able to buy it back at 808 again, or 809. All right. So let's see if they do it right now on this right here on the NASDAQ too. So there it is, and here comes 810 in less than 30 seconds. 14,810 is coming. You will see it happen. You will see it happen. Oh, yeah, but look how hard they're trying to hold that 808, and now you know why I tell you, folks, people, the number 8 is a big resistance level for shorters and hedge funds. They love the number 8, the number 88, the number 8. They love it. They love to attack back from that number. They just love it, right? So let's see if they can come on back from 807 down to my buy order, where I said after I sell at 807, I'll buy it back at 801 or 798. So let's see if they can get it now down from that 807 back down to 801 right now, or if it continues to climb. Meanwhile, we're going over to look at Sofi, and it's hanging in there very well. There's no way it's going any lower. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, I'm watching you guys. Yep. Duck Kings, where do you view when over 2 million shares are purchased? You can see it on this screen right here. Right here. Look right there. Bam. Right there at 2:12 this afternoon. 2:12 this afternoon. You can see it right here on this chart when I hit the interactive. Left click on the middle of the chart, and you'll see the massive buy that came in at 212 right there. There it is right there. There's the candlestick right there at 212, 2.12 million shares. 2.12 million shares at 212 this afternoon. A massive green candlestick buying into Sofi, because they know just like I know, and what you know too. There it is right there. 212, look up on the left up there, you'll see the volume changes as over here on the left in the top box here. As I move along these numbers, you see the volume amounts that were used each of those minutes. And right there, when it got to 212, 2.12 million shares. Wow. Meanwhile, back to the NASDAQ, and here it goes to my number, right on up to 14,812. And folks, just take the 14 off, and consider this the stock price of Sofi on earnings day. And I've already called it perfectly right. Virtually every single time when it got to my sell numbers, it's pulled back to my buy numbers that are on this sheet. Virtually every time that I've called it, it's pulled back to my buy numbers. And we'll see right now when it gets up to 812 if they pull it back down to where I'm saying I'll buy back in is 808, 809 once it gets to 812. Okay. And it might even go as low as 801 from 812, because they love to attack at 813, folks. They love it. And you can see just now at 810 and a half, they tried knocking it back. They're even coming hard at it now from 810 and a half. All right. But my sell order in isn't going to be in there until 812. Now, you can see here that, again, I had already sold at 807, and I would be able to buy it back lower from that 807. But this thing's going to continue to climb, folks. Look at this thing. Look at Sofi now, too. Watch what happened since that buy at 212. And believe you me, People, we're not the only ones that can see that someone bought there, and that's an institution or a hedge fund that came in at 212 just there. That's an institution or a hedge fund that just made entry. And we're not the only ones looking at that. We're not the only ones. And look at them trying to hold it below the 200-day moving average, which stopped its drop right there at 2:30 in the afternoon and started to ascend back up. Beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. And there's my number, 14,812. I would have sold right there. I just sold. Just sold at 813, folks. I would have sold at 812 because I'm presuming that once it hits 813, there's going to be a pullback back down to 809 or 808. Let's see if I'm right here. Let's see if I'm right. And look at this number that it's down, 131.31, folks. Yep. Let's see if I'm right about it pulling back from 14,813. No, continues to go up because there's too much strength right now in it. Now, my next sell order is going to be at 820. 820, because I expect once it hits 820, they'll try to pull it back down to 813 where I'll buy at 814. So let's just see right now if this thing goes to 14,820 and then back down to 14,814. Let's see if I'm right. And I love that this is happening, folks, that you guys can see. Watch it. Here it comes, 820 right now. I will sell at 820 on earnings day. And it's coming. There it is. I just would have sold at 820 on earnings day. And why? Because now I expect the price to pull back to possibly 814 where I'm going to have a buy order in. So on earnings day, when SoFi hits 820, I'm going to put a buy-in order right after that at 814. And I'll probably put another one in at 815 too. Now, if it does not stop at 820, I won't be concerned. My next sell order will be in at 830. 830. And I might even throw in one at 824 because I know they like that number too to attack back from. But just watch this thing rising. After it breaks over 820, watch it, see if it continues to rise. There it goes. 821. 822. This is beautiful, folks. And who the heck is buying all these shares at 2:45 right now? Who's buying all this? Probably the same people that are buying SoFi. Look at the SoFi chart right now, folks. Hot damn, it just stays stable. Yes. What if earnings doesn't affect the price? That's impossible. Earnings has always affected the price of SoFi. It's either made the price drop 30% or go up 30%. Either way, it always has. Okay. Always. Meanwhile, look over here. We're looking at the chart for SoFi. We're looking at the 1-day chart, and suddenly we see all the resistance that was at $2 just got smashed through at 245. They're not waiting anymore, people. They're not waiting anymore to buy this. Look at that big, huge candlestick, folks. Right there. It actually is so big it crossed over the 200-day moving average line right there. Look at that. Massive buy-in. And folks, we're not the only ones that saw that. And it's the same reason that more are starting to buy now, because they all went, dang, if an institution just came in there, we need to start piling in too. So they will. Let's zoom in here closer. There you go. Ah, yeah. Look at the 45 and 50-day rising. Look at the 10-day moving average rising. Look at the price rising. Look at that huge buy-in right there, too. There's buy-ins coming in like crazy. And there's a big dump attempt right there for 134,000 shares to stop it from running up. But, folks, this 10-day moving average is about to cross the 200-day right now. Right here, right now. The 10-day moving average is about to cross the 200-day. And meanwhile, here we are on the NASDAQ now, up to 14,822.35 and rising. Now 14.8. So see that? See, from 820, I would have sold at 820 and I could have bought back just now at 817. See that? This is what I'm going to do on earnings day. There's a reason I have that sell order at 820, people, because usually from 821, they'll pull it back down to 814, 815. So look and see if I'm right here. Watch and see if Catfish Tyler is correct or if he's not correct. You'll see it right now. There we are at 818 after I sold at 820. This is just like what's going to happen on SoFi's earnings day. The price is going to be on an ascent, and they're going to keep trying to pull it back, and then I'm going to buy it again when they do. And it's going to keep going up, and they'll try to pull it back, and I'll buy it again when they do. And it's going to go up more, and they'll try to pull it back, and I'll buy it again when they do. That's right. And you can see just now it was at 821 and even 822, and now they've driven it back down to 818. So that's why I say from 824 might be a good place. And it may have even hit 824. I don't know if it did or didn't. But I saw it sure pull back off of that 820 that I told you it would, and it did. So now it continues its assault on the hill, and it keeps going up. And you're going to see it soon hit 824, where Catfish will go cha-ching and sell at 824. Buy it back at 821 after I do. So let's just see if Catfish is right. See if it goes right on up here to 824. And I'm not paying attention to the 14s. I'm just looking how hard they try to stop it at 820. See, that's why I tell you to sell at that number, because they always will try to pull it back from the 20. And there it is again. Now 818 would have sold at 820, and now buying back at whatever number they run it back down to here briefly. Briefly, folks. I say briefly because that's what it's going to be, a brief pullback. Because this thing's on a tear now, folks. Let's get back over to SoFi. Oh, my goodness. Look at the 45-day cross the 50-day right there at 247, people. Look at that 45-day moving average cross the 50-day. That is a short-term trend setter showing you that we're going up, people. Look at that thing crossing over the 50-day, the 45-day blue. Look at the abrupt change in the 10-day moving average as of 2:45 p.m. exactly. Look at that thing spike right on up there. Beautiful. And what are they saying now on the main page for SoFi? I can hardly wait to see what they're showing on the main page for SoFi. Let's go over to the main page. And what is Yahoo showing for this? What's going on here? Chart event. Bearish price crosses moving average. It should say bullish price crosses moving average. And they're saying bearish. They're trying to dissuade people from buying this stock. They're trying to be false with their information. The price crossing the moving average is crossing to the upside. See that? The 10-day moving average just crossed up and over the 200. That is a bullish scenario. And the 45-day moving average just crossed over the 50, and that too is a bullish signal. So what they're trying to show you here on this main Yahoo page, they've got the right words, but they have the wrong pattern. It's not bearish. That's a bullish signal. Period. I don't care what they try to tell you. And look at that. After just selling at 820, I could have just bought back at 815. It wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't at 814, because they're trying after 820 for 813. So you just saw it. You see how it works, people? This is what I'm going to do on earnings day. This is what I'm going to do on earnings day. Most of the market sectors are in the red, maybe some healthcare stuff. Okay. It just stays stable. Yep. Watch this price now after I just would have bought back at 14,815 after selling at 820. Now it's at it hit 815. I bought it back in, and now it's going to run over 820 to 824. My next order will be in to sell at 824, people, where I will then buy it back at 821. Okay? That's right. That is correct. Let's see if I'm right. So far, I've been right with every single one of my calls on this run of the NASDAQ. I've been correct on every one of them so far. Every one. My numbers that I would have sold back would have bought me back in lower. And I've been correct on every one of them. And I'm glad to be able to tell you that, folks, because you can see that what I'm showing you now is going to apply to earnings day too. And we're going to use these same numbers, these exact same numbers. We're going to use them again on earnings day. Yes, indeed. All right. Beautiful. It's just going right on up. After that little run back off of 820, next sell order 824. Watch me sell at 824 and buy back at this number here, 819. All right. That's what I'm planning on doing on earnings day. I'm going to be I'm going to be selling at 824 and expect to buy back at around 819, maybe even 820, maybe 821, but I'm going to sell it at 824, folks. I sure am. I'm going to sell it at 924. I'm going to sell it at 1024, 1124, possibly 1224. I'll have a very large order for sell at 1220. And there's a very good reason why. Because that's going to be the equal amount of gain from off the low of 641 on November the 21st up to earnings day's run. That's going to be the same exact amount. And look at that, folks. Right there, you saw that I would have told you to sell this at 820 because you could buy it back at 814 possibly. And we're almost there now. Almost there now. 816.66. Might as well just put your buy order then there at that number at 816.66 after it fills and sells at 820. You might as well go for that number right there, 816.66. Okay, that might be as much as they can pull it back on that day with so much momentum behind it. I just don't know for sure. But I can tell you one thing for sure: this type of same pattern I'm showing you is going to happen all day on the That's happened on the Nasdaq now. Will be happening on SoFi. Meanwhile, SoFi continues to climb. Don't ask me why somebody decided to buy 2 million shares here at when the price was at 738.5. I don't know why in the world they would buy 2,200,000 at 738.5, but maybe they knew that it was going to run up just like Catfish does. Maybe they knew that was the bottom. Just like many of you today. Most of the market sectors are in the red. Maybe some healthcare stuff. Yep, I know. But I want you to look at where they've run the Dow down to, where they're trying to stop it right now. Look at the number 37,213.66. Okay. Basically, 213.66 is where they're trying to stop the Dow now. And it's down 147.44. Look at that number that they're going to try to hold it at, 37,213. All right, and they're trying for 37,213.66 is what they're trying for. All right, let's see if they get it. Now it's down 37,220. All right, it's up to 37,220. So much for the 213. That's over. That quickly ended. It's running up, folks. It just went up 7 points in about 2 minutes. Why do you think the Nasdaq's doing that? Well, look at that big candlestick that came in there at 128 to buy in, and they're actually trying to kill it down there. Now it's all this. The rest of the afternoon, folks, is going to be profit-making volume on the Nasdaq. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Everything that they tried to run down today, including crude oil that they tried to drop way down here, and look at that, it just went green. Crude oil just went green. That's right. And now look at the NASDAQ back over 14,820 after we would have just sold there and bought back at 14,816. And now they're going to try to keep it from going over 14,820. But folks, I don't see any way that that can happen. I just don't see it in the cards. Look at the stock market today. U.S. stocks fall as rate cut bets get a reality check. Liars. Earlier they said the stock market was falling today. And why did they say? Because we beat retail sales in December. That's why the markets were falling earlier today. They fabricated another reason now this afternoon. Rate cut bets get a reality check. What a bunch of liars. Absolutely laughable. I laugh in their faces as they change the reason the market fell. From this morning saying it was all because of the retail sales being higher than expected in December. That's why the market was crashing. Now they've changed it because that doesn't make any sense to anybody, okay? Nobody with half a head on their shoulders or a brain cell would believe that the market was falling because the retail sales were higher than expected in December. So they had to change it. They went, man, that's just stupid, man. Somebody called them and said, who the hell is down there writing the market's falling because retail sales were better in December? Please change that to something that makes a little more sense. So they make up the same reason they did last week for it falling a week ago today. Rate cut bets get a reality check. What a freaking joke. Investors are trading carefully after policymakers warned again about betting too hard on early interest rate cuts. Are they saying they're not going to cut rates? No, they're going to cut rates. They just said early interest rate cuts. Okay, whoop-de-frickin-do. That should not have the Dow down 143 points and the NASDAQ down 124. That doesn't make any frickin' sense at all, people. None at all. But what you guys can surely see, though, why I'm going to be selling at 820, because that is a major resistance point for them. You can see how hard they've tried to keep this thing from breaking over 820 now. All right. And how many times they pulled it back down when it tried to go over. Here it comes again. They're going to go to 820 now. Right now, in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And you see how hard they're trying to keep that thing from going over 820, people. Oh, they're committed. Committed. Folks, it is 2:59, and we are about to come into the final hour. Yep. You're right, Roberto. I've had several people tell me that I should copyright that phrase, and I'm going to have it on my Catfish t-shirts. All right. I'm going to come out with some Catfish t-shirts here one of these days soon. I'm going to invest in some Catfish t-shirts. I'm going to have my daughter, who is an incredible artist, I'm going to have her draw me up Catfish Tyler on a t-shirt. And it's going to say on the front, I could be wrong. And on the back, it's going to say, but I don't think so. And on the front, the fish is going to be swimming in, facing you. And on the back, it'll be swimming away. That's what I want to have on my t-shirts. Yep. Let's be real. Who's not making money? Yep. From the Crypto MTG Power Hour, I'll fill my 737 one time. Not going to happen, my friend. This thing is going to rise like dough. Yep, like dough with yeast in it. There's no way it's going to stop here. No way it's going to keep from escalating higher, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That's right. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Look at the volume now, folks, at 31,182,000. Folks, we're going to get to 40 million shares today, especially if we have more investors, savvy investors, coming in and buying 2 million shares at a time, like that big candlestick right there on this page at 2:12 p.m. Isn't it funny that I told you to be ready at 2:13 for something to happen, and at freaking 2:12 someone bought 2 million shares? That is amazing. I just saw the NASDAQ you all saw, folks, was at 14,820 where I told you to sell, and look where it is now at 808. Told you to sell at 820, buy back at 808. Amazing. And I have here to sell at 820 and buy at 814 as low as 811 is what I have on my sheet. Sell at 820, buy back at 814 or 811. That's what I have. And you can just see, you can even get it lower from that 820 number because that's what the manipulators do. We'll see what it runs up to now. So funny to see every single thing this afternoon on these charts up here go up as of 3 o'clock or as of 2:30. They just all decided at 2:30, let's just turn the S&P and start making money on it. Let's turn the Dow and start running it up. Let's take the NASDAQ and start running it up. All from 1:30 this afternoon on, they're running it up. And there's a number on the Dow, 37,213. Okay. 37,213. Wow, people. Alexander, I guess that everyone is making money here. Rise, Lazarus. That's beautiful, Dan. I love it. Rise, Lazarus. You could be short, but I don't think so. You could be right, but I don't think so. Alexander, LOL. You guys are so fun. I appreciate it, folks. I appreciate it very much. And look at that. Now do you know why I say we're going to sell this Sofi at 820 and then this was at 37,220 and now it's at 201? Golly. That 20 number, man, they like to attack from. They sure do. They definitely do. And that's why I have it on my sheet to sell there, folks. At 820, I'll be selling because there will be a pullback after they get it there. And we're going to pull back and we're going to yank it again right there. Pull it, buy it right now. If they can get it from 820 down to 801 again, I'll be piling in again. Yes, sirree, folks. And you can see now, this thing's going to rise and it's going to be a nice little climb this afternoon. SoFi will probably follow suit. And there it goes, folks. 743. Yes. I want to thank you all for being here with me today. It's been a wondrous, joyous, fun experience of learning. And you all know that we've learned something today. I hope you have anyway, being here with me. I hope you've learned something being here with all this time. Let's get over here and start charging my phone back up. It's starting to die here. Very grateful for you, everybody who's here, making money with Catfish Tyler today. Buying at $7.37. Now we're up 6 cents. And to someone that owns 54,000 shares, 6 cents, folks, is a lot of money. There we go. Cha-ching! And that means every single position I've bought today, starting with 500 at 744 this morning, and another couple hundred at 740, 737, 738, 739, and 740. Every one of those positions making money now. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And I know many other people also claim to have bought when I bought at 744. And so congratulations to you, each and every one of you who has now gone green on your buys today. And who would have ever guessed that this would happen? Catfish would. That's who. Catfish would. He told you it would. He told you when I took the pictures today, folks, you know what? That price at that we bought it at seven. What was the price we got it at? At 737, ladies and gentlemen, may be the lowest this price was ever priced this year. Congratulations to all of you. I know a lot of people filled orders at 737, and you guys may have just filled, and I took pictures of it to hang on my wall of fame, on my Sofi wall of fame. I took pictures of it because one day in the future, folks, we're all going to be able to look back and go, God dang, man, can you believe we bought this thing at $7.37? And we might be saying that when the price is $73.37. It's very, very possible, everybody. Very possible 5-6 years down the line. We have a massive annual party when we get together on May the 15th. Look at that thing rise. That's right. The reason we're going to have our party on May the 15th, everybody, is because that is the day David Chiapanzi hit a target price on this stock of $2.25 and made the price fall to $4.45. That is going to be the day that we are going to celebrate every year. We're going to have a big party, folks, on May the 15th right here in the Lansing area, or we may pick a more centralized area where all of us can get together and have a massive party on May the 15th, folks. All right? And we're going to commemorate this day right here that will be burned into the memory of everyone when May the 15th came along and Catfish Tyler started his channel here on YouTube about SoFi. Because, folks, on May the 15th, when that downgrade came from David Chiaverini, and I want to show you who he was, all you guys, just for one more look at this dip crap. All right, here we go. And we're going to show you David Chiaverini, DAVIDCHIAVERINI, tip ranks. And here's the clown, folks, with a 0-star rating, a Wedbush stock analyst who has now completely been removed from Ortex as even an analyst. He's not even a legitimate analyst on Ortex. They've taken him off there, as well as the guy Baloney. They've taken him off. And you can see right here, this guy right here, there he is, folks. We're going to have a huge Chiapanzi pinata hanging from the ceiling, and it's going to have his mug on the face of it come May the 15th of this year. We're going to have a huge party. We're going to celebrate, and by then the price could be 20 or 25 a share on SoFi. And I want you to know that this clown, who has a negative 40% success rate, picking 118 out of 297 ratings, made a profit, folks. This moron, brainless twit, is the one that made SoFi's price on May the 15th fall to $4.45 a share, and the shorts used 103 million shares of volume to attack the price down to that. And folks, within 1 month later, the price was at $10.23. How do you like that? Up 130% gain from that chimpanzee's downgrade, an estimate of $2.50 a share. So now, as we look at the price going higher and higher, we've now made 10 cents from our buy at $7.37 earlier. And for me, that's $5,040. $5,400.60 to be exact. Oh my gosh, that's what it means to me, folks. My losses are getting less and less here now. I'm starting to actually make money back. I want to thank all of you folks that are here with me right now. I'm very grateful. Yes, I guess everyone is making money here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, from the crypto, you may be right, but I don't think so. He will be chia pet by earnings. That's right. In Clark, I don't think management can buy 30 days from earnings. Okay. Yep, they may not be able to, but they might be able to. I don't know that for sure. It's going to drop tomorrow. Bob announced he's buying more tomorrow. Bob. No, Chris. No, no, no. Uh, what's the good news?
I got to put remarks. I've never used physical force against my son, and I promise to never use physical force to punish my son.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're on live with everybody in case you didn't know that. Of course you knew that while you're calling me during the trading hours.
I know, but they never hear me anyway half the time.
Okay.
But it's over with, so.
It's over with.
Yeah, it's over with.
Yeah, you told me that. We talked about that earlier today.
Yeah, it's over with. Like, I actually got to sign the piece of paper, and now they won't be back. They'll make their file report in 45 days, but
It's over with. Like you said, there's nothing there. There's no proof of anything. There's no injury. There's no harm. They took it.
That was the other thing. They took him to the hospital. There were no bruises. I wonder why there were no bruises.
There's no bruises. There was no marks. There was no nothing because he wasn't hurt. He wasn't really hurt. And they're the ones that are going to have to foot the bill to do that, by the way. They pay for it. Not...
No, they don't. The good state of North Carolina does.
What a joke.
Because she's on, what you call it?
Welfare.
No, Medicaid. Medicaid covers anything until he's, I think, 14 or 18 or something.
Yep.
Well, anyway, he's covered by Medicaid. So.
Well, good deal. Good deal. Glad the taxpayers of North Carolina can pay that. You write that down and make sure the judge knows that they took him in there and wasted a trip down there for no reason because he slept wrong and tries to claim that you hurt him somehow. Everybody, don't need to get you dragged into this, okay? We'll talk about this later, Chris. I'm on the show. We got a lot of fun things happening here right now. We're laughing it up. We're having a good time. And
the only thing you do have to say is that you've met me and you know I'm a good father.
that's right. I sure do. I know it for a fact. And I've even told everybody what a great guy you are, what sacrifice you've made for this country, and how your injuries were incurred, and that you did it all for the benefit of our country and for the fellow man that's out there in the world, and a great guy. And everybody knows that on this channel. So there's no denying it. And we could come into court one day and stand in your behalf. So congratulations on everybody knowing. And that's hundreds and hundreds of people that know about it. So congratulations, Chris.
Thank you, bud. I mean, when you're sometimes being a father is a thankless job.
That's right, especially when you got someone on the other side trying to make you out to be a demon. Well, yeah, I know it. I know. We all know. We've heard. Everybody here on this channel has listened to you and your trials and tribulations, and they know, and they are all saying prayers for you too, my friend. Yep, yep. All right, my man. Well, like I said, congratulations on getting that behind you, and now we just keep moving forward, man, and look forward to your. Huh? On the climb right now, gone up in the last hour and a half. It's gone up almost 10 cents. So it's rising steadily, and it's going to rise all through the next 8 days, folks. We got 8 trading days left until the earnings call, and the first time that this company will be profitable in 8 trading days, folks, from now. That's right. Yep, and I've been telling everyone that today. Make sure you have your sell orders in up at 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way up to $37 like I do. And that way nobody can borrow our shares. So Chris already has all of his share orders for selling those numbers. So do I in those numbers, because we're not going to get caught by surprise when the price runs up that high and we don't have our sell orders in there. The only reason you're going to fill at those prices, folks, is if you have the orders in place already when the run up starts. Nobody knows how high it's going to go. Look at Sofi going higher. We ring that bell every time it goes up another penny, folks. That means a lot of money to us. Every penny it goes up, to many of us, it means a ton of money.
I know you said there's only 9 days left. So are you going to consider getting on there on that TikTok and doing it at the same time so that the TikTok audience can come in and see Sofi in action?
I sure will try, man. I will see. I might even do some TikTok because my wife is not here. So I'll be able to come on TikTok and show everybody why they should buy right now, because now's the time, people. And everybody knows that bought today at $7.37. And look where it is now, $7.47. And she's taking off just like a 747 jumbo jet, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations to you, Brian Bassett, and everybody else who's here. Congratulations.
Within your TikTok, you should also mention that you're all when you are live. I'm live on YouTube as well. Go see me there.
Yeah, I will. Oh, no. Everybody will know. Everybody will know. I did that the last time, even though the stupid thing got erased. Okay? We won't do that again. We won't make that mistake again. All right, my man. And I'll do a better job setting up the preview so it'll have a goal and all that other stuff. And I'll do it, man. Just be patient. All right?
All right.
All right.
I'm looking forward to the call. Now, there's a lot of people saying they're not going to beat the streak. I told them, I've got my faith in Tyler. If Tyler says he's going to beat the streak, then they're going to beat the streak.
They don't have to have the faith in me. It's the owner of this company, the CEO of this company, who's running the show, who said it's going to beat the streak. And that's the one you have faith in. And that's the only reason I have faith, is because he's reiterated on the last time he was on a public forum that they are going to be gap profitable. And that's all that matters, folks. At that point in time, we're going to see this price go crazy high. And I'm just so excited. By the way, Chris, we're going to be staying up all night long. We are on this channel. We're going to be up live all night long on the night before earnings call. On the 28th, we're staying up all night long, and everybody's going to be on this channel with me staying up all night long on the 28th.
And then before you know it, we'll have 10 years of profitability and become a gold star stock.
That's right, my friend. That's absolutely. We'll be over in the S&P 500, folks. All right, let me get you going here, man, and congratulations on getting that behind you, my friend.
I'll probably hop on YouTube and shoot you a like or two,
All right, well, I'm here, and I'm going to be closing out the next 40 minutes, and then I'll try and pop up on my TikTok channel where I have 10,400 followers, and we'll get that live going. We'll have a goal on there, and we'll try to do it the way it's supposed to be done right. And folks,
what you should do with your live, not to be mean, I know it's your live, but I'm going to give you a suggestion. Tell your YouTube viewers that you have a TikTok.
They already know. Yep. All right, man.
You know that.
Yep, we've got almost 1,000 views on this channel today. We're up to 987 views right now on this channel today. All right.
Make it 88.
Yeah, man. Good deal. You get on there, man. Hit that like button, baby. And there's 988 right now.
Oh, they beat me too.
Yep. Hurry up, man. Get on there, man. And we got to get more likes. Let's hit the like button, everybody. All right, I got to get out of here, man. I got to close this out.
All right, bye-bye.
See you later. Thanks for the call. Adios, amigos. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness gracious sakes alive. Wow. Yep. Yes. Give me a second here, folks. I'll be right with you here. Let me just do this. Here we go. Just give me a second here, folks. Look at this thing going up, folks. Look at it go. All right. All right, man. Hey, have a good day. Have a good one, and have a great time at your new endeavor, whatever it may be, my friend.
I got an interview tomorrow.
All right. Woo. All right, good. Be safe out there on the road. Yeah. Bye-bye, Willis. We'll see you later. Don't forget to take all of Willis's bowl and whatever stuff. Okay? Yep, and collar. Yep. Okay. All right. Yeah, folks. Let's hold on here a minute. Give me a moment. Look at this thing rising. Who called it? Catfish Tyler did. Catfish Tyler. Yes, indeed, it's Catfish Tyler. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Do 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 do. All right, we're going to Laura. Ba 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 ba. Merg. Dog it. All right, boom. Laura. There we go. Lay this stupid thing. Unplug this. It never works when it's plugged in. It always screws around on me. All right, we're almost done though. URA. All right, BERG. There, Laura Berg. Laura Berg. Okay. Okay. Charities that match your people. Laura Berg. Where are you, sister? All right, hold on a second here, folks. I got to take care of a little bit of business here. Yes, yes, I have ENMO and can send you a request if you send your Venmo. Uh, uh, all right. Well, my goodness gracious, look at this daggum stock going right back up this afternoon. We got a lot of people here who have been commenting while I had them in the thing. Where do I think the price will be on earnings? I'm not answering that question. Wentz likes said, Christopher Wentz likes it. Thank you, Chris. Hey, all right. Send you some love right there. Definitely, 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 definitely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Christopher Wentz likes it. I'm planning to sell then. Yep. From crypto. Alexander, I bought in at 1944 at one time on this stock. I'll be okay, and I'll never consider selling until it hits my price target for selling. There you go. Bilal Khan, why is it going back up so much? Geez, oh, Pete, because it was over manipulated down. All right. And everybody wants to buy in now. What's your target, crypto? Because it's $100,000. Crypto's going to go to $100,000 one day. Bilal, crypto, all right, crypto, a lot higher than it's been in the last 52 weeks. That's right, my friend. Yep. Alexander, Bilal Khan, I really don't want to guess on where the price is going to go on earnings, but I feel pretty confident that SoFi will continue to go down, even if there are occasional rebounds on the way down. Okay, whatever, Alexander. I bought this stock mid last year, not knowing much at all. Accidentally stumbled across a comment on the earnings 2 weeks ago and have been buying since. Good. So sell during the rebounds. Oh man, sell at these high numbers I gave you, Kalal. You've been listening to me, Bilal Khan. You've been listening to me over and over tell you the numbers to sell at, and then buy back in and sell and buy and sell. I've done it 17 times today. Bilal Khan, hope you're a SoFi member. Great bank. My initial target is $25 a share, says Shane. It's 987. Will likely trim then. Might be a couple of years, but I'm okay with that. Folks, all of you need to know something. There's something going on today. SoFi has made an announcement. They've launched a small business financing marketplace within the SoFi product experience. That information was given to us by a new member here. I hadn't seen J Rod. J Rod, 2 hours ago. SoFi launched, and that's now about 3 hours ago that they launched this. So this is another good breaking news from SoFi. Shanus, hope Tony Noto continues to deliver. He will. Alexander Bilal Khan, that actually sounds pretty good, but you have to know what you're doing. The market is tricky. Yep. Kevin Parra, I got at 740. All right. Yes, Kevin Parra. Good, good, good. Hello, Connor Roberts. Have we confirmed this is a I can't read the last word. Hold on. Hold on. I'll just put that. Hold is true. Have we confirmed this is true? This has been told by SoFi launching a small business financing marketplace. I guess we can confirm it right now. Go over to Google. SoFi announces small business small business financing. We'll just look it up. Since you don't apparently have Google, yep. Business Wire, SoFi launches small business financing marketplace 4 hours ago. There it is, and it's not only by them, it's on Yahoo Finance, it's on Stock Titan, it's on Market Screener. So, yeah, I'd say it's been confirmed, all right. Great move again by this great company that I love so much, SoFi, that continues to expand, to grow, to create new opportunities. This bank is going to be insanely, outrageously priced on earnings day, folks. I love this. I figured it would be good to broadcast to 50 people. Yes, I'm with you, not stressing over the ups and downs and not a trader. 25 and 2 years will be fine with me, but love Cat and his day trading. That's right. Oh yeah, folks, I'm here at the bottom every day, and I bought again today at the bottom at 737, 738, 739, 740, 741. Boom, boom, boom. 500 at 744. Kaboom, boom, boom, boom. Daggum straight pace, and look where the price is now. Oh my God, 747. Every one of you people, I love every one of you. I'm so happy for all of you. We are going to have an all-nighter coming up on the night of earnings, before earnings. And then we know the call is on the 29th. We're going to pull an all-nighter the night of the 28th. We're going to be up all night long, and we're going to be monitoring. We're going to be having fun. We're going to be singing songs. We're going to be playing music. We're going to be getting a buzz going. We're going to have a good time on the night of the 28th, folks, and the day of the 29th. And I can't even believe what the excitement level is going to be like as we watch the price start to escalate to these numbers that I have predicted we may very well see. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I wonder how many people were right now just said the same words I did when I said that, because you know where I'm going when I say it. Bondi is here with us now. SoFi has been sending subtle hints that it is not going anywhere, but they can't outright say anything because of earnings, and it will be seen as manipulation. That's right, their hands are tied, but they made an announcement today. SoFi launched a small business financing marketplace within the SoFi product experience. So they did make an announcement today, and that'll bring even more people to the table, ladies and gentlemen, to the SoFi table. So I want to thank you all for being here with me as we rock and we roll and we have a great time this afternoon watching the price continue to climb. And how in the hell do you think they're going to keep the price down at 746 right now if they couldn't make it stop at 737? If they could not make it stay at 737, how in the world will they make it stop at 746? Well, I got news for you. They won't, people. If they could have held it at 737, they would have. If they could have held it at 740, they would have. If they could have made it stop at 744, they would have. Okay? But they can't. So they won't. Okay, everybody? Just understand the way it works. They can't do it and they won't do it because they don't have the capability to hold it back. And folks, we still have 30 minutes of trading, and we could easily see this thing go 6 more million shares and go over 40 million shares today. Easily see that. And if we see that, the price will be at 750 here. All right. That'll be absolutely fantastic to see that. And folks, just hang tight with me. All right. Because we're going to have ourselves a good afternoon celebrating. At Connor Roberts, institutions know retail is holding the bag on this. And this shakeout is to get all the weak hands out before we really start moving. That's exactly right. And Friday, all the options are going to expire. And after Friday, this baby's going to rocket ship. That's what I call for happening on next Monday and all next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Folks, you don't know how much it could go up every single day. But it could be the absolute adverse of this 3% down, and we could see 3% gains on Monday, 4% on Tuesday, 5% on Wednesday, 6% on Thursday, 7. We don't know how high the run-up's going to be on this, But you can already see it started this afternoon. And it started right here at 2:12 this afternoon. You might be going, what the hell happened at 2:12 this afternoon, Catfish? I'll show you right now. Here's what happened at 2:12. Somebody, and I don't know who, and I don't know what entity, but somebody at 2:12 this afternoon, folks, look at the size of that green candlestick. 2.12 million shares purchased at 2:12 today by somebody who wasn't falling for all the shenanigans and the rigmarole and the manipulation. They said, dadgummit, we're going to buy it right here at $7.38. And they did. They piled in at $7.38.50. And they bought 2.12 million shares at 2:12 this afternoon. And that was the beginning of the end for the shortened pieces of turds that have been trying to hold this thing down. The price was at $7.38.5 when they bought 2.12 million shares. And believe you me, we are not the only ones that saw that massive buy-in by that institution or ETF. And it was probably someone like Kathy Wood that did it, or maybe even our buddy Anthony Noto. All right. I don't know that he's restricted from buying shares of the stock before the earnings call. Nobody's told me that. I don't know that that can or can't be done. Let's go look over here and see if it's possible by doing a Google search. Can a company executive, all right, buy into a stock, into their company before earnings? C-suite executives and board members will always know non-public information about a company. These individuals aren't prohibited from trading the company's securities, but if they use that non-public information to profit, they're committing illegal insider trading. What investors can learn from insider trading is the CEO of a company not allowed to buy. Here it is the CEO of a public company not allowed to buy his? The short answer is yes. A CEO can buy stock before a positive earnings report comes out. The question is really about, did the CEO purchase? Yep. If a CEO sells stock a few days before earnings, is it insider trading when a company's employees buys? How could a senior executive of a company sell? Is it illegal for a company to buy back its own stock? Directors and officers must pre-clear all trades in the company's stock at all times, including during the window period as set forth below. A CEO can sell or buy a stock as they please so long as they aren't tying it to info unavailable to the public. Okay, there we go. So yes, I don't see, and we're going to look at this one that said something about windows set forth below, sec.gov. All right, now we're going to put in Control F and we're going to type the word window. Directors and officers must pre-clear all trades in the company's stock at all times, including during the window period as set forth below, with the company's chief executive officer, chief financial officer. If you receive clearance for trades, you must complete your process or sell within 72 hours of receipt of the clearance. In addition to not trading while you possess material non-public information, it is also in your and the company's best interest that you avoid even the appearance that you may be trading on non-public information. Trading in publicly offered securities is closely monitored by a number of watchdog groups, including plaintiffs' attorneys. If you are perceived to be trading, blah, 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 to avoid such an appearance, the company has adopted guidelines, the window period covering the purchase or sale of stock or other securities by insiders. The window period is a company rule designed to protect the company and its insiders. The window period opens on the second trading day after the day the company's quarterly or annual earnings figures are publicly released. For example, if the company publicly releases its earnings after the market opens on a Monday, the window period would be closed and would remain closed until it opens at the open of the market on Wednesday, assuming no intervening holidays. The window period will remain open for a period of 20 full trading days and will close at the end of the 20th day. Exception to the window period, so that doesn't apply there. Don't see the answer I was looking for right there. I was hoping I was going to find it right there, but I did not. But let's see. Can a company executive buy into their company before earnings? Uh, Jeez. It says C-suite executives and board members will always know non-public information about a company. These individuals aren't prohibited from trading the company's securities, but if they use that non-public information to profit, they're committing illegal insider trading. Well, I don't think that would apply here because he's already announced that they are going to be profitable on the next earnings call, so that wouldn't apply. Well, let's see if it might be under this question right here. When chief executive officers buy their own company shares, it's often worth considering the stock. The company insiders achieve better capital gains on average than the typical investor does. The effect is especially strong for chief executive officers and chief financial officers. Well, that's what we got. Both of those are coming in on this stock and have been buying and accumulating for the last year. Let's see here. We're trying to find this out. It isn't a coincidence that corporate executives seem to always buy and sell at the right times. After all, the CEOs and CFOs of the world have access to every bit of the company information you would ever want. However, the fact the company executives have unique insights doesn't mean that the individual investors are always left in the dark. Insider trading data is out there for all who want to use it. This article will discuss what is insider trading, blah, blah, blah. Negative directors and upper management are not the only people that can be convicted of insider trading. Anybody who has material and non-public info can commit illegal acts of insider trading. The CEO of a company sells a stock discovering the company will be closing a government contract next month. All right, so these are examples of illegal insider trading. The CEO of a company sells a stock after discovering that the company will be losing a government contract next month. The CEO child sells the company stock after hearing that their parent and the company will be losing the government contract. A government official realizes that the company will lose the government contract, so the official sells the stock. Well, that happens every day. They're buying before they are given the contracts. That's for dang sure. All right. All right, insider trading that is legal. An important thing to remember: the SEC considers company directors official of any with a stake at 10% more in the company to be corporate insiders are required to report their insider transaction within 2 business days of the day the transaction occurred. The time frame was the 10th day of the following month. For example, let's see, kind of information found in filings. One of the greatest investors of all, Peter Lynch, was noted as saying that insiders might sell their shares for any numbers of reasons, but they buy them for only one. They think the price will rise. That's right. Insiders are prevented from buying and selling their company stock within a 6-month period. Insiders are prevented from buying and selling their company stock within a 6-month period. Therefore, insiders buy stock when they feel the company will perform well over the long term. Najat Sayan, a renowned professor in research of the founders of blah, 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 where to find insider trading data. The bottom line, insider trading data is nothing new. Investors have been making investment decisions based on the inside actions for decades. While the important thing, just remember that large companies might have hundreds of insiders, which means that trying to determine a pattern can be difficult. So anyway, there's nothing there about saying it. We're trying to find that information as whether or not they could have bought today on this downturn. And I think that they can. I actually think that they can, as long as they disclose that they purchased those within 48 hours, as it said there. One of them said 72 hours. Anyway, I could be wrong, but I don't know. All right, let's get back over here. Look at the NASDAQ. Look at it rising. Look at all the people who didn't fall for the manipulation day who predict tomorrow to see the NASDAQ go up 250 points or 300. They're already coming in, folks. They are already making entry. Just like the ones, hey, look at Sofi at 750. Holy smokes. And who called that? Catfish Tyler called it, people. I told you there was plenty of time for the stock price to go up to 750 still today, and I just saw it on the screen. Hell yeah. Absolutely, folks. Oh my God, I think the dropping is fully from institutions so badly manipulated. As soon as profits are locked in, we're golden. That's right. I strongly believe this drop is just a shakeout weekend. That's correct. Seamus, I'm with you, not stressing over the ups and downs. Connor, I figured it would be good broadcast to 50 people. Yep, the Kenny Hunt. All right. The my 1000s did not hit at 837. I told you to change that buy order. I told you to break it up into small blocks and just start buying market share. You could have bought at 837 and the price now is freaking 17 cents higher. Oh my gosh. And it's going to keep rising, people. There you go. Connor Roberts, I think the drop-in is fully from institutions so badly manipulated as soon as profits are locked in. And I agree, because you can see that one institution said, well, we've run it down as far as we can. Let's buy 2.2 million shares. At 2:12 p.m., they bought 2.2 million shares today. Yep. Yep, Bondi. Sofi has been sending subtle hints. That's right. But Roberts institutions no retail is holding. Yep. Your channel has totally taken me from CNBC. James Anderson, there you go. Bondi, I think there is a 30-day window. I do not. Dan Wynn Pelosi, that's right. Politician has inside source. Yes, they sure do. Because they vote on these bills that they're going to pass and on contracts that they're going to give out to these certain companies. And so they buy into these stocks on these companies that they're going to issue contracts to. This is a well known fact, and they've been doing like crazy over the last year. And in particular, they've been buying into military stocks. They've been buying into Raytheon, McDonnell Douglas. They've been buying into all these military stocks. All right, you need to know this because they're approving these bills for increasing the military budget by $850 billion this past week or two. They increased the military budget, and they're buying into these stocks that are military oriented. Just so you didn't, in case you didn't know. Yep. Yep. Politicians have since or Catfish. Why don't you allow comments to be posted on your videos? I don't know what you're talking about. All of my videos allow comments, every single one of them. I don't know why they're not allowed to comment on any of my videos. I've always seen comments on my videos. I don't know where it's not allowed now. Let's go over here and close this out and go see if I don't have comments allowed on my video right now. Let's close this out. We're going to go over here. We're going to go to this thing right here, my account. We're going to go right here and we're going to go look and see why I don't have comments allowed on my videos. I've never stopped that from being dismiss this right here. Let's try and get right here to this page, which shows my channel, your channel right now. And let's go over to my live feed and see if I can comment on my video, because I don't know what you're talking about. I've always had people comment on my videos, especially after the live session ends. People will jump on here and comment. So let's go take a look right now if people can comment on this video right here and now. So we're going to go over here and we're going to go to my videos and we're going to click on the live. And we're going to do it right now. And there it is. Let's click on it right now and see if I have comments disabled. I don't believe I do. And right down here, let's go see where it says comments. Clear, just 94 watching more. Let's go down here. And I don't see it. About videos, show less. I don't understand. I've never changed this to not allow comments on my videos. Never, ever, ever have I done that. And so I don't know. I'll have to look into that and see what's going on there. All right. But I do allow, obviously, the chats, and we get plenty of comments over there. But maybe it won't let you comment on live videos until after after the video has not gone live, because I've had many people comment on my live videos, and I can show you right here what I'm talking about. Right here, you can see these comments that had come in. There it is. Albert Robinson commented on my video. Thanks, Catfish, keeping my eyes. And that's the video I put up yesterday, my live video saying SoFi profits. You can see right here on this video that it did allow comments, and there are the comments on my live feed yesterday. Thanks, Catfish, keeping my eyes wide open to the games they play on this stock. I'm a liar, grabbed 1,000 more since last week, holding for the long haul. Another one, SoFi isn't going to move till next week. They're going to keep these calls this week and next. SoFi will start a move like Wednesday next week. So see, we got comments coming in on these live videos, but I'm not sure why they're not allowed to come up while it's on. Could be simply because people can make comments right there in the chat area. All right. Yep. Yep, we are going up since 12:15. Yep. Uncle Bruce stock market with Bruce not allow comments. Okay. I don't. I do allow comments to be posted on my videos, and you can see right there the one I had up yesterday with the screen that was put up. You can see it yesterday, so comments are allowed. They're just not being made right here while it's live because they can comment right over here in the chat window. Okay, so I guess that's why they don't have comments up right now. All right, that's the only thing I can figure out. Looking at the Nasdaq now, look at it continuing to climb. Look at it now, not even down 1% not even down 1% today. What a big surprise that is, that they just manipulated the crap out of all these stocks today so they can run them all up tomorrow. That's what I call. And look at Sofi, 751 people after buying at 737. All of us that came in today. Holy cow, people. Let me show you what that means to me. From 7.51 minus 7.37 equals 14 cents times 54,000 times 54,060 equals, I'm up $7,568. Not today, but since I bought today at 713, my account has gone up $7,568. Folks, that's the only way you can look at it. You cannot look at it like, oh man, I'm down 2% today on my 54,000 shares. No, you look at it what you bought the lowest and how much it's gone up since then, and that shows you how much you've made since that time you bought at the low today. All right? That's the only way you can look at it. That turns a frown upside down when you see something like that. Being up $7,500 in an hour and a half or two. Wow. You just got to love that, people. You got to love it. All right? And you guys should all be happy too that you were able to buy today at that price you got in today. You absolutely should. Meanwhile, look at the NASDAQ continuing to make gains. No more fear and scarediness from anybody, it appears. Just all buying in like mad. Look at the volume increasing on the NASDAQ chart from here at 2:30 on. Just look at the volume building, building, building. For some mysterious reason that no one, I'm sure, can explain. No one can explain all these massive green candlesticks coming in. And I want you to pay attention to the fact that I point out to people here that the odd numbers of the time of the day are when the shorts come in. They like to short on odd numbers. And look right here what time it was, 3:29. Look what time it was, 3:33. Look what time it was, 3:39. Look where they shorted here, 343. Look where they shorted here, 346. The first time they shorted on an even number because the dang thing was starting to run away from them. And look at the thing escalating. Look at the 200-day moving average. Look at the 45-day crossing over the 50-day moving average right now on the NASDAQ, people. 100% manipulation, and I told you all day long, everyone. I told you all day long that today's market was being manipulated, and this is sure proof of it right here. Look at that look at those candlesticks. Look at the jumps. Look at the spikes. Look at it just going up. Look at the 45-day cross the 50-day. Gosh, look at it. Look at how fast it's gaining now. All because hedge fund manipulators and market makers ran it down today in the first place to just pile into it now at the very last 30 minutes of the day and make the price go right up and might even turn freaking green. It's going up so damn fast right now, everybody. I'm not kidding you. Yep, look at that. Dan just went from being 3,000 down earlier today to 2,000 down now. And by the way, folks, you got to be happy when you're buying a stock at $7.37 and it's at $7.51 later that afternoon. That's right, everybody. That's exactly right, everybody. And I'm going to be bringing a lot of information to about 14,000 people that I have following me on TikTok. So this afternoon, after this closing goes on, and maybe I'll have a cold beer with everybody here, and then after that, I'm going to go on TikTok, and I'm not having 14,000. I have 10,400 followers on TikTok, who are this afternoon all going to be introduced to SoFi stock in a big way, because I'm going to show them a lot of information about SoFi, including touching on everything that I know about this stock that's going on right now, including the fact of their revenues, their earnings. I'm going to show them the manipulation that's gone on in the past. I'm going to show them what's most likely going to happen on earnings day. I'm going to tell them why. I'm going to educate all these people, and there's 10,400 people that'll start coming over to my YouTube channel too that don't know about it as of yet, and they're going to find out this afternoon, because I've kind of been keeping that under wraps on TikTok. But I've decided to break out today and let all my people and followers know on TikTok that I'm a catfish guru, stock trading, singing crazy fool. And look at this daggone thing up now, $7.53. And I told you it was going to go over 750 possibly this afternoon, and that we reach 40 million shares traded. And it looks like I'm going to be correct on both of those numbers. Folks, don't be surprised at all to see this continue to rise also in the after hours. And don't be surprised to see that, because people are starting to get the picture. They're seeing it now. They sure are this afternoon. And look at the shorts running for the exits and trying to take their profits now, because they see them dwindling right before their very eyes. And look at this market price down only 2% now today. And this is just the beginning, folks. This is the tip of the iceberg right here. The absolute tip of the iceberg. That's what it is. It's the tip of the iceberg. Oh my gosh, fan-freaking-tastic, everybody. Oh my gosh, this is absolutely wonderful. Congratulations to every single one of you that bought at $7.37, $7.38, $39, $40. Even some of you I knew earlier today that came in at $7.44. Tyson Durfee, I'm so tired of these tick turds holding this stock down. Don't worry, you won't be tired coming this next 8 trading days from now, my friend. You'll be very elated, excited, and happy. And the only ones that are going to be tired on an earnings day might be the ones that stay up with me all night long the night before, because there's going to be some of us here, including Mopar and Brew Tank, that we're going to be staying up all night long on the night before earnings, folks. And we're already going to be pumped and excited, because I have a feeling the price could be in the $9 or $10 even by then, before earnings even comes out. I wouldn't be surprised one single bit to see that happen between now and the earnings coming out, especially after all the options are expired on Friday. All right, everyone? So doggone it, congratulations to each and every one of you that are here. We've had 1,066 folks here on this channel. Very, very, very glad to see that. All right. Yep, Catfish, why don't you allow comments? She's one of the best traders of all time, Forrest says. Cham Wiggly, enough is enough. Cham Wira Cody, we are going up since 12:15. That's right. Uncle Bruce, Stock Market Bruce, is not allowed comments. I don't know why. RSI is in the 70 now. Beautiful. And by the way, RSI is going to completely come out of be a moot point on earnings day. RSI is going to shoot way above 100, and it will become just like it was with AMC when it went to $63 from $8. And just like GME, when it went from $74 to $144, RSI out the window, people. Won't freaking matter anymore. Don't even look at it on earnings day, because it won't be relevant to the price. RSI, I've seen before, just completely doesn't even exist anymore. Not even worth looking at when it comes to earnings day, folks. Don't even think about it. All right? It isn't going to be a factor. It's going to go off the roof. It's going to go through the roof. It's going through the roof. And folks, you can see what I'm talking about here. Look where the RSI was at 308 on the 17th today at 308. See how it was in the red? Did that stop the price from going up? No, it was already maxed out completely to the red, and the price just kept friggin' climbing, people, because it isn't going to be relative and it isn't going to matter anymore. You will all see what I'm telling you is true, everybody. And I want to thank you for being here on this channel. I'm very grateful to everyone who comes over here, and always Maria Fatima Almeida. There we go. Hundreds under 744. That's right. In Clark, it was only retired. I would join you on your all-nighter, but I need SoFi to hit 30 for that to happen. Okay. That'll be next year's all-nighter, okay, on earnings. A year from now. We'll do that in Clark. Dan Wynn, GME, AMC, SoFi, delicious. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's right. and I was a holder of AMC stock when it was at $8.88. It went all the way up into the 11s, and when it hit the 52-week high at 1170 something, they did a public share offering. The price dropped right back down to the eights. I got so mad I picked up 10,000 freaking shares of the dang thing, and then 2 weeks later it was at 63 bucks. Hot dang. What a killer freaking day that was on my trading history, and the day that I actually made the most money I've ever made in the market, and I've shown you guys on my phone, $145,000 profit day that day. Holy smokes, people. We're going to see similar returns like that on this stock right here, folks, is what I feel. We're going to see very similar returns to that on earnings day coming up. You guys just need to be patient. You need to be diligent. You need to stick with your guns. You need to keep buying like I do on these days when they try to manipulate it down 4 or 5%. And look at the gains that it's already made back. And the doggone thing will probably just continue to make these gains every single daggum day. And I want you to realize something, folks. Today at the open, this price opened at 753. Opened at 753. And look where it is right now, where it opened this morning at 753. All right? Not even down today. After all that manipulation and all that accumulation by institutions, the price is not even down from the open today. It may even close over that number that it opened at right here, unless these desperate shorters can maintain it and keep it below. And even if they do, watch it go up after hours. All right? Now, I know yesterday's close was at 772, and I know it's down 2.5%. But you got to understand something, folks. We opened this morning at 753. We went all the way down to 737, where you and I bought a bunch of shares, and now it's right back up to where it opened this morning, and could most likely continue to rise even throughout this afternoon after the market makers are out of the fray. All right? So I want to just thank each and every one of you who's been here with me today. And as I said, if you want to go over to my TikTok channel, I'm going to be here on TikTok this afternoon later, TikTok. There it is. And my TikTok channel, you will see at my profile, is Tyler Self 8. TYLERSELPH 8. And if you come over to my TikTok, you're going to hear me pumping TikTok this afternoon. If you look at my profile here on this profile page, you'll see right here that I have 10,400 followers on TikTok. Okay? And I'm going to be telling them all about Sofi here this evening after I share a nice cold beer with you guys. So we're going to start bringing these 10,400 people over to the YouTube channel and have them hopefully subscribing along with all of you who have subscribed. And then, baby, we start to really make a dent. We start getting more and more people over on this channel to realize how awesome this stock is and they should be buying it. So, folks, here we are coming up to the very last minute of trading. And you can see how desperate they are, the shorts, to make the price be at least 1 penny below what it opened up today. But folks, they're stabbing at it, but the volume's coming in. Look at this doggone chart. Look at the 1-day chart. Look at the volume piling in here. Unbelievably awesome, everybody. And we can see the major stair-stepping going on right now on this stock this afternoon. And it is now 4 o'clock. Closed at the same price we opened this morning after what manipulation we saw today. Holy smokes. And where did the NASDAQ end up? Look at that thing just rocketing up. Oh my God, how in the hell? It only ended up 88 points down, folks, after being down 260 points today. What a manipulation job of the entire market today that we saw. Absolutely every aspect of the market completely manipulated, completely stole away weak shares, and that's the best thing that we could have happen on this SoFi stock today. Let the weaklings be gone. Let the weaklings be gone. And look how many red candlesticks came in trying to stop the massive run up in the last 2 or 3 minutes of the day today, because this thing was actually going crazy berserkly up and was at one time at this number right here at 14,864. And the open today, what was the open price today on the market? Let's go over here and see if we can see what the opening price was. Well, we know it was down 88 today. Beautiful. And you saw how much it was down earlier. Everybody saw how massacred it was and how well it came back. Now, here's what I want to do. I want to click on this refresh page on Sofi because almost 99 times out of 100 over the last year, every day we've seen the price close, and then immediately after they've loaded in a bunch of shares 1 penny less than the market share price. Let's see if it's at 752 right now, or even 3 pennies less, which we've also seen thousands of times, well, at least hundreds of times this year. So let's refresh the page now and see where Sofi price is in after hours. Look at that, 1 penny below. There it is, folks, 752. So predictable, these shorts. I have become masterful at exposing these people that are the shorters on this stock, and you guys can see that. So I want to thank you all for being here. What else have we got going on here? Jeffrey Luter, 54,000 call options expire Friday at a 750 strike. Holy smokes. All right. Let them be gone. Let them all be gone. All right, folks. I want to thank you all for being here with me. And as I said, it's time for me to go get a nice cold one right now. So I'm going to go get us a cold one, and I'll be right back. Give me just a minute to go get a nice cold beer with a frosty cold mug. We're going to sit and celebrate having bought at an awesome price today, and then to see it continue to rise off of that just as I predicted it would. So let me go get a cold one and be right back. All right. Okay. Yes, indeed, everybody. Oh, and there's your 3 cents below now that I also predicted we usually see. 3 whole cents. Congratulations, shorties. Here we go. Listen to this. Ah, doesn't that sound good? Yes, indeed, everybody. Let's bring this picture up big here. And as I said to you, you guys already know I'm a big fan of Miller Lite. I do not drink Bud products as a general rule, but we had a get together here on Sunday, Super Bowl, or not Super Bowl, but on football Sunday, where we got to watch the Lions win, and someone brought over all these a 30-pack of Busch Light. All right, so that's what we're pouring here. Oh yeah, people, pouring it in here nice and slow. We're trying to get ourselves a nickel head on this beer. We don't want too much foam on the top. We're trying to get a nickel head on it. And here we go, folks. Ah, look at that mug. Doesn't that thing look freezy, frosty, icy cold? It's beautiful. I've got a quarter head going here. Oh, yeah, folks. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Ah, gorgeous. Oh, yeah. Get rid of that. Actually, the beer doesn't taste too bad. So, but folks, there you go. There's your icy cold beer. And like I said, what you want to try to achieve when you pour is a nickel head on this beer so that you get that gas that keeps stayed and trapped in here as you drink the beer. All right. So that's what you're trying to get yourself, in case you didn't know that, is a nickel head. And I'm a little closer to a quarter, like I said. But anyway, it won't matter. The flavor will still be good. The beer will be cold, and we will rejoice, everyone. Beer time. Cheers from Orlando. Chad. All right. From my hometown of Orlando. That's right. Folks, I was actually born in Winter Haven, Florida. I moved down to Haiti for 3 years, where I learned to speak Creole and French and lived down there. Came back to Winter Haven. Went to college up in Kentucky. Left Kentucky. Went back down to Florida. Did a little bit of more college in Ocala, Florida for a little bit. Worked in the horse business there at Ocala Breeder Sales. Then I left there and went on out to work as an electrician in Houston, Texas. That's where I worked as an electrician for several years. And then I joined a band out of Dallas, toured all over the country, played all over the U.S. I have a lot of original music that I would hope that you'll come and check out. Go over to Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play and any of those music platforms. Look me up. Tyler, last name Self, Selph, and you'll find me there, and you can subscribe to my music channel. And then when you're riding down the highway on a road trip or whatever, or if you're at work or whatever, and you at home and you're just doing work at home, you can listen to my music and help me make a little money that way if you don't want to contribute by hitting the stickers down there or sending me super thanks. Okay, so just by listening to my over 65 songs that I have there, and you can also go over to YouTube, and you can see right below my screen, it says that I have a lot of music there. Come on over to my music channel and hit my playlist and listen to that. I have 126 original songs on YouTube that I wrote and performed and played with many of my friends over the last 25 or 30 years. So, folks, thank you for being here with me. I appreciate it very much. Sharing in an ice cold beer. And Clark, if I was only retired, I would join you on your all nighter. Dan Wynn, have GME essays delicious. 54,000 college expire Friday. Trey Brown, you exposed them. That's right, Trey Brown. I exposed them. Yep. Chad, beer time. That's right. Cheers from Orlando. Yep. I don't know if you know of the club there called the Roxy Bar in Orlando, but I have videos on YouTube of my band playing in the Roxy Bar before it even became the Roxy Bar. It was just a concert venue for a company called Full Sail out of Orlando, Florida. And that is an audio videos college in Orlando that people come to from all over the world. It's probably one of the most, if not the number one audio visual recording college in the United States and in the world. People, like I said, come from all over the place, and they need an artist to record as they're learning. And so I happened to be that artist, and I was going in, and they were using 2-inch master tapes, and I was getting all my songs recorded. Finally, after I did several single sessions as a solo artist, they asked me to put a band together, which I did. And then our band started going in and doing whole recordings of the whole band of my original songs. We got about 40 songs recorded. And then I happened to meet the sound engineer from Molly Hatchet one day. His name is Brian Bassett. And I met him in a guitar shop because Molly Hatchet, the whole band, walked in there where I was getting my guitar worked on. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's Molly Hatchet. And I found out they had just opened a new studio there just north of Orlando in Sanford called King Snake Records. And I got myself in there with Brian Bassett, and he helped me mix down all of those 2-inch master tapes that I had gotten from Full Sail. And that's how I got to know the guys at Molly Hatchet. As a matter of fact, my sister is living in their house right now in New Smyrna Beach that they sold. They had 2 homes side by side that they lived and partied out of for years and years and years. And when they sold the one home, my sister bought it. So that's where I spent this last time when I was down in Florida on this last vacation down there, helping my friend with his bowling company. That's when I was staying in Molly Hatchet's old house there. Kind of cool, and it's a kind of a full circle story. And yeah, so I happen to know some pretty big time artists. And as a matter of fact, I'm not allowed to talk about it, but one of the songs that I sold was played and got airtime, and I'm not allowed to talk about it because it's all under the covers and under the wraps. But I'm just kind of hinting out that so you know. Cheers from Dallas, my friend. All right, Steve. Hey, we got Steve with us here having a cold beer with us this afternoon. We're having some fun here. We're having a good time with everybody who made a bunch of money today off the stock, buying it at $8.37, everybody, and it ended up at $8.53 today. What a great stock to be buying into. Cool stories, bro. Oh yeah, and you and I have a few cool stories together from our college days there in Wilmore, Kentucky. We sure do. We have ourselves some very, very, very cool stories, including the night that you and I decided to go see Van Halen, right? We went and saw Van Halen in concert, and we had ourselves a big old fatty that blew out the window after we had one hit each on it. Oh, and many stories even after that that we shared, and the good times down in Florida when you came and stayed there in the place I had on the lake down there in Florida, what I call the lakeside shanty. And golly, Stephen, man, we got some great memories, man, over the years. What great times, what fun times, what great partying times. And we're going to have many more in our future, my friend. I'm going to see you when I come on down there to Texas next time. If I would have known you were down there the last time, I would have come and seen you the last time I was there. When I went and saw my cousin, she had told me when she saw the snow up here, why don't you come down to Texas? I said, okay. So 2 weeks later, we shot down to Texas, flew into Dallas, Fort Worth. We were going to stay with one of our good friends there, and the power was out. He had his power go out because guess what? The next day, they got 4 inches of snow. Fortunately, I jumped in the car that night and I said, Cheryl, let's get out of here and get on down to Houston where my cousins lived. I said, because if we don't, the road's going to get closed down and we won't make it out of here. So we did. We jumped in the car after we had dinner with our friend. We shot right on down to Houston. Next day, that freeway was closed completely because of a major pileup of like 280 cars. And I said, thank God we got down to Houston. But the next day, it snowed and snowed. Oh, the power went out everywhere. There was no water available anywhere. There was no power. That everything was shut down. And my wife and I said to my cousin and her husband, "Look, we didn't come down here to Houston to hang out in the snow. We're going south." So we took off and went all the way down, headed down to Galveston. And we couldn't find a hotel down there either, folks. Everything was just frozen solid, so cold. What a crazy, crazy time down there. And hey, cheers from Dallas. Yes, indeed. Very cool. Never heard of Roxy Bar, but I have definitely heard of Full Sail down here. Very cool, man. Yeah, it was very cool. And so now when you go over to YouTube and you listen to my over 126 songs on my playlist, and that's just search my name, Tyler, last name Self, Selph, and you'll find my playlist and you can click on it and listen to over 126 of my original songs and some of those that recorded live right there in Orlando at Roxy Bar on that stage, as well as other places in Orlando where we were recorded. And one of them was a really cool 3-camera recording session that we were able to get done with Full Sail. And so just some great memories, some great times, some great, great times there that we had. And folks, look at the views today on this channel during the daytime. 1,090 views of this channel today. And I want to thank every one of you who hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure you hit that like button now. We're at 92 likes on this, and we may even go over 100 if each and every one of you hits the like button now. So yeah, Steve, we've had ourselves some good times. We've had ourselves some great party times. We had ourselves a few down times too, didn't we, my friend? We've been through it all, up and down, over and around, and all of it very fun, very, very fun. So glad to have you here on my channel with me right now and sharing in the fun. LOL, dealing with a burst water pipe and the diggers just ruptured my gas line. No water, no heat. I'm headed back to Sunny in a few weeks. You're going to Florida, huh? Well, I'm headed down to South Carolina or Georgia. I'm going to be in Savannah, Georgia on February the 8th and the 9th and the 10th. So if somehow or another you happen to be in the same area, bro, let's get together. I'm going to be in Savannah, Georgia, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th. I got a hotel room, and I got room for you to come and stay with some of my friends. We're having our class reunion from my Haiti friends, all of my friends from down in Haiti, where I went to high school. We're going to be getting together for our 25th year class reunion, and that's going to be coming up on February the 8th. So, man, if you happen to have a way, if you're going to Florida, I don't know if you're driving or if you're going to be flying or how you're going to get there, but man, we ought to try to get together. Sounds like we're going to be, you're saying here in a few weeks. So, hey, Steve, when are you going to be going to your plans to go to Florida and how? Are you driving? Because I tell you right now, my wife and I will be jumping in our car and we'll be coming to meet you somewhere right there because Savannah, Georgia. Let me just find out here how long it takes. Hey Siri, how long does it take to get to from Savannah, Georgia to Jacksonville?
I don't seem to be able to get your current location.
How long does it take to travel from Savannah, Georgia to Jacksonville, Florida?
Traffic to Jacksonville, Florida.
2 hours, folks. 2 hours, bro. Let's make it happen, man. When are you going? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let's see if we can get together, man. That would be so much fun. We will have ourselves a blast. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that we will. Holy smokes. Let me know, bro. Get me informed. Folks, this guy I'm talking to here, Steve, he and I, we went to college together in Wilmore, Kentucky, and we went to Asbury College. In case you don't know about it, it was just in the big headlines here about a year ago for a massive reunion, an anointment of the Holy Spirit that happened in the chapel that Steve Adams and I used to go to and participate in church there together in Wilmore, Kentucky, where we met. And we met playing soccer together because I happened to be a pretty good soccer player from my days down in Haiti, and Steve's a great soccer player as well. And we were talking about the goal that we had set up on the sidewalk, and there were two hash marks, and it happened to be a comment that was made about hash marks that got the two of us together because I had said something about, well, we'll make the goal between these two hash marks. He kind of spun around and said, hash, I wish. And I went, huh? And I was like, and so that's how we got that's how we began. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes, man. So, also, Steve, aside from letting me know when you're going to be down in Florida, let me know also what are the temperatures down there right now if you're there right now in Dallas. I'd like to know how cold it is because I'll say a prayer for you, man. Don't want you freezing to death down there. All right. Lazy, and bon temps. I'll put the dates on my calendar. I'm flying down to Palm Beach Gardens. Ah, you'll be going down to where SoFi Stadium is at the Palm Beach College. Holy cow. Florida is 57 degrees. Thank you for letting me know, Leza Lawrence. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for letting me know. So, laissez le bon temps rouler. Hey, comment c'est possible ou pas capable de parler créole avec moi qu'on y a là, mon cher? Pas de connaître qu'on parle créole, mon cher. Oui, je suis capable de parler créole. Tout le monde qui est ici avec moi aujourd'hui connaît qu'on est capable de parler créole parce que je suis en Haïti, là, je petit. So there you go. Don't mean to lose everybody else from speaking some Creole for you, but je peux parler français aussi, peut-être, si c'est possible, tu parles français ici avec moi aujourd'hui. Je dis merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui. So hey, thank you all for hitting the like button. I see some others have hit the like button, and we're not really talking about SoFi right now, folks. We're actually just having a good time here on the channel. I'm going to put this picture back down here so I can get up to the main screen. And folks, I want you to know that we had ourselves one heck of a roller coaster ride today, and look at what happened with the entire market. Look at each one of these things. Look how the Dow was manipulated down. And at one point today, the Dow was down 263 points. And look at it go right back up only to 94 down. Look at all the volume buying back into the Dow this afternoon. All complete and utter manipulation of the entire market today. And why I say that is because the headlines on the market today said that the prices were all falling because, why did they say this morning? They said because the December retail sales had beat expectations, right? Then they changed it. They're using the same headline and saying stocks extended losses as rate cut bets get reality check. Folks, look at this. They're using the same picture and changed the headline from saying that stocks were going down because of the December sales being higher than expected, which made no sense at all. No logical sense at all for stocks and the market descending with December sales being higher than expected. So they had to change the headline this afternoon and say, no, no, that's not why the market fell today. It really fell because their extended losses as rate cut bets get a reality check. What a total bunch of nonsensical BS all of that is. None of that was the reason the market fell today. The reason the market fell today was because of the first headline they put out this morning, and that was that retail sales in December were much higher than expected. And the shorts and the people that are betting against this market got caught off guard by that. They got caught with their pants down, and then they had to manipulate the price down to escape those shorted positions because the turnaround's happening, folks. And the reason this market is already starting to make gains that we've seen over the last 6 months is because I think people already know that we're going to have a new chief and commander running this country who knows what the hell he's doing, who has a head on his shoulders and can coherently speak to everybody. Okay, that's why the market is turning and starting to go north here already. And if you don't believe I'm true, look at the NASDAQ chart for the last 6 months, which I'll click on now so you can see what's happened over the last year. Look at the NASDAQ going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And here the shorters at the very end of the year decided to leave their positions and trade wins. And now look at it starting to escalate again now. And folks, it's going to climb because this is just the January sell-off, okay, which we normally see because a lot of them, I understand, even BlackRock and Vanguard were moving money from one sector to the other. And that's the main reason for the decline we saw through the mid part of January. But that ended as of January 17th, folks, because these elections are going to be coming around the bend. And I think the NASDAQ and every market index is going to continue to increase from now on. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Stephen, temperature up to 39 right now. Oh my God, I've forgotten the hash mark story. That was the icebreaker to friendship. True story. Absolutely, it absolutely was. Oh man, I still got a memory, a very sharp memory of those days. I have a memory of the time. You remember when I found the goose frozen out on the river, the frozen river, and I took it, walked out there on that frozen over river and snagged that goose with a stick and drug it back to me, even though the ice was cracking under my feet as I walked out there to retrieve that goose. I'm pretty sure you were with me on that day, and we were with a couple of girls that we had with us that day in the car when we found that goose out on the river. And I said, I want to go get that goose. It's frozen out there on the ice. It's probably good eating. And I went out there and I got that goose. And you remember that lady that owned the property? She come down there and tried to run me off, saying that was her goose, and I couldn't take it. I just stayed right on the river, and I says, ma'am, you can't do nothing about me with this goose. This goose is public property out here on the river, and I'm going to walk down this river till I'm past your property, and I'm going to meet these guys of my friends down the road, which I did. Threw that goose in the car. Another true story, folks. Well, hey, 39 degrees right there. Well, you should feel that's a warm spell for us up here in Michigan. We were at freaking 18 below with the wind chill factor 2 days ago. I'm not sure what the temperature is outside right now here. Hey, Alexa, what is hey, Siri, what is the temperature outside? It's 17 degrees outside. 17 degrees here, my man. 17. So every one of you, I want to thank you all very much for being here with me today. Yes, I do remember. I think that those girls was Carla Mills. That's exactly right. And I want you to know, my friend Steve, that Carla and I, we've actually spoken many times since then. We've spoken since I was up here in Michigan, and she has a wonderful husband named Scott that walked her through some very serious times where she fell very ill. She was actually sort of paralyzed for almost 2 years. So just so you know, Carla Mills had some very rough times, and she and I have spoken together. And what a cool girl that girl was, man. I just really thought she was the bomb. I really liked her a lot, and we've gotten together back since that time we were together at Wilmore. And when I went and saw her again there in Wilmore, she was staying in an apartment, and then I actually went and saw her where her parents lived in Tennessee. Went to her home. We talked, and she was just said to me, you know what, Ty, I'm so glad we met each other. I feel like it was very fortunate for us to have to spend time together, and I'm glad and grateful for the time that we had, and I was too. Great people, great times, very, very cool stuff. Yep. I got out there, folks. Let me tell you about that goose. After I snagged that goose with that stick and drug it back over, and then walked down the shoreline, and we got back, and I met Steve and Carla and the girl that we were with. We got back in the car, took the goose back to the college, went up to my room, and started plucking the feathers off of this goose. I have a pillow in here on my bed that still has the goose down feathers from that goose on my bed to this very day. I've had to actually the camping trip I went on one time, everything got wet from this rainstorm, and I hung it out by the fire to keep it get warmed back up and get the moisture out of it. And the thing actually started smoldering because I stepped away for a while, got back, and it was almost a marshmallow. It almost caught on fire, and it has burn marks on the outside of it still, folks. Hilarious, hilarious stuff. And I still have that pillow. As a matter of fact, folks, I'm going to actually show it to you right now. All right. Oh, goodness gracious, everybody. Hold on here. Let me get this beer out of the way. And I'm going to show you this right now. It's hilarious, folks. This is from that story that I'm telling you about right now. Here is my pillow that got turned into a marshmallow. You can see how it actually turned brown. Okay, it got baked right here. It got and it blistered up on the end, and 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 inside here, folks, you can see that this is my own stitching where I stitched this together after I filled this with the goose feathers from that goose in Kentucky that day at the college. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a crazy story, Steve? That I still have this pillow? Isn't that nuts? Oh, yeah, folks. Well, there's a lot of crazy stories I have in my past I could share with each and every one of you. Oh, my goodness gracious. Great times that we've had, great times that we've shared together. All of you people here who are hitting the like button now just because I'm showing you a pillow that I had from a goose that I pulled off the river. And by the way, just so you know, that goose was horrible, okay? That goose was absolutely stunk like all get out because when I finally got all the feathers off of it, I took it outside to start butchering the goose for cooking up, and I cut into that thing. Poof! All the smell. That thing was just absolutely atrocious. So there was no eating that goose, but I sure did use its feathers, folks. And it did not go to waste. That's the one good thing about it. And I sleep on it even to this very day. Isn't that cool? Well, I hope you 50-year-old pillow. I know it. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? I know, and it's my favorite pillow because it's goose down, people. You just can't beat a real down pillow. You can't beat it. You can't. No matter what you try. And I love this pillow. And I'll never give it up, folks. I'll have that pillow with me till the day I die. And probably I'm going to make sure my wife knows that in my casket, you better put my down pillow with me on my casket. All right, everybody. Yeah, but why will it go up after earnings if the majority know to buy the stock now? Because, as I've already said to you, they're not allowed to come in. Many institutions and many ETFs have not been allowed to buy into SoFi stock. The reason they can't buy in is because it hasn't been profitable yet. So on earnings day, when SoFi announces profitability, Bilal, once that day comes about and SoFi becomes profitable for the first time in its inception 2 years ago, SoFi will be entered by many ETFs and pension funds that to this day have not been able to buy in. That's why it's going to go up. I hope you understand that. Man, oh my goodness, everybody. I want to thank you for being here with me, sharing in a nice cold beer this afternoon. We have a lot of fun times there. That, oh yeah. We have a lot of fun times, me and Steve, and golly, it's too bad you're flying all the way down there. I wish you were driving, man. So I wish we could get together and see each other again. But Steve, I'm telling you right now, one of these days I'll be going back down to Texas because I always like to go down. I've got a lot of cousins that live down there, and we're going to go visit my cousins and we're going to visit my uncle, and then we're going to stop off and we're going to see you when we do. We're going to get together and we're going to party again like the old times, man. We're going to have a lot of fun together, Steve. I promise you we will. Yeah, I got to get over here and click on this right here. I got to see if I can get on your logo. Yep. Man. Oh my goodness gracious, man. You're looking good. I can't see very much of you in that picture, but I can see you there in the picture, and you're looking good, Steve. Look like you got a nice tan on you. I don't know if that's still the way you're looking today, or if that's an older picture, but I like it a lot, man. Very, very happy and very glad for you to have been here with me. Look at this. We got 96 likes on this channel right now today. And I want to thank every one of you for helping me get almost up to 100 likes. If you guys and gals, anybody else that hasn't hit that like button, go ahead and smash that like button right now. Let's get us up to 100 likes today. That'd be awful cool. Now, I want you guys to all see something that's been happening here on TikTok, on my TikTok channel. I have 10,400 followers on TikTok. After I close this out and finish this beer with you folks, I'm going to be going on TikTok for a 1 hour afternoon session, and I'm going to be introducing all of my TikTok followers to everybody who's going to be introduced to Sofi on my TikTok channel. As of now, up to this point in time, I have not shown people on TikTok about SoFi except for one short video way back when the price was in the $6 range. So I'm going to be going on today to encourage them to come over and join us here on my YouTube channel and subscribe here with us on YouTube. And we're going to change the viewers, my YouTube followers, from 1,300 subscribers on YouTube to possibly 5,000 to 10,000 subscribers once we get all these TikTok folks over who will start following me on YouTube as well. So they'll be joining in with us on this channel, and I'm excited about that. So if you want to come over to my TikTok channel, it'll be Tyler Self 8. You can see right up here. That's me, Catfish Tyler. Tyler Self 8 on TikTok, and I'm going to be talking about SoFi this afternoon, starting in about 30 minutes, okay? Maybe a little bit longer because I have to kind of set it up by doing a short preview video, and then I'll go ahead and do the actual video. So what I like to do is notify people, hey, listen, folks, in about an hour at this time, Eastern time, I'm going to start talking to you about a stock that you better take a look at. And then at that time, I'll go ahead and start up that video live, and we'll do probably about a 1 hour video presentation about SoFi, since there's so many things to talk about with this stock. So before we close out here now, again, I want to thank you for being here. I'm very, very grateful. I'm very grateful and appreciate all of those of you who came over to check out this channel today and who liked it. You can see we've had 96 likes on this today. You can see where the SoFi price was at 3:01 this afternoon, 746. We refreshed the page, and we can now see where the SoFi price is. 753 is where it closed out this afternoon. And the manipulators, even in after hours, still working overtime. They're getting paid by the hedge funds, making them keep trying to piece the price down. But folks, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised to see tomorrow that the NASDAQ goes right back up green again after today's manipulation. And the Dow, the same thing, and the S&P 500. And folks, I want you to look closely at the NASDAQ chart here and look at what happened exactly 1 week ago on the NASDAQ chart. The same day, 1 week ago, look what happened on the 1 week chart. This day, January the 10th. Today is January the 17th, okay? So exactly 1 week ago, look at the attack on the market price on the NASDAQ 1 week ago, and look how it went right back up afterwards. I expect the same thing now. I expect the same thing to happen because all it is an effort to shake people out of the market, to shake people free of their shares so that these manipulators can then run the price right on up after they steal shares from the weak. That's all it's about, folks, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, Steve. Hey, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see you here on my channel with me today. I appreciate you dropping in, popping in, saying hi. We're going to be seeing you again. I'm going to finish off this beer, and then I'm going to take about an hour break or so, and then I'm going to come on TikTok, and I'm going to do a TikTok presentation for all my 10,400 followers on TikTok. I don't know how many of them are going to come up and watch me, but I'm going to try and get as many as possible. And I'm going to talk to them about coming over to YouTube tomorrow and watching my live feed all day. So again, thank you to each and every one of you. It's time now for me to say farewell and goodbye. It's been very, very, very fun to be here with you. And man, I forgot that they said a bon temps roulé. Steve Adams speaking Creole with me today. Holy smokes. And by the way, Steve, I have another friend out, Mopar, and he's out in California. He speaks Creole very fluently too, and we converse back and forth in Creole. And there's another individual on this channel that also speaks Creole from time to time. I don't know how and why, but I'm just glad they do. And hey, I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here again with me today. It's always a fun pleasure to have you here and your chats back and forth and your commentary. I appreciate it. And today, 1,129 views of this channel today. And God bless every one of you. I want to thank you for being here again. And I'm so, so grateful for those of you that spend so much time with me each day. It's always a great time. And so now I'm going to say goodbye to you all. And I hope that you'll have a great evening this evening. I hope each and every one of you are still here, has a very, very safe evening. I hope you have a very, very prosperous endeavors in all of your investments. And also, I hope most of all that you have the best of health, because really, that's one of the most important things to you in your life, folks, is to be in good health. Take good care of yourself. Have a good diet. Get your exercise in. Folks, stay energized and stay positive. Don't let anybody talk you down. Don't let anybody scare you out. Don't let people intimidate you. You stay positive. You stay in the mood that I'm in, and you can't go wrong, folks. Just keep smiling. Keep on smiling. Keep your head above water. Keep yourself strutting your strut, all right, and believe in what you believe in, all right? Be a firm believer. So that's going to be it. I'm going to say goodnight to you all now. I've got to get on out of here. I'm going to drink my last bit of beer and I have a toast to each and every one of you. And as always, the most important thing that I hope for all of you to have is that you are surrounded with love, everyone. And now that's going to do it. I appreciate it again for your being here with me. And what we're going to do tomorrow is see more profits in one way or the other. We're going to buy low and we're going to sell high. That's it. I'm going to say bye-bye now. And I'm going to give you time for you folks to say farewell back to me. But I'm going to type in here right now. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, so long, farewell. All right. That's my song. Goodbye to all cats. And have a great night. See ya. See ya tomorrow. And hopefully we'll have even more people here sharing in the experience tomorrow, everyone. That's it. I post that up for you now, and we're going to give you all a wave goodbye, all right? And we'll see you tomorrow, folks. We're going to have a great one. We're going to have another good time. We're going to share in the fun and the joy, the happiness that only we can have and we can share in. And that's going to be it. I'm done now. I'm waving goodbye to all of you. And again, thank you so much for being here on my channel with me today. It's always a great time with each and every one of you. I enjoy all of your chat and conversation. And we'll see you. Have a good one. Be safe out there in this crazy world, everyone. Adios. Arrivederci. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. And goodbye.